Simon & Schuster Audio presents Fatal Voyage by Kathy Reichs. Read by Catherine Borowitz.
I stared at the woman flying through the trees. Her head was forward, chin raised, arms flung backward like the tiny chrome goddess on the hood of a Rolls-Royce. But the tree lady was naked, and her body ended at the waist. Blood-coated leaves and branches imprisoned her lifeless torso. Lowering my eyes, I looked around. Except for the narrow gravel road on which I was parked, nothing but dense forest. Though it was hot in Charlotte, at this elevation the early October weather was pleasant, but it would soon grow cool. I took a windbreaker from the back seat, stood still, and listened. Birdsong, wind. Then, in the distance, one man calling to another, a muffled response. Tying the jacket around my waist, I locked the car and set off, my feet swishing through dead leaves and pine needles. 10 yards into the woods, I passed a seated figure leaning against a mossy stone, knees flexed to his chest, laptop computer at his side. He was missing both arms, and a small china pitcher protruded from his left temple. On the computer lay a face, teeth laced with orthodontic wiring, one brow pierced by a delicate gold ring. The eyes were open, the pupils dilated, giving the face an expression of alarm. I felt a tremor beneath my tongue and quickly moved on. Within yards, 2 men rested side by side, seatbelts fastened, necks mushrooming into red blossoms. I picked my way deeper into the forest, now and then hearing disconnected shouts carried to me at the wind's whim. Luggage and pieces of metal lay among the trees. The smell of drugstore products and airplane fuel mingled with the scent of pine and mountain air, and from far off a hint of smoke. Though I'd trained myself to hide emotion, I could feel despair rising in me. So much death. Dear God, how many would there be? Closing my eyes, I centered mentally, then pushed on. The muted wail of a siren told me the rescue operation was gathering somewhere over a ridge to the east. Way to get directions, Brennan. But there hadn't been time to ask questions. I'd been on my way from Charlotte to Knoxville, nearing the state line, when I'd been asked to get to the scene as quickly as possible. Doubling back on I-40, I'd followed county blacktop to the point where state maintenance ended, then proceeded on gravel to a Forest Service road which snaked up the mountain. Though the instructions I'd been given had been accurate, I suspected there was a better route, perhaps a small logging trail that allowed a closer approach to the adjacent valley. I debated returning to the car, then decided to press on. After an exhausting uphill scramble, I grabbed the trunk of a Douglas fir, planted one foot, and heaved myself onto a ridge. From my position, I had a clear view of what was probably the main crash site. I could see an engine, half buried in dirt and debris, and what looked like pieces of wing flap. A portion of fuselage lay with the bottom peeled back, like a diagram in an instructional manual for model planes. Through the windows I could see seats, some occupied, most empty. Wreckage and body parts covered the landscape like refuse discarded at a dump. The locals had arrived and were securing the site and checking for survivors. Figures searched among the trees, others stretched tape around the perimeter of the debris field. They wore yellow jackets with Swain County Sheriff's Department printed on back. Way off through the trees, I noticed the flashing of red, blue, and yellow lights, marking the location of the access route I'd failed to find. The wind shifted, and the smell of smoke grew stronger. I turned and saw a thin, black plume curling upward just beyond the next ridge. My stomach tightened, for I was close enough now to detect another odor mingling with the sharp, acrid scent. Being a forensic anthropologist, it is my job to investigate violent death. I have examined hundreds of fire victims for coroners and medical examiners, and know the smell of charred flesh. One gorge over, people were burning. I swallowed hard. Picking my way downward, I started toward the rescue operation, clinging to underbrush to control my balance. At the cordoned-off area, I lifted the tape and ducked under. "Whoa, lady, not so fast. I stopped and turned. The man who'd spoken wore a Swain County Sheriff's Department jacket. I'm with DeMort.
What the hell is DeMort?
Is the sheriff on site?
Who's asking?
The deputy's face was rigid, his mouth compressed into a hard, tight line. Dr. Temperance Brennan.
We ain't gonna need no doctor here.
I'll be identifying the victims.
Got proof?
In mass disasters, each government agency has specific responsibilities. The Office of Emergency Preparedness, OEP, manages and directs the National Disaster Medical System, NDMS, which provides health and medical response and victim identification and mortuary services in the event of a mass fatality incident. To meet its mission, NDMS created the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, DMORT, and Disaster Medical Assistance Team, DMAT. In officially declared disasters, DMAT looks after the needs of the living, while DMORT deals with the dead. I dug out and extended my NDMS identification. The deputy studied the card, then tipped his head in the direction of the fuselage.
Sheriff's with the fire chiefs.
Threading toward the fuselage, I passed a deputy covering a body. Take that off, I ordered.
What?
Don't blanket them.
Who says?
I showed ID again.
But they're lying in the open.
His voice sounded flat, like a computer recording.
Bears and wolves are gonna scent on these...
He stumbled for a word.
People.
I'd seen what Ursus could do to a corpse and sympathized with the man's concerns. Nevertheless, I had to stop him. Everything must be photographed and recorded before it can be touched. Please spread the word that everything has to stay put. Then search for survivors. His eyes swept the scene around us.
You've got to be kidding. No one could survive this.
Deputy, if anyone is alive, they've got more to fear from bears than these folks do. I indicated the body at his feet. What's the sheriff's name?
Crow.
He glanced toward a group near the fuselage.
Tall one in the green jacket.
I left him and hurried toward Crow. The sheriff was examining a map with a half-dozen volunteer firefighters whose gear suggested they'd come from several jurisdictions. Even with head bent, Crow was the tallest in the group. Under the jacket, the shoulders looked broad and hard, suggesting regular workouts. I hoped I would not get at cross purposes with Sheriff Mountain Macho. When I drew close, the fireman stopped listening and looked in my direction. Sheriff Crow? Crow turned, and I realized that Macho would not be an issue. Her cheeks were high and broad, her skin cinnamon. The hair escaping her flat-brimmed hat was frizzy and carrot red. But what held my attention were her eyes. The irises were the color of glass in old Coke bottles. Highlighted by orange lashes and brows and set against the tawny skin, the pale green was extraordinary. I guessed her age at around 40.
And you are?
The voice was deep and gravelly and suggested its owner wanted no nonsense. Dr. Temperance Brennan.
You have reason to be at this site?
I'm with DMORT. I heard a crash bulletin while driving from Charlotte to Knoxville. When I phoned Earl Bliss, who's leader of the Region 4 team, he asked me to divert over, see if you need anything. Again the ID. She studied the card and handed it back. Closing the gap between us, she held out her hand. The grip could injure.
Lucy Crow.
Please call me Tempe. She spread her feet, crossed her arms, and regarded me with the Coke bottle eyes.
I don't believe any of these poor souls will be needing medical attention.
I'm a forensic anthropologist, not a medical doctor. You've searched for survivors. She nodded with a single upward jerk of her head, the type of gesture I'd seen in India.
I thought something like this would be the medical examiner's baby.
He'll be here, but the North Carolina emergency plan calls for DMORT involvement from a major. Majors. That's what the National Transportation Safety Board dubbed these crashes. When the NTSB arrives, they'll assume responsibility for the whole operation.
Yeah.
At that moment, Crow's cell phone rang. I waited as she spoke. She finished and hooked the handset to her belt.
Another precinct heard from. Charles Hanover, CEO of Air Trans South.
Though I'd never flown it, I'd heard of the airline, a small regional carrier connecting about a dozen cities in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee with Washington, D.C. This is one of theirs?
Flight 228 was late leaving Atlanta for Washington, D.C. Sat on the runway 40 minutes, took off at 12:45 p.m. Plane was about 25,000 feet when it disappeared from radar at 1:07. My office got the 911 call around 2.
How many on board?
The plane was a Fokker 100, carrying 82 passengers and 6 crew. But that's not the worst of it.
Her next words foretold the horror of the coming days. The UGA soccer teams? I asked. Crow nodded.
Hanover said both the men and women were traveling to matches somewhere near Washington.
Jesus. A sudden stab of fear. My daughter Katie was a student in Virginia, but often visited her best friend in Athens, home of the University of Georgia. Elijah was on athletic scholarship. Was it soccer? Oh, God, my mind raced. Had Katie mentioned a trip? When was her semester break? I resisted the impulse to grab my cell phone. How many students?
42 passengers booked through the university. Hanover thought most of those were students. Besides the athletes, there'd be coaches, trainers, girlfriends, boyfriends, some fans.
She ran a hand across her mouth. The usual. My heart ached at the loss of so many young lives. Then another thought. This will be a media nightmare.
Hanover opened with that concern.
Crow's voice dripped with sarcasm. When the NTSB takes over, they'll deal with the press. And with the families, I didn't add. At that moment, blades whumped, and we saw a helicopter come in low over the trees. I spotted a familiar figure beside the pilot, another silhouette in the rear. The chopper circled twice, then headed in the opposite direction from where I assumed the road to be. 30 minutes later, the chief medical examiner of the state of North Carolina walked into the site from the west, followed by its lieutenant governor. The former wore the basic deployment uniform of boots and khaki, the latter a business suit. I watched them pick their way through the debris, the pathologist looking around, assessing, the politician with head bowed, holding himself gathered tightly, as if contact with his surroundings might draw him in as participant rather than observer. When the men drew close, the M.E. showed ID. Crow waved it aside.
No need for that, Doc. I know who you are.
So did I, having worked with Lark Tyrrell since his appointment as North Carolina's chief medical examiner in the mid-1980s. My forensic career was in its infancy at the time. We met through work I was doing for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, reassembling and identifying the corpses of 2 drug dealers murdered and dismembered by outlaw bikers. I was one of Lark's first hires as a consulting specialist, and had handled the skeletal, the decomposed, the mummified, the burned, and the mutilated dead of North Carolina ever since. The lieutenant governor extended one hand, pressed a hanky to his mouth with the other. His face was the color of a frog's belly. He said nothing as we shook. "Glad you're in country, Tempe," said Lark. Lark's in-country idiom was Vietnam-era military, his dialect pure Carolina. Born in the Low Country, Lark grew up in a Marine Corps family, then did 2 hitches of his own before heading off to medical school. He spoke and looked like a spit-and-polish version of Andy Griffith. "When do you head north?" "Next week is fall break," I responded. Lark's eyes narrowed as he did another sweep of the site. "I'm afraid Quebec may have to do without its anthropologist this autumn." A decade back, I'd participated in a faculty exchange with McGill University. While in Montreal, I'd begun consulting to the Laboratoire de Sciences Judiciaires et de Médecine Légale, Quebec's central crime and medical legal lab. At the end of my year, recognizing the need for a staff forensic anthropologist, the provincial government had funded a position, equipped a lab, and signed me up on a permanent consultant basis. I'd been commuting between Quebec and North Carolina, teaching physical anthropology at UNC Charlotte, and consulting to the 2 jurisdictions ever since. Because my cases usually involved the less-than-recent dead, this arrangement had worked well, but there was an understanding on both ends that I would be immediately available for court testimony and in crisis situations. An aviation disaster definitely qualified as a crisis situation. I assured Lark that I would cancel my October trip to Montreal. "Tempe, how'd you get here so quickly?" I explained my trip to Knoxville and the phone conversation with the DMORT leader. Lark looked at Crow. "Earl will deploy a team up here tomorrow morning. The NTSB boys will be rolling in tonight.
Until then, everything stays put." Lark fixed us with a sincere Sheriff of Mayberry gaze. "You ladies are making a very difficult job infinitely easier. Tempe, you go on and give your lecture in Knoxville. Then pick up whatever supplies you'll need and report back tomorrow. You're going to be here a while, so inform the university. We'll secure a bunk for you." 15 minutes later, a deputy was dropping me at my car. As soon as I was behind the wheel, I grabbed my cell phone. I punched in Katie's number. A machine picked up after 4 rings. Uneasy, I left a message, then set the tape in my head to play the "Don't Be an Idiot, Mother" lecture. For the next hour, I tried to focus on my upcoming presentation, pushing away thoughts of the carnage I'd left behind and the horror I'd face the following day. Arriving in Knoxville, I checked in, contacted my host, then ate the Bojangles chicken I'd picked up on the outskirts of town. I phoned my estranged husband to request care for Birdie. Pete agreed, saying I'd be billed for cat transport and feeding. He hadn't talked to Katie for several days. After delivering a mini version of my own lecture, he promised to reach her. Next, I phoned Pierre Lamanche, my boss at the Laboratoire de Sciences Judiciaires et de Médecine Légale, to report that I would not be in Montreal the following week. Last, I rang my department chair at UNC Charlotte. Responsibilities covered, I spent an hour selecting slides, then showered and tried Katie again. No go. I glanced at the clock. 11:40. She's fine. She's gone out for pizza. Or she's at the library. Yes, the library. I'd used that one many times. It took a very long time to fall asleep. By morning, Katie hadn't called and was still not picking up. I drove to the only anthropology department in America located in a football stadium and gave one of the more disjointed talks of my career. The host of the guest lecture series listed my DMORT affiliation in his introduction and mentioned that I would be working the Air Trans-South recovery. Though I could supply little information, follow-up queries largely ignored my presentation and focused on the crash. The question and answer period lasted forever. As the crowd finally milled toward the exits, a scarecrow man in a bow tie and cardigan made straight for the podium. Being in a profession with relatively few members, most anthropologists know each other. I'd met Simon Midkiff on several occasions and knew it would be a long session if I wasn't firm. Looking pointedly at my watch, I descended from the platform. "How are you, Simon?" "Excellent." His lips were cracked, his skin dry and flaky, like a dead fish lying in the sun. "How's the archaeology business?" "Excellent as well. Since one must eat, I'm engaged in several projects for the Cultural Resources Department in Raleigh, but mainly I spend my days organizing data." He gave a high-pitched laugh. "It seems I've collected an extraordinary amount of data throughout my career." Simon Midkiff earned a doctorate at Oxford in 1955, then came to the U.S. to accept a position at Duke. But the archaeology superstar published nothing and was denied tenure 6 years later. Midkiff was given a second chance by the University of Tennessee, again failed to produce publications, and again was let go. Unable to obtain a permanent faculty position, Midkiff had hung around the periphery of academia, doing contract archaeology. "I'd love to hear about it, Simon, but I'm afraid I have to run." "Yes, indeed, such a terrible tragedy. So many young lives." His head moved sadly from side to side. "Where exactly is the crash?" "Swain County, and I really must get back." I started to move on, but Midkiff made a subtle shift, blocking my path. "Perhaps you could be a bit more specific." "I can't give you coordinates." I did not mask my irritation. "Please forgive my beastly rudeness. I've been excavating in Swain County, and I was worried about damage to the site. How selfish of me. I apologize." At that moment, my host joined us. He thanked me for the lecture and wished me well with the recovery. I thanked him for the accommodations, excused myself to both men, collected my slide carousels, and hurried from the auditorium. Before leaving Knoxville, I located a sporting goods store and purchased boots, socks, and 3 sets of khakis, one of which I put on. At an adjoining pharmacy, I grabbed 2 packages of Hanes Her Way cotton bikinis. Not my brand, but they would do. Shoving the panties and extra khakis into my overnighter, I pointed myself east.
It was almost 2 when I approached the crash site. I produced ID, and a National Guardsman checked his clipboard.
Yes, ma'am, you're on the list. Park on up at the holding area.
A holding area had been created from an overlook built to accommodate a fire tower and a small field on the other side of the road. Scores of people and vehicles filled both sides of the road. I squeezed my Mazda between a Dodge Durango and a Ford Bronco, grabbed my overnighter, and wove toward the blacktop. Shouldering my bag, I headed downhill. Decontamination trailers and porta-johns lined barricades blocking access to the primary site, and an incident command center had been set up inside the restricted area. I could see the familiar NTSB trailer with its satellite dish and generator shed. Refrigerated trucks were parked beside it, and stacks of body bags lay on the ground. The solitary ambulance told me that the operation had officially changed from search and rescue to search and recovery. Its vigil was now for injured workers. Lucy Crowe stood inside the barricades talking with Lark Tyrell. "How's it going?" I asked.
My phone never stops.
Crowe sounded exhausted. Over her shoulder, I could see the debris field where searchers in masks and Tyvek jumpsuits moved in straight lines, eyes to the ground. Blue caps identified them as NTSB. "The gang's all here," I said. Crowe nodded.
NTSB, FBI, SBI, FAA, ATF, CBS, ABC. And, of course, the CEO. They've got letters, they're here."
Lark peeled back a latex glove and checked his watch. "Most of the DMORTs are at a briefing at the incident morgue, Tempe, so there's no sense you suiting up now. Let's head in." While Lark went to decontamination, Crowe gave me directions to the incident morgue.
Alarka Fire Department's about 8 miles back. Used to be a school. You'll see swing sets and slides, and the engines parked in a field next door.
On our hike to the holding area, Lark filled me in on recent developments. Foremost among them, the FBI had received an anonymous tip of an onboard bomb.
Good Citizen was kind enough to share this information with CNN. The media are slathering like hounds with a brisket.
40 dead students is going to make this a Pulitzer event.
There's the other bad news. Turns out, more than 50 booked through UGA.
Cold slithered up the walls of my stomach. I punched the auto dial for Pete's number. He still had not spoken to our daughter. I continued down the mountain, craving but dreading the upcoming meeting, certain of my first request. One of DMORT's first duties in a mass disaster is the establishment of an incident morgue as close to the scene as possible. When I arrived at the Alarka fire station, chosen to receive the bodies from Air Trans South 228, the front lot was already packed. Inside, dozens of workers were setting up tables, portable X-ray units, computers, generators, and hot water heaters. The briefing was in progress when I entered. I slipped to the back and took a seat. The NTSB investigator in charge, Magnus Jackson, was finishing an incident command system overview. Jackson was lean and hard as a Doberman pinscher, with skin almost as dark. He wore oval wire-rimmed glasses and graying hair cropped close to his head. Jackson was describing the NTSB Go Team system. One by one, he introduced those heading the investigative groups under his command. Though I knew these men and women would determine why Air Trans South 228 fell from the sky, the hollow feeling in my chest would not go away. I'd heard it all before, and I wanted to see the passenger list. A representative of the Federal Emergency Management Agency discussed communications. Earl Bliss spoke about DMORT. Lark Tyrell was the last to take the floor. The medical examiner thanked Earl, drew a deep breath, and surveyed the room.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot of grieving families out there searching for a peace of mind. Our main job here will be victim identification. Having something to bury speeds the healing, and we're going to try our damnedest to send a casket home to each and every family."
I remembered my hike through the woods and knew what many of those coffins would hold. In many cases, what went home would weigh only grams. As the room emptied, I crossed to Lark. "Do we have a passenger list?" The ME slid a printout from his pad and handed it to me. The world receded as I raced through the names. Anderson, Beecham, Bertrand, Caccioli, Dagnot, Lark spoke, but his words didn't penetrate. A lifetime later, I unclamped the teeth from my lower lip and resumed breathing. Neither Katie Brennan Peterson nor Elijah Feldman was on the list. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, the profound relief already blunted by a sense of guilt. My daughter was alive, but the children of others lay dead on a mountain. I wanted to work. "What would you like me to do?" I asked Lark. "Earl has the morgue under control. Go work recovery. But once transport starts, I'll need you here." Back at the site, I went directly to a decontamination trailer and donned mask, gloves, and jumpsuit. Looking more like a spaceman than an anthropologist, I nodded to the guard, circled the barricade, and crossed to the temporary morgue. For the next 3 hours, I assisted my colleagues in tagging, photographing, and packaging what was left of the passengers of Air Trans South 228. The temperature was warm, and I perspired inside my suit and gloves. Flies swarmed, attracted by the rotting flesh. Several times I had to fight nausea as I scraped up entrails or brain tissue. Eventually, my nose and mind numbed. Then I came to the girl. She lay face up, legs bent backward in the middle of her shins. Her features had been gnawed, and the exposed bone glowed crimson in the sunset. I straightened, wrapped my arms around my middle, and drew several steadying breaths. Dear God, wasn't a 30,000-foot plunge enough? Must creatures degrade what remained? I felt a hand on my shoulder. "Time for a break, Tempy." Earl Bliss's eyes peered at me from the slit between his mask and cap. "I'm fine." "Take a break, that's an order. At least an hour." "Okay." Halfway to the NTSB command center, I stopped, dreading the chaos I knew I'd find. I needed serenity, life. I reversed direction and walked toward the woods. Skirting the edge of the debris field, I spotted a break in the trees and remembered that Lark and the lieutenant governor had appeared at that point, coming from their helicopter. Perhaps a trail or stream bed at one time, it was now a meandering, treeless passage. Stripping off mask and gloves, I headed into the forest. As I moved deeper into the trees, the organized hubbub around the wreckage receded, and forest sounds took over. 30 yards in, I climbed onto a fallen sourwood, drew my feet to my bum, and gazed up at the sky. Yellow and rose now streaked the red as nightfall crawled toward the horizon. It would soon be dark. I couldn't stay long. I let my brain cells pick their topic. The girl with the ravaged face. No, new category. The cells chose living people. Katie. My daughter was over 20 now, moving off on a life of her own. It was what I wanted, of course, but the severing of ties was hard. The child, Katie, had passed through my life and disappeared. I was now meeting the young woman, Katie, and liking her very much. But where is she? The cells asked. Next, Pete. We were better friends separated than we'd ever been married. On occasion, he actually talked to me and listened to me. Should I ask for a divorce and move on, or roll with the status quo? The cells had no answer. Andrew Ryan. I'd been thinking of him a lot lately. Ryan was a homicide detective with the provincial police in Montreal. Though we'd known each other for nearly a decade, it was only last year that I'd agreed to date him. Date. I had my usual cringe reaction. There had to be a better term for singles over 40. The cells had no suggestion. Nomenclature aside, Ryan and I had never pulled it off. Before our first official social outing, he had gone undercover, and I hadn't seen him in months. At times like this, I missed him intensely. I heard rustling in the underbrush and held my breath to listen. The woods were quiet. Seconds later, I heard it again, this time on my other side. The movement sounded too large for a rabbit or squirrel. My brain cells sounded a low-level alarm. For a full minute, nothing moved. Then the rhododendron to my right jiggled, and I heard a low growl. Eyes probing into the shrubbery, I slipped off the log and planted my feet. Moments later, there was another growl, followed by a high-pitched keening. Hearing movement behind me, I pivoted in that direction. My eyes met other eyes, black and gleaming. Lips curled back over teeth pale and slick in the deepening twilight. Between the teeth, something horrifyingly familiar. A foot. The teeth were embedded in a human foot. The cells linked to recently stored memories, a mangled face, a deputy's comment. Oh, God, a wolf. I was unarmed. What to do? The animal stared at me, its body feral and emaciated. Run? No, I had to get the foot. It belonged to a person with family and friends. I wouldn't abandon it to scavengers. Then a second wolf emerged and positioned itself behind the first. It snarled, and the lips quivered. Back! Both animals halted, and the first wolf dropped the foot. Sniffing the air, it lowered its head, raised its tail, took a step in my direction, then stopped. I started to retreat, heard a snap, and turned to see 3 more animals. They appeared to be slowly circling. Placing my back to the fallen tree, I twisted a branch from side to side, trying to detach it. The circle was getting smaller. One of the group took a step inside. It stood staring, soundless. The branch broke, and at the sound, the wolf jumped back. Grasping my branch like a baseball bat, I lunged at it. Beat it, you scavengers! The wolf easily jumped out of the way, retreated a few feet, then resumed circling and snarling. As I was readying my lungs for the loudest yell that had ever escaped them, someone beat me to it. Scram, you goddamn furballs! Yo, haul ass! Then one missile followed by another landed near the lead wolf. The wolf snarled, then spun and loped off into the underbrush. The others hesitated, then moved off behind him. Hands trembling, I dropped the branch and braced myself against the fallen sourwood. A figure in Tyvek and mask ran toward me and heaved another rock in the direction of the disappearing wolves. Then a hand went up and removed the mask. Though he was barely visible in the twilight gloom, I recognized the face. But it couldn't be. This was too improbable to be real. Nice swing. You looked like Sammy Sosa. Andrew Ryan plucked a leaf from my hair. But Ryan was underground, somewhere in Quebec. What in hell are you doing here? Is that a thank you, Goldilocks? Maybe Riding Hood would be more appropriate, given the circumstances. Thanks, I mumbled, brushing bangs off my forehead. Though I was grateful for the intervention, I preferred not to cast it as a rescue. Is there a reason you're out here by yourself? His paternalism irritated me. Is there a reason you're here at all? The lines in his face tensed. Bertrand was on the plane. Jean? The passenger list. Bertrand. It was a common name, so I'd never thought of Ryan's partner. Ryan drew air through his nostrils, exhaled. He was escorting a prisoner. They were connecting to an Air Canada flight at Dulles. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. We stood mute, unsure what to say, until the silence was pierced by a series of high-pitched yips. We'd better get back, Ryan said. No argument here. Ryan unzipped his jumpsuit, took a flashlight from his belt. After you? Wait, let me have the light. He handed it to me, and I crossed to the spot where I'd first seen the wolf. Ryan followed. The foot looked macabre in the yellow beam, its flesh ending in a crushed mass just above the ankle. Pulling fresh gloves from my pocket, I snapped one on and picked up the foot. Then I marked the spot with another glove and secured it with a rock. Ryan looked at me. Shouldn't it be mapped? We can't tell where the pack found this. Besides, if we leave the thing here, it's puppy chow. You're the boss. When we got back to the command center, Ryan went into the NTSB trailer, and I took my find to the temporary morgue. After hearing my explanation, the intake team assigned it a number, bagged it, and sent it to one of the refrigerated trucks. I rejoined the recovery operation. 2 hours later, Earl found me and delivered a note from Lark. Report to the morgue, 7 a.m. Earl then produced an address and told me I was done for the day. No amount of argument would change his mind. I went to decontamination, showered under scalding water for as long as I could take it, and put on fresh clothes. Clomping down the steps, I noticed Ryan leaning against a bubble-top cruiser 10 feet up the access road, talking with Lucy Crow. "How's it going out there?" Crow asked when I drew near. "It's going." Not in a mood to chat, I asked Crow for directions and excused myself. "Hold it, Brennan." I allowed Ryan to catch up. As we walked, I thought of Jean Bertrand, with his designer jackets, matching ties, and earnest face. Whom was he escorting? A guy named Remy Petricelli, known to his friends as Pepper. I knew the name. Petricelli was a bigwig in the Quebec Hells Angels, reputed to have ties to organized crime. What was Pepper doing in Georgia? About 2 months ago, a small time trafficker named Jacques Fontana ended up charcoal in a Subaru Outback. When every road led to his door, Pepper decided to sample the hospitality of his brothers in Dixie. Long story short, Pepper was spotted in a bar in Atlanta. The locals nailed him. Bertrand was hauling his ass back to Quebec. We'd arrived at my car. "Which brings more players to the table," Ryan went on, his voice leaden. "Meaning, if Pepper decided to deal, a lot of his friends would be in deep dish shit. Some powerful people probably wanted Pepper dead." "Enough to kill 87 other people?" He nodded, without a hitch in their breathing. I was too shocked to respond. Seeing my face, Ryan stepped back. I unlocked my door and drove off, too tired and heartsick to say goodnight. Since every room in the area had been grabbed by the press and NTSB, I was booked into a small B&B on the outskirts of Bryson City. True to its name, High Ridge House sat atop a summit at the end of a long, narrow lane. It was a 2-story white farmhouse with intricate woodwork on the doors and windows. Very Victorian. I added my car to a half-dozen others in a postage-stamped lot to the left of the house and followed a flagstone path. Bells jangled as I opened the front door. In moments, a woman appeared. She was middle-aged, about 5 feet tall, with no makeup and thick gray hair pulled into an odd sausage roll on top of her head. She wore a long denim skirt and red sweatshirt with "Praise the Lord" scrolled across her chest. Before I could speak, the woman embraced me. After a decade, the woman stepped back. "Dr. Brennan?" I nodded. "Tempe." "It's the Lord's work you're doing for these poor dead children. I'm Ruby McCready, and I'm honored to have you at High Ridge House. I intend to look after each and every one of you." I wondered who else was quartered there, but said nothing. I would find out soon enough. She reached for my bag. "Let me take that. I'll show you to your room." My hostess led me past a parlor and dining room, up a carved wooden staircase, and down a corridor with closed doors to either side, each bearing a small, hand-painted plaque. "Since you're the only lady, I put you in Magnolia. It's the only one with its own WC. I reckoned you'd appreciate the privacy." WC? Where in the world did they still refer to bathrooms as water closets? The fabric and wallpaper explained the floral appellation. The window was draped, the table skirted, and ruffles adorned every edge in the room. Ruby placed my satchel on the bed. "I'll leave you to yourself now." Though I'd showered at the site, I unpacked my few things and took a long, hot bubble bath. Like rape victims, those who clean up after mass fatalities often overbathe, driven by a need to purge mind and body. My cell phone rang as I came out of the bathroom. I lunged for my purse, praying the caller was Katie. It was. Though evasive about her whereabouts, she sounded happy and healthy. Almost giddy with relief, I fell into bed. Maybe the house of chintz wouldn't be so bad. The next morning I rose at 6, put on clean khakis, dabbed on blush, and drew my hair up under a Charlotte Hornets cap. I headed downstairs, intending to ask Ruby about laundry arrangements. Andrew Ryan occupied a bench at a long pine table in the dining room. I took a chair opposite, returned Ruby's cheery good morning, and waited while she poured coffee. When the kitchen door swung closed behind her, I spoke. "What are you doing here?" "Is that all you ever say to me?" I waited. The sheriff recommended this place. Above all others. It's nice, he said, gesturing around the room. Loving. He raised his mug to a message above our heads. Jesus is love had been burned into knotty pine and varnished for posterity. What's wrong with the Comfort Inn? Full. Who else is here? There are a couple of NTSB boys upstairs and a special agent from the FBI. I'm looking forward to guy bonding in the bathroom. Don't even think about using my bathroom. Ruby arrived with ham, eggs, fried potatoes, and toast. Ryan and I ate in silence while I did some mental sorting. His presence annoyed me, but why? Was it his supreme self-confidence? His invasion of my turf? The fact that less than a year ago he'd prioritized the job over me and disappeared from my life? Or the fact that he'd reappeared exactly when I needed help? I reached for toast. Jam, please. He passed it. I spread blackberry preserves thicker than lava. Ryan had gotten me out of a nasty spot. The man has just lost his partner, for God's sake. Compassion overrode irritation. Thanks for your help with the wolf thing. They weren't wolves. Irritation boomeranged back. I suppose it was a pack of Cocker Spaniels. There are no wolves in North Carolina. Crow's deputy talked about wolves. Did the animals hold their tails up or down? I had to think. Down. A wolf holds its tail straight out. A coyote keeps its tail low, raises it to horizontal when threatening. I pictured the animal sniffing, then raising its tail and locking me into its gaze. There are coyotes in Appalachia? There are coyotes all over North America. So what? It was still terrifying. Damn right. But it's not the worst thing you've ever been through. Ryan was right. Though frightening, the coyote incident was not my worst experience. But the days that followed were contenders. As part of a team of pathologists, dentists, and other anthropologists, I analyzed X-rays, compared ante-mortem and post-mortem skeletal features, and interpreted injury patterns. It was a gruesome task, made even grimmer by the youth of most of those being analyzed. Each night, as I lay in bed, I thought of the families and assured myself that we would grant them closure of sorts. Then, specimen number 387 arrived at my station. I'd forgotten the foot until a body tracker brought it to me. Ryan and I had rarely crossed paths since our first breakfast. I'd been up and gone each day before 7, returning long after dark to shower and collapse into bed. We'd yet to discuss his role in the crash investigation. Because a Quebec law officer had been on the plane, the Canadian government had asked that Ryan be involved. All I knew was that the request had been granted. I emptied the body bag onto my table. There is little one can say from eyeballing a foot. This one had thickened yellow nails, a large bunion, and lateral displacement of the big toe, indicating an older adult. The size suggested female gender. Though the skin was the color of toast, I knew this meant nothing, since even short-term exposure can bleach or darken flesh. I popped the X-rays onto a lightbox. Unlike many of the films I'd viewed, these revealed no foreign objects embedded in the foot. Then I got my first surprise. The X-ray showed tiny white clouds floating among the toe bones and scooped out lesions at the joints. I recognized the symptoms immediately. Gout results from inadequate uric acid metabolism leading to the deposition of urate crystals, particularly in the hands and feet. Those affected experience intermittent periods of pain and swelling, with 90% of all cases occurring in men. So why was I seeing it in a female? I returned to the table, picked up a scalpel, and got my second surprise. Though refrigeration can cause drying and shrinkage, the foot looked different from the remains I'd been seeing. Even in the charred bodies and body parts I'd examined, the deep tissue remained firm and red, but the flesh inside the foot was soupy and discolored, as though something had accelerated its rate of decomposition. I made a note, planning to seek other opinions. Using my scalpel, I teased back muscle and tendon until I could position my calipers directly against the largest bone, the calcaneus. I measured its length and breadth, then the length of a metatarsal, and jotted the figures onto a form in the disaster victim packet and onto a page in a spiral pad. Stripping off my gloves, I washed and took the tablet to my laptop in the staff lounge. I called up a program called 4Disk 2.0, entered the data, and asked for a discriminant function analysis using the 2 calcaneal measurements. The foot classified as a black male. I tried a male-female comparison, independent of ancestry, and the program again placed the foot in the male range. Okay, jockey shorts fit with gout. Maybe the guy was small. Returning for the packet, I crossed to the identification section where a dozen computers sat on tables. I spotted a familiar figure, half-moon glasses on the end of her nose, upper teeth nibbling her lower lip. Primrose Hobbs had been an ER nurse for over 30 years when she switched from defibrillators to data sets and moved to the medical records department at Presbyterian Hospital in Charlotte. But she hadn't severed herself completely from the world of traumatic injury. When I joined DMORT, Primrose was already a seasoned member of the Region 4 team. Past 60, she was patient, efficient, and shocked by absolutely nothing. I dragged a folding chair next to hers. Can we run one? Primrose turned to me. What have you got? A left foot, definitely old, probably male, possibly black. Let's see who needs a foot. DMORT relies on a software package called VIP, which tracks the progress of remains, stores all data, and facilitates the comparison of antemortem and postmortem information. Primrose worked the keys, and a postmortem grid appeared. She moved sideways through the grid to a column headed Body Parts Not Recovered. To date, 4 bodies had been logged without a left foot. Primrose moved through the grid, highlighting each. Number 19 was a white male with an estimated age of 30. Number 38 was a white female with an estimated age of 20. Number 41 was an African-American female with an estimated age of 25. Number 52 was a male lower torso African-American with an estimated age of 45. It could be number 52, I said. Primrose scrolled to the height and weight columns. The gentleman tagged as number 52 was estimated to have stood 6'2" and weighed 250 pounds. No way, I corrected myself. This is not a sumo tootsie. Primrose leaned back and removed her glasses. You're sure it's male? I explained the discriminant function analysis. Well, maybe the computer got it wrong. That's very possible. What I do feel certain about is the age. This person was over 50. Quite a bit over, I think. Let's check the passenger list. She replaced the glasses, hit keys, and an antemortem grid appeared on the screen. Primrose clicked to the age column and asked the program to sort by that criterion. AirTrans South 228 had carried only 6 passengers over the age of 50. 4 males, 2 females, all white. I guess I better try another approach. For now, you can enter an age estimate of 50 plus, and the victim had gout. I collected the packet for number 387. I'll be back when I know more on this one. Returning to the foot, I removed and tagged a small plug of bone. If a reference sample could be found, DNA might prove useful in establishing identity. If not, DNA testing could determine gender, or could link the foot to other body parts, and a tattoo or dental crown might send the victim home. As I sealed the specimen bag and made notes in the file, something bothered me. Was the computer in error? Very possible. It happened all the time. But what about the advanced putrefaction? I cut a second slice of bone from the highest intact point on the tibia, tagged and sealed it. If the foot remained unidentified, I would attempt a more precise age estimate using histological features. I rebagged the foot, returned it to the body tracker in charge of the case, and moved on, continuing with a day identical to the previous 4. I'd lost all track of time when I glanced up to see Ryan rounding a stack of pine caskets at the far end of the fire station. He walked to my table, his face as tense as I'd ever seen it. How's it going? I asked, lowering my mask. It'll be a bloody decade before this is sorted out. His eyes were dark and shadowed, his face as pale as the flesh that lay between us. Are you all right? I asked gently. His jaw muscles bulged, relaxed. "Tyrell says you're done for the day." "But it's 8 o'clock. You've been here 13 hours. I looked at my watch. He went on. "Meet me back at the Temple of Love, and I'll update you on the investigation." 40 minutes later, Ryan and I sat with meatloaf sandwiches in the kitchen of High Ridge House. He'd just voiced his third complaint concerning the absence of beer. The weather had cooled, and Ryan was wearing a ski sweater, the cornflower blue a perfect match for his eyes. I swallowed a bite of my sandwich. "Tell me about the investigation. Have the flight recorders been found?" "Yes. They've been sent to the NTSB lab in Washington. But I've listened to a copy of the cockpit voice recording. Worst 22 minutes I've ever spent. The fact that the voice recorder worked as long as it did says something about breakup sequence, since power is lost to the recorders once the engines and generator go. But all they're saying now is that input ceased abruptly during a seemingly normal flight. That could indicate a mid-air disaster." I gave him a withering look. "Bomb or mechanical failure?" "Yes." Ryan swigged his lemonade, made a face, set it on the table. "What's the word from the body teams?" "We're finding penetrations and a lot of lower leg and ankle fractures. That's not typical of ground impact." I flashed back to the gouty foot and again felt puzzled. Ryan must have read my face. "What now, Buttercup?" "Ryan, can I bounce something off you?" "Shoot." "Remember the foot we rescued from the coyotes?" He nodded. "It doesn't match any passenger. Could someone have boarded without being listed?" "I can look into it. Airline employees sometimes ride free." I finished my pickle. "Or could someone have been transporting a biological specimen? The tissue breakdown seems more advanced." I popped the last of my sandwich into my mouth. Ryan spoke. "I think biological specimens have to be reported." "Maybe the coyotes got the foot someplace else." He looked at me skeptically. "Such as?" "An old cemetery?" "Air Trans-South 228 nosed into a cemetery?" I remembered my encounter with Simon Midkiff and realized how absurd I must sound. Nevertheless, Ryan's skepticism irked me. "You're the expert on canids. Surely you're aware that they drag things around." I gathered napkins and utensils and carried our plates to the sink. "Look, Brennan, how about we stroll Coyote Canyon tomorrow, see if anyone's pushing up daisies?" "Really?" "Anything to ease your troubled mind, Cupcake." That's not how it went. I spent the next morning separating flesh into 4 individuals. It was 12:15 when I looked at my watch. I had to hurry. I spotted Ryan through a small window in the morgue's back door. He was sitting on the steps as he spoke into a cell phone. Opening the door, I could hear that his words were English, his tone agitated, and I suspected the business was other than official. "Well, that's the way it's going to be." He turned a shoulder when he saw me, and his answers grew terse. "Do what you want, Danielle." I waited until he had disconnected, then joined him on the porch. He slid the phone into his pocket, his movements stiff and jerky. "What's your pleasure for lunch, Brennan? Fish or fowl?" I smiled. "Nice dodge, and about as subtle as a full-court press." "The home front is not your concern. Subtle enough?" Heat flamed my cheeks. "Have a lover's spat with the Archbishop of Canterbury for all I care. Just don't treat me to the performance." I whirled and lunged for the knob, my face burning with anger. Or was it humiliation? Or hurt? I'd spent a lot of time thinking of the man during his months undercover, but distancing Ryan had become so routine I'd never considered the possibility that someone else might enter his life. Was that now the case? While I wanted to know, I sure as hell wasn't going to ask. I turned to find Lark Tyrell regarding me intently. "You need some R&R. "I'm taking 2 hours this afternoon." I'd requested the break so Ryan and I could search the area where I'd found the foot. Now I'd have to do it alone. Lark tilted his chin toward the staff lounge. "Sandwich?" "Sure." Minutes later, we were seated at one of the folding tables. As we peeled cellophane and popped sodas, I remembered the M.E.'s first appearance at the site. "Lark, can I ask you something?" "Sure." He watched me carefully. When you and the lieutenant governor arrived last week, where did the chopper land? There's a house a spit west of the crash site. The pilot liked the lay of the land, so that's where he put us down. I palmed chips into my mouth. There's a landing strip? Hell no, just a small clearing. Why the questions? I told him about the foot. I didn't notice the cemetery, but there's no harm poking around out there. The day was clear but breezy, the smell of decay less apparent as I circled the debris field. I found Lark's opening and cut into the woods. I was wearing a bright yellow jacket, wanting to surprise no one, and hoping the Tommy Hilfiger colors would suggest avoidance to the coyote mind. If not, I'd zap the furry buggers. Inside my pocket I clutched a small can of mace. I continued along the subtle passageway, watching for critters or signs of internment. Lark's house meant human settlement, and I knew that old farmsteads often included family burials. Then, without warning, the trees gave way to a small clearing. Ahead sat a house, its back snugged to a sheer rock cliff that rose straight up for several hundred feet. I waved, waited, called out, hoping a Deliverance redneck did not have me in his crosshairs. Silence. Banjos dueling in my head, I walked to the front steps. A feeling of menace hung over the place. Hello? One look told me the house had not been thrown up quickly, or recently. Constructed of rock and thick, unstained planking, the place had clearly been built for function. I couldn't tell if it had last been visited at the end of the summer or the end of the Great Depression. Is anyone home? Nothing. Sidestepping to a window, I brought my eyes close to the shutters. Heavy, dark material hid the interior. I descended the steps, circled the house on an overgrown flagstone path, and stepped through an arch into a small courtyard. Except for moss, nothing grew on the hard-packed, moist ground. The yard had only one entrance, so I retraced my steps and surveyed the far side of the property. I saw no evidence of burials, disturbed or intact. My only discovery was a broken metal bar. Frustrated, I returned to the front porch, inserted the bar between the shutters, and pried gently. There was no give. I looked at my watch, 2:45. This was useless, and stupid if the property wasn't abandoned. And I had to admit, the place creeped me out. Deciding to make inquiries in town, I dropped the bar and headed back to the crash site. Ryan was lying in wait when I arrived at High Ridge House shortly after 9. I didn't see him until he spoke. Looks like we've got an explosion. I paused, one hand on the screen door handle, and turned in the direction of the porch swing. Ryan had one heel on the banister and was pushing himself slowly back and forth. When he drew on his cigarette, a tiny red glow lighted his face. It's certain? As Madonna's lost virginity. I hesitated, wanting news of the investigation, but wary of the bearer. It's been a sincerely fucked up day, Brennan. I apologize for any misbehavior. Though I'd had little time to dwell on it, the noontime confrontation had led me to a decision. I was ending the circle of disaster that had been my relationship with Ryan. From now on, our interactions would be strictly professional. Tell me. Ryan patted the swing. Sit. In the half-light of the overhead bulb, Ryan's face looked drained of life. Placing my pack between us, I dropped onto the swing. They're seeing the fibers of some materials driven through other undamaged materials. All under high-powered microscopes, of course. They're also finding heat fractures and flash melting at the ends of some fibers. It adds up to explosion. I zipped my jacket and tucked my hands into the pockets. Caused by... bomb, missile, mechanical failure. Missile? It was the first I'd heard of that possibility. Not likely, but it's been suggested. Remember all the hoopla about a missile bringing down TWA 800? I nodded. These hills are home to a number of militia groups. Any idea where this explosion was centered? It's too early to tell. The Captain Interior Documentation Group is compiling a seat damage chart that'll help pinpoint the blast. Headlights appeared. Ryan and I watched them swing onto the drive, then cut out in the lot to the left of the house. Moments later, a figure materialized on the path. When it crossed in front of us, Ryan spoke. "Long day? Who's that?" The man was barely an imprint against the black of the sky. "Andy Ryan." "Well, bonsoir, sir. I'd forgotten you were billeted here." The voice sounded like years of whiskey. All I could make of its owner was a burly man in a dozer cap. "I'd buy you a beer, but the bar just closed." The man climbed to the porch, dragged a chair opposite the swing, placed an athletic bag beside it, and sat. The dim light revealed a fleshy nose and cheeks mottled with broken veins. When introduced, FBI Special Agent Byron McMahon removed the hat and bowed in my direction. I saw thick white hair centered and splayed like a cock's comb. Unzipping the bag, McMahon produced a six-pack of Coors. "This one's on me." Ryan pulled a beer from the plastic web. McMahon waggled a can at me. I wanted that beer as much as I'd wanted anything in a long time. But I'd learned some things about myself. It had taken years, but I now understood that every double helix in me carries a pledge to Bacchus. Though craving the release, I knew the euphoria would be temporary, the anger and self-loathing would last a long time. I could not drink. "No, thanks." "There's plenty where this came from." "That's the problem." McMahon smiled, freed a can, and dropped the others into his bag. Ryan spoke. "So, what's the thinking at the FBI?" "Some son of a bitch blew a plane out of the sky." "Who does the Bureau like?" "Your biker buddies score high on a lot of dance cards. This Petrocelli was well connected." "And?" "Could be a professional hit. We're also not forgetting our local resources, of course." "Local resources?" I asked. "2 county preachers who live near here. The Reverend Isaiah Claiborne swears the Reverend Luke Bowman shot the plane down. They're rival snake handlers." "Snake handlers?" I ignored Ryan's question. "Claiborne witnessed something?" "He insists he saw a white streak shoot from behind Bowman's house, followed by an explosion." "Is the FBI taking him seriously?" McMahon shrugged. "The time tallies. The location would be right with regard to the flight path." McMahon drained his beer and crumpled the can. Rising, he wished us both a good evening and headed for the door. Save for the creak of Ruby's planters, the porch was totally quiet. Ryan lit a cigarette, then, "Did you do coyote patrol?" "Yes. No coyotes, no exposed coffins." "Did you find anything interesting?" I stood. "A house." "Is the place abandoned?" I slung my pack over one shoulder and considered the question. "I'm not sure. The house is so well built, it's hard to know if it's being maintained or if it's just impervious to damage. There is one peculiar thing." He waited. "From the front, the place is just another unpainted mountain lodge, but around back it has a walled enclosure and a courtyard." Ryan's face went apricot, receded into the darkness. "Tell me about these snake handlers." "Another time." The next day honored someone, Christopher Columbus, I think. I drove to the morgue through mist so thick it obliterated the mountains, and worked until 10:30. When I broke for coffee, Lark Tyrell was in the staff room. "There's something we need to talk about, Tempe." "Sure." "Not here." He looked at me a long time, and I felt a prick of anxiety. Taking my arm, he propelled me out the back door. "Tempe, there's been a complaint." I waited. "It's about you." "Me?" I was incredulous. "What did I do?" "The complaint cites unprofessional behavior of a nature sufficient to compromise the investigation." "Such as?" "Entering the site without authority and mishandling evidence." I stared at him in disbelief. "I had authorization to enter the crash site last week. Earl Bliss sent me there, you know that." Lark rubbed a hand across his chin. "See, here's the problem, Tempe. At that point, demort hadn't been requested." I was stunned. In what way did I mishandle evidence? "Did you pick up remains that hadn't been logged?" "The foot." "I told you about that, Lark. Had I left that foot, it would now be coyote dung. Talk to Andrew Ryan. He was there." "I'll do that." He reached out and squeezed my arm. "We'll sort this out." "Lark, you're taking this seriously?" "I have no choice." I blinked back tears. "Who made this complaint?" He dropped his hand and stared off at the mist. I can't tell you that, but I will tell you that powerful people are involved. I took a deep breath. What happens now? He looked straight at me, and his voice softened. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. It was my turn to stare into the mist. High Ridge House was deserted in the middle of the day. I left a note for Ruby, thanking her and apologizing for my abrupt departure. Then I gathered my belongings, tossed them into my Mazda, and drove off so fast the tires threw up a gravel spray. For a week, I'd been working under brutal conditions, seeing, smelling, and feeling death, then had been dismissed like a servant suspected of stealing. Besides the professional humiliation, there was the personal letdown. Though we'd been friends for years and Lark knew I was scrupulous about professional ethics, he hadn't defended me. By the outskirts of Charlotte, my cascading fury had congealed into cold resolve. I would find out what this grievance was, quash it, and finish my work. My empty townhouse destroyed that resolve. No one to greet me, no one to hold me and tell me I'd be fine. I decided to collect Bertie. At least he would purr in my lap. Pete still lives in the house we shared for almost 12 years. A furry brown face watched through the fence as I swung onto the drive. When I climbed from the car, it crinkled and gave a low "Rrrr." I slammed the door. Is he here? The dog lowered its head, and a purple tongue dropped from its mouth. I circled to the front and rang. No response. I rang again. A key still hung from my chain, but I wouldn't use it. Though we'd been living apart for over 2 years, Pete and I were still stepping carefully in establishing the new order between us. The sharing of keys involved an intimacy I didn't want to imply. But it was Thursday afternoon, and Pete would be at the office, and I wanted my cat. I was digging in my purse when the door opened. "Hello, attractive stranger. Need a place to sleep?" said Pete, surveying me from top to bottom. I was wearing the khakis and Doc Martens I'd donned for the morgue at 6 that morning. Pete was perfect in a 3-piece suit and Gucci loafers. "I thought you'd be at work." He lowered his voice and gestured me close, as if imparting secure information. "Rendezvous with the plumber." "I came for Bertie. I think he's free." Pete stepped back. I entered a foyer lighted by my great-aunt's chandelier. He's been keeping to the upper decks since Boyd checked in. "Boyd's the dog?" A nod. "Yours?" "Interesting point. Have a seat and I'll share with you the saga of Boyd." Pete got pretzels from the kitchen and joined me on the couch. "Boyd belongs to one Harvey Alexander Deneen, a gentleman recently in need of pro bono defense. Completely surprised by his arrest and lacking family, Harvey requested that I look after his dog until the misunderstanding with the state was cleared up." "And you agreed?" Pete licked salt from a pretzel. I appreciated his confidence in me. "And?" "Boyd's on his own for a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 20. I figured he'd get hungry." "What is he?" "Boyd's a chow, or at least most of him is. We'd need DNA testing to clarify the rest." We made small talk for a while, then Pete invited me for dinner. Our usual routine went, he asked, I refused. Today, I thought of Lark's allegations and my empty condo. "What are you serving?" His eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Linguine con sauce vongole. A Pete specialty. Canned clams on overcooked pasta." "Why don't I pick up steaks while you deal with the plumber? When the pipes are flowing, we can grill the meat." "It will be good for Bird to see that we're friends. I think he still blames himself." Pure Pete. Boyd joined us at dinner, sitting beside the table, eyes glued to the New York strips. Pete and I talked about Katie, about old friends, and about old times. I was pleased that we'd reached a comfort level at which normal conversation was possible. Time flew, and Lark and his complaint receded from my thoughts. After dessert, we took coffee to the den and switched on the news. The Air Trans-South crash was the lead story. To date, 47 victims had been identified, and the investigation was continuing around the clock. "It's smart they're giving you time off," Pete said. I didn't answer. I felt a tremor in my chest and kept my eyes on my Doc Martens. Pete slid close and raised my chin with an index finger. "Hey, babe, you okay?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "You don't look too okay. Do you want to tell me about it?" I must have, for the words poured out. I left out nothing but Andrew Ryan. When I finally wound down, my feet were curled beneath me, and I was clutching a throw pillow to my chest. Pete took my hand, his eyes still steady on my face. "What are you going to do about it?" "What can I do?" I said irritably, pulling free. "Your DMORT commander will clear up the issue of entering the site. The foot is central to the rest. How strongly do you feel about this foot?" "I don't think it fits with anyone on the passenger list." "Is there any other test that can more firmly establish your age estimate?" Pete, the lawyer. "I'll check the histology once the samples are processed." "When is that?" "Slide preparation is taking forever." "Tempe, go there tomorrow, get your slides bumped. Don't quit until you know the guy's collar size." "I could try." "Do it. Then ID Footman and shove it up Tyrell's ass." "How do I do that?" "If your foot didn't come from the plane, it must be local. Start by finding out who owns that property." "How do I do that?" "Check the title to the property and the tax rolls at the county courthouse." "Can you walk me through that?" I took notes as he talked. By the time he finished, my resolve was back. "Thank you so much, Pete." I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Without hesitating, he drew me in. Before I could pull back, he returned my cheek kiss, then another, then his lips slid to my neck, my ear, my mouth. I smelled the familiar mix of sweat and Aramis, and a million images burst in my brain. I thought of my silent apartment. I thought of Lark and his powerful people, of Ryan and the unknown Danielle, of separation and distance. Then Pete's hand slid to my breast. I thought of nothing else. I awoke to the sound of a phone. Pete had drawn the shades, and the room was so dim I needed several rings to locate it. It was Pete. I heard voices in the background and looked at the clock. 8:10. "Are you at work?" "Yes, ma'am." "Why are you phoning?" "You asked me to wake you." "Oh." An old routine. "Thanks." "No problem. And thanks for keeping Birdie." I hung up and took a long shower. When I'd toweled off and wrapped my hair, I studied myself in the mirror. Question: what was I thinking last night? Answer: I wasn't. I was angry, hurt, vulnerable, and alone. And I hadn't had sex in a very long time. Question: would it happen again? Answer: no. Why not? Why not? I still loved Pete. I had since first laying eyes on him on the steps of the law school library. I'd loved him as he lied about his tryst with Judy, then Ellen. I'd loved him as I packed and left 2 years ago, and I obviously still found him sexy as hell. My sister Harry has a Texas expression: flat-ass stupid. Though I love Pete and find him sexy, I am not flat-ass stupid. That's why it would not happen again. I was positioning my panties when my cell phone rang. Racing to the bedroom, I upended my purse, retrieved the phone, and hit the button. "Where have you disappeared to?" Ryan's voice was completely unexpected. I hesitated, unable to think of a thing to say. "Hello?" "I'm here." "Here where?" "I'm in Charlotte." There was a pause. Ryan broke it. "Brennan, this whole thing is a crock of shit." "Have you talked to Tyrell?" "Briefly." "Did you describe the coyote scene?" "Vividly." "This isn't Tyrell's idea." "Brennan, there's something off-center about the whole thing." "What do you mean?" "Tyrell was jumpy. I've only known him a week, but jumpy is not normal demeanor for him. Something is making him squirm. He knows you didn't tamper with remains, and he knows Earl Bliss ordered you up here last week." "So who's behind the complaint?" "I don't know, but I sure as hell intend to find out." "It's not your problem, Ryan." "Look, why don't you get back up here and tell this Tyrell... First, I want to check some bone samples to make sure I'm right on my age estimate. If that foot didn't come from the plane, the tampering charges will be irrelevant. Have you turned up any unlisted passengers? Nope. Hanover swears deadheading is strictly regulated. No paper, no ride. The Air Trans-South employees we've interviewed confirm their CEO's claim. Anyone who might have been transporting body parts? No anatomists, anthropologists, podiatrists, orthopedic surgeons, or corrective footwear salesmen. I hesitated. Has Jean been identified? No. He and Petricelli remain among the missing. You all right? Tough as nails. How about you? Feeling lonely all by yourself? I'm fine, I said, staring at the bed I'd just vacated. North Carolina has a centralized medical examiner system with headquarters in Chapel Hill and regional offices in Winston-Salem, Greenville, and Charlotte. Due to geography and to its physical layout, the Charlotte branch, dubbed the Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner, was chosen for the processing of specimens collected at the incident morgue in Bryson City. 20 minutes after finally donning the panties, I pulled into the MCME lot. Locking the car, I walked to the low-rise red brick structure and was buzzed through the glass doors. After greeting the ladies up front, I checked in with Tim Larrabee, the Mecklenburg County ME. He led me to a computer set aside for crash victim processing and pulled up case number 387. It was probably violating the terms of my banishment, but I had to take the chance. DNA testing was being done at the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Crime Laboratory, and those results were not yet available. But the histology was ready. The samples I'd cut from the ankle and foot bones had been shaved into slivers less than 100 microns thick, processed, stained, and placed on slides. I got them and settled at a microscope. When magnified and viewed under polarized light, osteons, the basic unit of bone, resemble tiny volcanoes. The number of volcanoes increases with age, as does the count of abandoned calderas. By determining the density of these features, one arrives at an age estimate. Moving from slide to slide, I studied the miniature landscapes, carefully counting and recording the features. When I'd finished and plugged my totals into the proper formulae, I had my answer. The owner of the foot had been at least 65, probably nearer to 70. I leaned back and considered that. No one on the manifest was close to that range. What were the options? 1. An unlisted traveler was on board. A senior citizen stowaway? Unlikely. 2. A passenger had carried the foot on board. Ryan said they'd found no one whose profile suggested an interest in body parts. 3. The foot was unrelated to Air Trans-South 228. I dug a card from my purse, checked the number, and dialed. Swain County Sheriff's Department. Lucy Crow, please. Who's calling? I gave my name and waited. Moments later, I heard the gravelly voice. I probably shouldn't be talking to you. You've heard. I've heard. You've got 'em buzzing at the top of the heap. What do you mean? I just had a call from Parker Davenport. The lieutenant governor? Himself ordered me to keep you off the crash site. Doesn't he have better things to worry about? Apparently you're a hot topic. Why are you talking to me then? Gut instinct. I described the foot and my reasons for doubting its association with the crash. Sheriff, could you check on missing persons for Swain and the surrounding counties? Got any descriptors besides age? 63 to 66 inches in height, with bad feet. When the DNA's in, I'll know the gender. Time frame? Despite the soft tissue preservation, I decided on broad parameters. 1 year. I know we've got some here in Swain. I'll pull those up, and I suppose there's no harm in sending out a few queries. When we disconnected, I sealed the slide case and returned it to the technician. As I drove toward home, new questions burned in my brain. Could Parker Davenport be Tyrell's powerful people? I thought of Ryan's advice. Pete's. Both were saying the same thing. I placed a call. Ruby answered after 2 rings. I identified myself and asked if Magnolia was available. The room's empty, but I offered it to one of the downstairs boarders. Must be the Lord's will the other one hasn't moved up there yet. Yes, I answered, with an enthusiasm I didn't feel. The Lord's will. The sky was resolutely blue as I entered the gates and circled the grounds toward my condo. I live at Carroll Hall, a turn-of-the-century estate in the elegant old neighborhood of Myers Park. While most of the hall's residents occupy the main house, my condo is a tiny structure on the western edge of the property. For lack of a better term, it is simply called the Annex. Rounding the Annex, I was surprised to see Pete's Porsche parked next to my patio, Boyd's head protruding from the passenger side. Through the back window, I could see Bertie in his travel cage. My cat did not look pleased with the transport arrangements. As I pulled parallel to Pete's car, he rounded the building. "Jesus, am I glad I caught you." His face looked anxious. "What is it?" "A client's knitting plant just went up in flames. The case is certain to become a matter of litigation, and I've got to get out there with some experts before would-be fire inspectors muck things up." "Out where?" "Indianapolis. I was hoping you'd take Boyd for a couple of days." The tongue disappeared, dropped again. "Pete, I'm leaving for Bryson City." "Boyd loves the Highlands. He'd be protection." Boyd's chin now rested on the window ledge, and saliva trickled down the car's outside panel. "That's a stretch." "Really? Harvey didn't like unexpected visitors, so he trained Boyd to sniff out strangers." "Isn't there a kennel where he can board?" "It's full." He glanced at his watch, then gave me his most beguiling choir boy look. "And my flight leaves in an hour." Pete had never refused when I needed help with Bertie. "Go. I'll figure something out." Pete squeezed both my arms. "You're my hero." There are 23 kennels in the greater Charlotte area. It took an hour to establish that 14 were fully booked, 5 did not answer, 2 could not accommodate a dog over 50 pounds, and 2 would take no dog without a personal interview. Desperate, I made another call. Ruby was less fastidious. For $3 a day, the dog was welcome, no personal audience required. My neighbor took Bertie, and the chow and I hit the road. By 5, I'd settled Boyd into a run behind High Ridge House, and myself into Magnolia. Then I drove to the sheriff's headquarters. Lucy Crowe waved me into her office, and I took one of 2 chairs. The seafoam eyes were just as startling as on our first meeting. "What have you got?" That foot was walking the earth at least 65 years. No one on the plane had that privilege. I need to establish that this was not crash evidence. The sheriff opened a folder and spread its contents on her blotter. "I've got 3 missing persons. Jeremiah Mitchell, black male, age 72, disappeared from Waynesville 8 months ago. According to patrons at the Mighty High Tap, Mitchell left the bar around midnight to buy hooch. That was February 15th. Mitchell's neighbor reported him missing 10 days later. He hadn't been seen since." "No family?" "None listed." "Height?" She ran a finger down one of the papers. 5'6". Folks figure he got himself lost and died of exposure. "Who else?" She read from another form. "George Adair, white male, age 67, disappeared 2 weeks ago. Wife said he went fishing with a buddy and never came back." "What was the buddy's story?" "Woke one morning and Adair wasn't in the tent. Waited a day, then packed up and went home." "Where was this fatal fishing trip?" She swiveled and stabbed at a spot on a wall map behind her. "And where's the crash site?" Her finger barely moved. "Who's contestant number 3? She turned back. "Joseph Wanata, age 69, Cherokee from the reservation. Failed to show up for his grandson's birthday on July 27th. Family reported him missing on August 26th, when he pulled a no-show for his own party." "The family waited a month?" "Except in winter. Joseph spends most of his time out in the woods. He has a string of camps, works a circuit hunting and fishing." She leaned back. "Looks like Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition. If it's one of these guys, nail the race and you got your man." Back at High Ridge House, I took Boyd for a long walk, or he took me. By the time we reached his pen, my right arm was dead and my calves ached. I was closing the gate when I heard Ryan's voice. "Who's your friend?" "Boyd, and he's seriously vicious." I was still out of breath, and the words came out chopped and ragged. "Did you do your age thing?" I nodded. I was right on. I checked the lock, then turned to face him. "Sheriff Crow's got 3 elderly MPs. Any scoop on the Bates Motel?" "Nada. No one knows the place exists. Either that or no one's talking. I'm going to check the tax rolls as soon as the courthouse opens tomorrow. Crow's following up on the MPs. Tomorrow's Saturday." Damn. Preoccupied with Lark's dismissal of me, I'd lost all track of the days. Government buildings are closed on weekends. Damn, I repeated for emphasis, and turned back toward the house. As I was barred from the morgue and persona non grata with my colleagues, further research into the foot was at a standstill. The next day, the weather had warmed, and at 1:30 in the afternoon the temperature was in the low 80s. Indian summer in Cherokee country. I took Boyd for another walk. Though the dog was delighted, the outing was really for me. I was restless and edgy and needed physical exertion. Crow hadn't called, and I couldn't get into the courthouse until Monday. I tried reading, but by 3:30 could take it no longer. Grabbing purse and keys, I set out, going somewhere. I'd hardly left Bryson City when I passed a mile marker for Cherokee. Joseph Wanata was a Cherokee. Was he living on the reservation at the time of his disappearance? I couldn't remember. In 15 minutes, I was there. I parked in a small lot several blocks off the main drag. For the next hour, I joined the tourist mass, swarming walkways and businesses. I inspected authentic wooden tomahawks, ceramic buffalo, acrylic blankets, and plastic arrows, and marveled at the ringing of the cash registers. Had there ever been buffalo in North Carolina? Despite the culture of commercialism, I enjoyed stepping back from my normal world. Women with bite marks on their breasts, toddlers with vaginal abrasions, drifters with bellies full of antifreeze, a severed foot. I bought postcards, peanut butter fudge, a caramel apple. My problems with Lark Tyrell and my confusion about Pete and Ryan receded to another galaxy. Walking past the Boot Hill leather shop, I had a sudden impulse. Beside Pete's bed, I'd noticed slippers that Katie had given him when she was 6 years old. I'd buy him moccasins as a thank you for boosting my spirits. Or whatever it was that he had boosted. As I was poking through bins, another thought struck me. Perhaps genuine imitation Native American footwear would cheer Ryan's spirits over the loss of his partner. Okay, 2 for 1. Pete was easy. 11D translates to large in moccasin. What the hell did Ryan wear? I was comparing sizes, debating whether an extra large would fit a 6'3" Irish Canadian from Nova Scotia, when a series of synapses fired in my brain. Foot bones. Soldiers in Southeast Asia. Formulae for distinguishing Asian remains from those of American blacks and whites. Could it work? Had I taken the necessary measurements? Grabbing 1 large and 1 extra large, I paid and raced for the parking lot, anxious to return to Magnolia to check my spiral notebook. I was approaching my car when I heard an engine, glanced up, and saw a black Volvo moving in my direction. At first, my mind didn't register danger, but the car kept coming. Fast. Too fast for a parking lot. The car was speeding directly toward me. Move! I didn't know which way to throw myself. I guessed left and hit the ground. In seconds, the Volvo flashed by, showering me with dirt and gravel. The engine sounds receded. I rolled and pushed myself to a sitting position, brushed dirt from my clothes, and glanced around. I was alone in the lot. Rising on shaky legs, I threw my purse and package into the back seat, slid behind the wheel, and hit the locks. Then I sat a moment, massaging my throbbing shoulder. What the hell had just happened? All the way to High Ridge House, I replayed the scene. Was I becoming paranoid, or had someone tried to run me down? Back in Ruby's kitchen, I made tea and drank it slowly. By the time I'd climbed to Magnolia, my nerves had calmed and my hands were steady. I made a call to the university in Charlotte, not really expecting an answer. My assistant picked up on the first ring. "Alex, what are you doing at the lab on Saturday?" "Grading exercises." "Where are you?" Bryson City. I thought you were finished there. Your job was finished. She trailed off, unsure what to say. Her embarrassment told me that news of my dismissal had reached the university. I'll explain when I get back. Listen, can you grab the lab copy of my book? I'd been the editor of a book of forensic techniques, which had become a leading text in its field, largely due to the excellent work of the contributing authors I had managed to assemble, but including a couple of my own chapters as well. Hold on. In seconds, she was back. What do you need? There's a chapter on population differences in the Calcaneus. See if there's a table that gives the unstandardized canonical discriminant function coefficients for American Indians, blacks, and whites. I would need these figures for comparison to coefficients I would derive from the unknown foot. There was a long pause. I could picture her scanning the text, forehead creasing, glasses creeping down her nose. Table 4. Will you fax that article for me? Sure. I gave her Primrose Hobbs' name and the fax number at the incident morgue in Bryson City. Hanging up, I dug out the notes I'd taken on case number 387. When I punched another number and asked for Primrose Hobbs, a voice told me she was not there, but asked if I would like her number at the Riverbank Inn. Primrose also answered on the first ring. This was my lucky day. Hey, sweetie pie, how you doing? I'm good, Primrose. Don't you let these slanders get you down. God will do what God will do, and he knows it's all bunk. Her voice was as soothing as a Brandenburg concerto. Primrose, I need a favor. Just ask, sugar. I gave a condensed version of the history of the foot, and Primrose agreed to go to the morgue early Sunday morning. She would read the facts, call me, and I would walk her through the missing measurements. I thanked her for her loyalty and disconnected. The next morning I slept until 8, fed Boyd, and overdosed on one of Ruby's mountain breakfasts. I was climbing to Magnolia when my cell phone rang. It was Primrose, calling from the incident morgue. Did you get the facts? I surely did. Studied the descriptions and diagrams and took every measurement. We compared Primrose's data with that which I'd already collected. Each of your measurements is within 1 millimeter of mine, I said. You're good. You got that right. Confident that inter-observer error would not be a problem, I thanked her and asked when I could get the article. She suggested I meet her at the parking lot gate in 20 minutes. In her opinion, entry into the morgue was not yet an option for me. Primrose must have been watching, for as soon as I left the highway, she emerged through the morgue's back door and began picking her way across the lot, cane in one hand, plastic grocery bag in the other. Meanwhile, the guard came forward, read my license plate, and checked a clipboard. Then he shook his head, held one hand in a halt gesture, and signaled me to reverse direction with the other. Primrose approached him and said a few words. Old black woman to young black man. The guard rolled his eyes, then folded his hands across his chest and watched her continue toward my car, a 5-star general in boots, fatigues, and granny bun. Leaning on her cane, she handed the bag through the driver's side window. Don't you pay this trouble no mind, Tempy. You haven't done any of those things, and they'll see that soon. Thanks, Primrose. You're right, but it's hard. Course it is. In the meantime, you just take one day at a time. One damn day at a time. With that, she turned and set off toward the morgue. I'd rarely heard Primrose Hobbs curse. Back in my room, I pulled out the article, flipped to Table 4, plugged in the measurements, and did the math. The foot classified as American Indian. George Adair was white, Jeremiah Mitchell was black. Unless he'd wandered back to the reservation, Joseph Wanata was looking like a match. I checked my watch, 10:45. Late enough. The sheriff was not in. No, they would not phone her at home. No, they would not give out her pager number. Was this an emergency? They would relay the message that I had called. Damn, why hadn't I gotten Crow's pager number? For the next 2 hours I engaged in irrelevant activity, directed by the brain for tension relief rather than goal attainment. I was testing the ring options on my phone when a strange baying arose from the yard. Peering through the screen, I saw Boyd seated in the middle of his run, head thrown back, a wail rising from his throat. Grabbing jacket and leash, I headed out. We'd gone perhaps a half-mile when Boyd froze and his head shot up. The fur went stiff along his spine, his mouth half opened, and a growl rose from the back of his throat. "What is it, boy?" Ignoring my question, the dog lunged, ripping the leash from my grip, and charged into the woods. "Boyd!" I could hear him through the trees, barking like he was on scrapyard sentry duty. "Boyd, come back here!" I left the road and followed the noise. I found him 10 yards in, dashing back and forth, yapping at the base of a white oak. "Boyd!" He skidded to a stop and looked in my direction. Dogs have a fixed facial musculature, making them incapable of expression. Nevertheless, Boyd's eyebrows made a movement that clearly communicated his disbelief. I pointed a finger and held it on him. "Boyd, sit!" He looked at the oak, back at me, then sat. Never lowering the finger, I picked my way to him and regained the leash. "Come on, dog breath," I said, patting his head, then tugging him toward the road. Boyd twisted and yipped at the oak. "What is it?" "Okay, show me." I gave him some leash, and he dragged me toward the tree. 2 feet from it, he barked and whipped around, eyes shining with excitement. I parted the vegetation with a boot. A dead squirrel lay among the sow thistle, orbits empty, brown tissue sheathing its bones like a dark, leathery shroud. I looked at the dog. "Is this what's got your fur in a twist?" He dropped on front paws, rump in the air, then rose and took 2 hops backward. "It's dead, Boyd." "Let's go, mighty tracker." The rest of the walk was uneventful. Boyd found no more corpses. Rounding the last curve, I was surprised to see a cruiser parked under the trees at High Ridge House, a Swain County Sheriff's Department shield on its side. Lucy Crow stood on the front steps, a Dr. Pepper in one hand, smoky hat in the other. "Nice dog," said Crow. "I'm minding him for a few days." "I had a talk with the Wanata family. Joseph still hasn't returned." I waited while she sipped her soda. "They say he stood about 5'7". "Did he complain about his feet?" "Apparently he never complained about anything. Didn't talk much at all, liked to be alone. But here's an interesting sidebar. One of Joseph's campsites was out at Running Goat Ranch." "Where's Running Goat Ranch?" "Spit and a half from your walled enclosure." "No shit." "No shit." "I've got another sidebar," I said, my excitement growing. I told her about the discriminant function classification, placing the foot bones closest to those of Native Americans. "Sheriff, can you get a warrant?" "Based on what?" I ticked off points by raising fingers. "An elderly Native American went missing in your county. I have a body part fitting that profile. This body part was recovered in close proximity to a location frequented by your missing person." She cocked an eyebrow, then did her own ticking. "A body part that might or might not be related to an aviation disaster. An old man who might or might not be dead. A property that might or might not be implicated in either situation." I pushed. "Sheriff, let's at least go to his camp and look around." She thought a moment, then looked at her watch. "That I can do." I gestured at Boyd. "Give me 5 minutes." She nodded. "Come on, boy." The head came up and the eyebrows puckered. A ping in my mind. The dead squirrel. My line of work makes me unusually sensitive to the smell of putrefaction, yet I hadn't detected a trace. Boyd went ballistic at 10 yards. "Could the dog ride along?" I asked. "He's not cadaver trained, but he's pretty good at sniffing out carrion." A nod. "He sits in back." I opened the door and whistled. Boyd bounded over and leaped in. 11 days had passed since the Air Trans-South crash. All remains had been taken to the morgue, and the last of the wreckage was being hauled down the mountain. The recovery operation was winding down, and the change was evident. The county road was now open, though a sheriff's deputy protected the entrance to the Forest Service road. Crow cut the engine where the road ended, about a half-mile beyond the cutoff to the crash site. Clipping a radio to her belt, she crossed the gravel track and walked the uphill side, carefully studying the tree line. I leashed Boyd and followed, keeping him as close to me as I could. The land climbed steeply, leveled off, then shot downward into a valley. As we moved further and further from the road, the trees closed around us and everything started to look the same. But the landmarks given by the Wanata family made sense to the sheriff. It took Crow 40 minutes to locate Joseph's cabin. I probably would have walked right past it. The camp looked as though it had been thrown up in an afternoon. The shack was wood, the floor dirt, the roof corrugated tin, extended in front to provide shelter for a makeshift bench beside the door. Gingerly, I cracked the door and stuck my head inside. In the gloom, I could make out a cot, an aluminum lawn chair, and a collapsible table. Fishing gear, a bucket, a shovel, and a lantern hung from nails. Kerosene cans lined the floor. That was it. Lacking a real plan, Crow and I decided to split up. She searched the creek bank while I walked the surrounding woods. My canine companion sniffed and peed contentedly. Crow reappeared as I was poking through the refuse heap. She knew what I was thinking. Without a word, she pulled a small spiral-bound atlas from her jacket and flipped through the pages. "Show me," she said, handing me the book. The map she'd chosen was a close-up of the piece of Swain County in which we stood. Using elevation lines, the county road, and the logging trails, I located the crash site. Then I estimated the position of the courtyard house and pointed to it. "Here." Crow studied the topography around my finger. "It's less than a mile." "Can you find it?" A nod. "I can find it." We spent an hour threading our way through trees and brush, following a track that was clear to Crow but invisible to me. Then, at an ancient pine, its trunk knotted and worn, we emerged onto a path that even I could recognize. We came to a high wall, vaguely familiar from my previous visit. Every sense sharpened as we moved along the mossy stone. I had my bearings. We'd approached from the rear of the property. The house lay ahead of us, its back to the escarpment. The wall we'd been skirting surrounded a larger area than I'd noted on my first visit. The courtyard was within the larger enclosure. "I'll be damned." Crow reached down and released the safety on her gun. She called out as I had done. Called again. Eyes and ears alert, we proceeded to the house and climbed the steps. The shutters were still closed, the windows still draped. I was gripped by the same sense of foreboding as on my first visit. Crow stepped to the side of the door and gestured with an arm. When Boyd and I had moved behind her, she knocked. Still no answer. Crow raised her eyes and looked around. "No phone lines, no power lines." "Sheriff, do you want to see the courtyard?" She looked at me, her eyes unblinking. "Not without a warrant, I don't." "Let's go. I'll buy you Dr. Pepper." At that moment, a light rain began to fall. I listened to drops tick softly on the porch roof, frustration seething in me. Every cell in my being was telling me that something important lay close at hand. Something evil. Could I run Boyd around the property, see if he has any thoughts? "Keep him outside the walls, I've got no objection. I'll check for vehicular access. If folks are coming here, they must be driving." For 15 minutes, Boyd and I crisscrossed the brush to the west of the house, much as I had on my first trip. The dog showed no reaction. Though I was beginning to suspect the squirrel hit had been a fluke, I decided to make one last sweep. We were 20 feet from the wall when Boyd's head snapped up. His body tensed, and the hair prickled along his back. He rotated his snout, testing the air. Then he lunged, choking and barking as though possessed. I staggered, barely able to hold him. "What is it, boy?" I hesitated, heart pounding. Then I unwrapped the leash and let it fall. Boyd flew to the wall and exploded in a frenzy of barking approximately 6 feet south of the back corner. I could see that the mortar was crumbling at that point and that a dozen stones had tumbled free, leaving a gap between the ground and the wall's foundation. I ran to the dog, crouched at his shoulder, and inspected the gap. The soil was moist and discolored. Overturning a fallen stone, I saw a dozen tiny brown objects. Instantly, I knew what Boyd had found. I'd had all night to worry over Boyd's discovery. Though I was sure his nose and my instincts were correct, I wanted proof. I did not go to the Swain County Courthouse on Monday. Instead, I recrossed the mountains west to Tennessee, and by mid-morning had approached the entrance to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. After showing ID at a guardhouse, I drove across a vast parking area to the reception center. My host was waiting, signed me in, and we returned to the car. Laszlo Sparks was in his 30s, but already nurturing a stout paunch. He had short, slightly bowed limbs and a round face, pockmarked on the cheeks. Years earlier, Laszlo had needed bone for his master's research in anthropology, and I'd provided samples. We'd kept in touch throughout his doctoral work, and during the decade he'd been a research scientist at Oak Ridge. Laszlo waited while I retrieved a small cooler from the trunk, then led me into the building and up the stairs to his lab. The room was small and windowless, every millimeter crammed with battered steel desks, computers, printers, refrigerators, and a million machines that glowed and hummed. When I handed the cooler to him, he removed a plastic bag and peeked inside. "Give this to me again?" he said, sniffing the bag's contents. As I explained my trek with Lucy Crowe, Laszlo poured dirt from the bag into a glass container. Then he began entering information onto a blank form. "Where did you sample?" I collected where the dog indicated, under the wall and under the stones that had fallen out. I figured that soil would be most protected. Good thinking. Normally the corpse acts as a shield for the soil, but stones would have had the same effect. I indicated a plastic vial. "The pupae are what tipped me." Laszlo withdrew the jar, twisted off the lid, and shook a number of casings into the palm of his hand. Each looked like a miniature football. He replaced the casings. "Maggot pupae definitely suggest the presence of a corpse." I watched him filter soil through a stainless steel sieve. "Laszlo, exactly what do you look for in the soil?" "I don't use soil, I use soil solution." I must have looked blank. "The liquid component between soil particles. But first I have to clean it." He placed the soil in a centrifuge tube and added water. The tube went onto a vortex for 1 minute to mix the solution. Then he transferred it to a centrifuge and closed the lid. "I'll centrifuge for 40 minutes, then filter the sample to remove any remaining microorganisms. After that, it's simple. I'll check the pH and pop the thing into the gas chromatograph." Laszlo gestured to a desk and we both sat. "Okay. As you know, I'm looking at the products of muscle and fat breakdown called volatile fatty acids, or VFAs. Volatile fatty acids include 41 different organic compounds. Of these, 7 are detectable in soil solution because they're soluble in water. They're released from a decomposing corpse and deposited in soil solutions in specific ratios." I felt like I was back in Biochem 101. Behind us, the centrifuge hummed softly. VFA production is temperature dependent. That's why it can be used to determine time since death. But we do have a slight problem. For a really accurate estimate, I need 3 things. First, the specific fatty acid ratios. He pointed at a computer screen linked to the gas chromatograph. We'll have those shortly. Second, the National Weather Service data at the location where the corpse was found. He went to a set of shelves and returned with a printout. Third, information on the weight and condition of the corpse. And you ain't got no body. Everyone's a comedian. Because everyone has a different ratio of fat and muscle tissue, if I don't have a body, I use a standard of 150 pounds, then apply a correction factor. I think we're safe in assuming your deceased weighed between 1 and 300 pounds? Yes, but in doing this, our range broadens, right? Unfortunately. He rose, filtered and vortexed the soil solution sample, tested its acidity, then placed the tube into the gas chromatograph. After closing and sealing the chamber and adjusting the settings, he turned back to me. "Let's give this a few minutes. Coffee?" I left Laszlo's office and drove straight to Lucy Crowe's office. I found the sheriff eating a corn dog behind the Civil War desk. I lay hard copy in front of her and took a chair. She studied the VFA profile a full minute, then she looked up. "I know you're going to explain this." "Volatile fatty acids." "Meaning?" "A body decomposed inside that wall." "Whose?" "The VFA ratios suggest a time since death of 6 to 7 weeks. Joseph Wanata was last seen in late July, reported missing in August. Do the math. Tempe, assuming I accept that premise, which I don't necessarily, how did Wanata's foot get to the crash scene? If Boyd smelled decomposition, so could coyotes. They probably dragged the foot from under the wall. There's room where the foundation is crumbled. And left the rest of them? They probably couldn't detach anything else. Is this enough for a warrant? The sheriff studied the paper for another full minute. Finally, she looked up, the eyes to die for, hard on mine. Then she reached for the phone. When I came downstairs the next morning, Byron McMahon sat across from Ryan, dividing his attention between the conversation and a trio of fried eggs. McMahon forked up fried potatoes. What have you been up to lately, Tempe? Haven't seen you around. I told him about the foot and the courtyard house, ending with the VFA profile I'd gotten the day before. I did not tell him about my current status in the crash investigation, but left that gap for him to fill. As I spoke, his grin slowly dissolved. So Crow's going for a warrant? He asked, cop cool. I was about to answer when my cell phone sounded the William Tell overture. The men looked at each other as I clicked it on. The call was from Laszlo Sparks. I listened, thanked him, and rang off. Rossini calling? Ryan asked. I was testing the ring options and forgot to change it back. I jabbed my egg, and yolk spurted onto the table. It was the anthropologist at Oak Ridge. He found something while filtering the remaining soil. McMahon reached for a slice of toast. What's that? He didn't say, just that the item might be useful. He's going to stop by Bryson City sometime later in the week on his way to Asheville. Ruby entered, cleared plates, left. Ryan spoke. So you're off to the courthouse? Yes. McMahon drained his cup. It can't hurt to know who owns that property. After today's NTSB briefing, I have to shoot down to Charlotte to interview some asswipe claiming to have information about a militia group up here in Swain. Otherwise, I'd tag along. He drew a card from his wallet and placed it in front of me. If they're uncooperative at the courthouse, wave this. Sometimes the acronym induces a mood swing. I pocketed the card. Thanks. McMahon excused himself, leaving Ryan and me in 3 empty mugs. I rose to leave, and he took my arm. Do you want backup at the courthouse? Aren't you going to the NTSB briefing? McMahon can fill me in. But there's one condition. I waited. Change your phone. Hi-oh, Silver, I said. The tax office is located on the ground floor of the Swain County Administration Building and Courthouse, immediately off a tiled octagonal lobby. When Ryan and I entered, 4 women looked up from computers. I explained what we wanted. Woman number 3 pointed to a door at the back of the room. Land Records Department. We entered to find another counter, this one guarded by a tall, thin woman with an angular face. May I help you? We'd like to look at the county tax index map. The woman put a hand to her mouth as though the question startled her. The tax map? I began to suspect my request was a first. Taking Byron McMahon's card from my pocket, I walked to the counter and handed it to her. She eyeballed the card. Is this, like, the actual FBI? When she looked up, I nodded. Byron? It's a family name. I smiled winningly. Does this have to do with the airplane crash? I leaned close. What we're looking for could be critical to the investigation. Behind me, I heard Ryan's feet shift. She handed back the card. My name is Dorothy. I'll get it. Dorothy went to a map case, withdrew a large sheet, and spread it on the counter. Ryan and I bent over the map. Using township boundaries, roads, and other markers, we pinpointed the section containing the courtyard house. Now we'd like section map 621, please. Dorothy smiled to indicate she was part of the sting, went to another case, and returned with a document. Using elevations, creeks, and roads, Ryan and I were able to zero in on the house. Section map 621, parcel 4. Keeping my finger on the spot, I looked up. Dorothy's face was inches from mine. How long will it take to pull up the tax records for this property? About a minute. Dorothy went to a rear corner and booted the computer. When the program was up and running, she entered the tax number and the screen filled with information. She hit a key and the printer whirred. "I hope this helps," she said, handing the paper to me. The printout gave a vague description of the property and its buildings, its assessed value, the owner's name and mailing address, and the address to which the tax bills were being sent. I passed it to Ryan, feeling deflated. H&F Investment Group, LLP, he read aloud. The mailing address is a P.O. box in New York. He looked at me. Who the hell is the H&F Investment Group? I shrugged. You could try the deed room. We both turned to Dorothy. A touch of pink had sprouted on each cheek. You could look up the date that H&F bought the property and the name of the previous owner. They'd have that? I asked. She nodded. We found the Register of Deeds around the corner from the tax office. Shelves lining the walls and freestanding cases held deed books spanning hundreds of years. It was like a treasure hunt, with each deed sending us backwards in time. We learned the following. The H&F Investment Group was a limited liability partnership registered in Delaware. Ownership of tax parcel number 4 transferred to the partnership in 1949 from one Edward E. Arthur. Arthur had obtained the property from one Victor T. Livingstone in 1933. Livingstone must have purchased it from God, since there were no records before that time. Ryan said nothing. I was still not convinced the property was abandoned. Now what? Now we wait for Crow's warrant. And in the meantime? Ryan grinned and his eyes crinkled at the corners. In the meantime, we talk to the Attorney General of the great state of Delaware, find out what we can about the H&F Investment Group. Boyd and I were sharing a club sandwich and fries on the porch at High Ridge House when Lucy Crow's squad car appeared in the driveway. "Spending quality time?" Crow asked when she'd reached the stairs. "He says I've been neglecting him." I held out a slice of ham. Boyd tipped his head and took it gently with his front teeth. "Did you get the warrant?" She sighed and removed her hat. "I had a real heart-to-heart with the magistrate, Frank Battle. He says it's not enough." I was shocked. Evidence of a body? Joseph Wanata could be decomposing in that courtyard even as we speak. Crow went on. "It gets worse. There have been additional complaints." "About me?" She nodded. "By whom?" "The magistrate wouldn't share that information, but if you go anywhere near the site, the morgue, or any crash-related record item or family member, I am to arrest you for obstruction of justice. That includes this courtyard property." My stomach tightened in anger. "What the hell is going on?" Crow shrugged. "I'm not sure, but you're out of that investigation." At that moment, Ryan's rental car appeared in the valley. We watched him climb the mountain and turn into the drive. Moments later, he strode up the path, his face looking drawn and tense. "What is it?" I heard Crow's hat brush the top of her thigh. Ryan hesitated a beat. Then, "There's still no sign of Jean's body." Ryan let his eyes rove the horizon, his back rigid, his neck muscles tight as twisted ropes. After a full minute, he shook out and lit a cigarette. "How did your afternoon go?" I told him about Crow's meeting with the magistrate. He blew smoke through his nostrils. "Your foot may be a dead issue." "What do you mean?" He pulled something from his jacket pocket. "They found this." He unfolded a paper and handed it to me. I stared, first in confusion, then in dawning comprehension. Ryan had given me a composite produced on a color printer. There were 3 images, each showing a fragment of plastic. A red symbol practically leaped from the 3rd picture. I'd seen dozens at the lab and recognized it instantly. I looked at Ryan. "It's a biohazard container." He nodded. "Which wasn't on the manifest." "No." "And everyone thinks it held a foot." "Opinion is running in that direction." Boyd nudged my hand, and I absently held out the rest of the sandwich. "What does this do to the warrant?"
I asked Crow. "It won't help." She pushed back from the step, stood with feet apart, and replaced her hat. "But something's reeking under that wall, and I intend to find out what." She gave her Sheriff Crow head tip, turned, and walked up the path. Moments later, we saw her bubble top wending down the mountain. I felt Ryan's stare and brought my gaze back to him. "Did you find out about H&F?" He drew on his cigarette, flicked it onto the lawn. I thought the request might be processed more expeditiously if it came from the FBI, so I asked McMahon to make the call. I'm meeting him at the reassembly site this afternoon. Reassembly. The piecing together of the airplane as it had been before the event. I'd visited reassembly sites on other crashes and could picture the tedious scene. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to sit here and finish my lunch with Boyd. Then I'm going to drive into town and buy dog food, razors, and shampoo." Ryan laid a hand on my shoulder. "Will you be all right?" "I may have trouble finding the ones with double blades, but I'll persevere." When he'd gone, I gave Boyd the last of the fries. I was stuffing wrappers into the carry-out bag when Ruby shot out the front door and grabbed my arm. "Quick! Come, quick!" She dragged me off the swing and into the house. She pointed to a 12-inch black and white on the kitchen counter. A ribbon at the bottom of the screen announced fast-breaking news. Though reception was poor, I had no trouble identifying the figure over the newscaster's left shoulder. The room receded around me. I was aware of nothing but the voice and the snowy picture. An inside source revealed that the anthropologist has been dismissed and that an investigation is underway. Charges have not yet been filed, and it is unclear if the crash investigation has been compromised or if victim identifications have been effected. Ruby's eyes were the size of frisbees. "That's you, innit?" Something snapped, and I rolled over her like a tsunami. "It's a mistake! A goddamn mistake!" I spun and rushed for the door, the bell jangling in my wake. Boyd flew after me. When I opened the car, Boyd bounded in and centered himself in back. I hadn't the will to stop him. Sliding behind the wheel, I did some deep breathing, hoping to turn a page in my mind. Boyd chose that moment to lick my ear. At least the chow doesn't question my integrity, I thought. Let's go. During the ride into Bryson City, I answered call after call on my cell phone, each a reporter. After 7 no comments, I turned it off. I found everything I needed at an Ingles supermarket on the southern edge of town. Herbal essence and Gillette Good News for me, kibbles and bits for Boyd. Buoyed by finding the razors, I decided on an outing. Approximately 3 miles beyond the Bryson City line, Everett Street becomes a scenic roadway that snakes through the Great Smoky Mountains National Park above the north shore of Lake Fontana. "Want to take a ride, boy?" Boyd showed enthusiasm by placing his chin on my right shoulder and running his tongue up the side of my face. One thing I admired about him was his agreeable nature. The drive was beautiful. Though the outing cheered me, the improvement in my mood was short-lived. Just after leaving the park, my engine gave an odd ping. 2 miles before the town line, it pinged again, chunked repeatedly, then segued into a loud, ratchety, persistent noise. Veering onto the shoulder, I cut the motor, draped my arms around the steering wheel, and rested my forehead on them, my temporary lift in spirits replaced by a sense of despondency and anxiety. Was this ordinary car trouble, or had someone tampered with my engine? I'd been like that a few minutes when Boyd growled. I ignored this, assuming he'd spotted a squirrel, or a Chevy. Then he shot to his feet and gave 3 sharp woofs. I looked up to see a man approaching my car from the highway side. He was small, maybe 5'3", with dark hair combed straight back. He wore a black suit, perfectly fitted, but probably new in the early 60s. Drawing close, the man raised knuckles to tap the glass, but pulled back as Boyd erupted again. "Easy, boy." I could see an old pickup angled onto the shoulder across the road, the driver's door open. I cracked my window. "Are you ill, ma'am?" The man looked like a miniature Johnny Cash. I may have thrown a rod. I had no idea what that meant, but it seemed like an engine noise sort of thing to say. "May I offer assistance?" Boyd growled suspiciously. "I'm on my way into town." It would be no trouble to drop you at a repair shop, ma'am. I nodded. If there's a garage you can recommend, I'll call ahead and ask for a tow. Yes, of course. There's one right up the road. I have the number in my glove compartment. The man crossed to his truck, rummaged, then returned with a slip of thin yellow paper. Holding my cell phone in clear view, I lowered the window another few inches and accepted it. The form looked like the carbon copy of a repair bill. The writing was almost illegible, but a header identified the garage as P&T Auto Repair and gave an address and phone number in Bryson City. I tried to make out the customer's signature, but the ink was too smeary. I dialed the auto repair shop. When the phone was answered, I explained my situation and asked for towing. With that call completed, I lowered the window, smiled at Johnny Cash, and dialed again. Speaking loudly, I left Lieutenant Detective Ryan a message detailing my intended whereabouts. Closing the window, I grabbed my purse and the grocery bag. How could things possibly get worse? Boyd did the eyebrow thing, but said nothing. Dropping the bag behind the seat, I took the middle position and gave Boyd the window. When our Samaritan slammed the door, the dog stuck his head out and tracked his movement to the driver's side. We drove in silence. The phone rang. I checked the number, ignored the call. After a while, my rescuer spoke. I saw you on TV, didn't I? Did you? I've got troubles with stillness. Turn the set on when I'm home alone. I don't pay it much mind, just look up now and again. It's kind of like having company. He grinned, acknowledging his own foolishness. But I do have a knack for faces. He pointed in my direction. I noticed that the hand was gray and unnaturally smooth, as though the flesh had ballooned, then contracted with only a vague memory of its original form. I'm sure I saw you today. The hawk eyes shifted from the road to me and back again. You're with the air crash investigation. I smiled. Either he hadn't listened to the story or he was being polite. The hand came toward me. Name's Bowman. We shook. His grip was steel. Temperance Brennan. That's a powerful name, young lady. Thank you. The name Bowman suddenly clicked. Are you Luke Bowman? I am. The Reverend Luke Bowman? You've heard of me? I'm staying with Ruby McCready at High Ridge House. It was irrelevant, but seemed safe. Sister McCready is not one of my flock, but she's a good woman. Keeps a fine Christian house. What's the name of your church? The Eternalite Holiness Pentecostal House of God. The Southern Appalachians are home to a fundamentalist Christian sect known as the Church of God with Signs Following, or the Holiness Church. Inspired by biblical passages, adherents seek the power of the Holy Ghost by repenting their sins and leading godly lives. Only thus is one anointed, and thereby able to follow the signs. These signs include speaking in tongues, casting out demons, healing the sick, handling serpents, and ingesting toxic substances. Preachers accumulate fame and followers based on their oratorical skills and immunity to venom. Each year someone dies. The distorted hand now made sense. Bowman had been bitten more than once. Bowman turned left a few blocks past the supermarket where I'd made my purchases. P&T Auto Repair was situated between businesses offering glass replacement and small appliance repair. The Reverend pulled in and cut the engine. The garage was a blue aluminum-sided rectangle with an office at one end. The other end held a work bay in which a battered Chevy station wagon was pedestaled on a hydraulic lift. An old Pinto and 2 pickups were parked outside the office. I did not see a tow truck. As Bowman got out, Boyd began what I knew was not a Pinto growl. Following his line of vision, I spotted a black and brown dog lying inside the office door. It looked pure pit bull. The growl deepened. Damn, why hadn't I brought the leash? Wrapping my fingers around Boyd's collar, I opened the door and we both jumped down. Bowman met us with a length of rope. Had this and back. I thanked him and tied the rope to Boyd's collar. I'd be glad to hold him while you talk with the mechanic. I looked at Boyd. Thanks. Crossing the lot, I stepped through the door. A pair of geezers occupied 2 chairs. In a third sat a middle-aged man in oil-stained work shirt and pants.
Assuming the younger man was either P or T, I introduced myself and asked about the tow. He answered that the wrecker was on its way, should be back in 20 minutes. He'd look at my car as soon as he finished the Chevy. How long would that be? He couldn't say, but offered me the chair if I wanted to wait. The air inside was packed tight with smells. Gas, oil, cigarette smoke, geysers, dog. I elected to wait outside. Returning to Luke Bowman, I thanked him for his kindness and reclaimed my dog. Bowman seemed reluctant to leave. Sister McCready is housing quite a few crash investigation folks up there, isn't she? Some are there. That air crash is nasty business. He pinched his nostrils, then shook his head. I said nothing. Do they have any idea what brought that plane down? He must have seen something in my face. You didn't hear my name from Ruby McCready, did you, Miss Temperance? It came up in a briefing. Lord God Almighty. The dark eyes seemed to grow darker for an instant. Then he dropped his chin, reached up, and massaged his temples. I've sinned, and my Savior wants confession. And the Lord God sent you to bear witness. Back in the truck, it took Luke Bowman a full half-hour to unburden his soul. As Bowman talked, the phrase obstruction of justice floated through my mind. My car arrived, rolling behind the wrecker like sea salvage. Bowman continued his strange narrative. Finally, the Reverend stopped, his tale finished, a place near his God re-established. It was then that Ryan swung into the lot. When Ryan got out of his car, I lowered my window and called out. Crossing to the truck, he leaned down and spread his forearms on my window ledge. I introduced Bowman. We've met. Moisture glistened like a halo around the perimeter of Ryan's hair. The Reverend has just relayed an interesting story. Has he? The iceberg eyes studied Bowman. It may translate into something helpful to you, Detective. It may not. But it's God's honest truth. Bowman looked at his watch. I'll let this fine lady tell it to you. He turned the key and Boyd raised his head. When Ryan stepped back and opened my door, the chow stretched and hopped out, looking slightly annoyed. Thank you again. It was my pleasure. He looked at Ryan. You know where to find me. I watched the pickup lurch across the lot, its tires shooting spray from the water-filled ruts. I'd never known Bowman's brand of faith. Why had he told me what he had? Fear? Guilt? What's the status of your car? Ryan's question brought me back. Hold on to Boyd while I go check. I ran to the work bay, where P.T. was under my hood. He thought the problem might be a water pump, would know tomorrow. I gave him my cell phone number and told him I was staying with Ruby McCready. When I returned to the car, Ryan and Boyd were already inside. Would a broken water pump make a loud noise? I asked. Ryan shrugged. I'm meeting McMahon for dinner. You can entertain us both with Bowman's parable. After settling Boyd at High Ridge House, we drove to the Bryson City Diner. I liked the place. It was a diner, and the name said that. We were early for the dinner crowd, even in the mountains. We'd no sooner sat than a middle-aged woman in a white apron and pink dress approached and issued handwritten menus sheathed in plastic. The name Cynthia was embroidered over her left breast. I chose pot roast. Ryan and McMahon went for meatloaf. Ryan waited until Cynthia brought drinks, then told McMahon I had a statement from Luke Bowman. What the hell were you doing with Bowman? There was concern in his voice. I wondered if it was there out of worry for my safety or out of knowledge that meddling in the investigation could get me arrested. My car broke down. Bowman gave me a lift. Don't ask me why that inspired the bearing of his soul. Go ahead. It seems the Reverends Bowman and Claiborne have been slugging it out over ministerial boundaries for some time. The holiness movement isn't what it once was, and the Parsons are forced to compete for followers from a dwindling pool. This takes showmanship. Could we back up? We're talking snakes here, right? Ryan asked. I nodded. What do snakes have to do with holiness? This time I did not ignore Ryan's question. Holiness followers interpret the Bible literally and cite specific passages that mandate the handling of snakes. What passages? Ryan's voice dripped with scorn. "In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them." The Gospel of Mark, chapter 16, verses 17 and 18. Ryan and I stared at McMahon. "Behold, I give unto you the power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing by any means shall hurt you." Luke, chapter 10, verse 19. McMahon continued. "How do you know that?" Ryan asked. "We all carry baggage." "I thought you trained in engineering." "I did." Ryan circled back to the reptiles. "Are the snakes tamed in some way? Are they accustomed to being handled, or have their fangs been pulled, or their venom milked?" "Apparently not," McMahon said. "They use diamondbacks and water moccasins caught in the hills. Quite a few handlers have died." "Isn't it illegal?" "Yes," said McMahon. "But in North Carolina, snake handling is merely a misdemeanor and rarely enforced." Cynthia arrived with our meals, left. I'll try to reconstruct this as best I can. I halted for a bite of pot roast. Though he denied it in his interview with the NTSB, Bowman was outside his house that day, and he was launching things into the sky, but not rockets. The men waited while I forked another piece of meat, swallowed. Doves. Ryan's fork stopped in midair. "As in birds?" I nodded. Bowman was working up a sermon on the 10 Commandments. As a finale, he'd dash mock-ups of the tablets to the ground and admonish the congregation to repent. When they begged forgiveness, he'd hit a couple of levers and a flock of doves would rise up in a cloud of smoke. He thought it would be effective. Ryan's scorn had increased. And he lied when questioned because he couldn't risk his parishioners finding out they were being duped? So he says. But then the Almighty tapped him on the shoulder and he began to fear the loss of his soul. "It actually makes sense," McMahon said. "The other witnesses, including Claiborne, stated they saw something shoot into the sky. Knowing the reliably unreliable nature of eyewitnesses, pigeons and smoke would tally." "Doves," I corrected. "They're more papal." McMahon went on. "The NTSB has pretty much ruled out the rocket theory anyway. There's not been a single trace of a missile found anywhere within a 5-mile radius of the wreckage field." At that moment, Ryan's cell phone rang. He listened and replied in clipped French. "So the NTSB isn't much farther ahead than it was last week. Something blew inside the rear of the plane, but they have no idea what or why." "That's about it," McMahon agreed. "Has the investigation been handed over to the FBI?" "Not officially, but until terrorism is ruled out, we're not going away." Ryan ended his phone conversation and lit up a cigarette. There was an awkward silence before he continued. "A crackhead named André Métraux was busted for possession yesterday in Montreal. Being unenthused about a long separation from his pharmaceuticals, Métraux offered to flip for consideration." Ryan drew deeply, then blew smoke through both nostrils. "Métraux swears he saw Pepper Petrocelli at a steakhouse in Plattsburgh last Saturday night." "That's impossible," I burst out. "Petrocelli's dead." My voice trailed off on the last word. Ryan's eyes did a long sweep of the diner, then came back to rest on mine. In them I saw pure agony. 4 passengers remain unidentified, including Bertrand and Petrocelli. "Ryan, they don't think... Oh my God, what do they think?" Ryan and McMahon exchanged glances. My heartbeat quickened. "What is it you're not telling me?" Ryan drew on his cigarette again, exhaled. "Tyrell claims to have tissue fitting none of the 84 passengers already identified, and none of these 4. I took a moment to digest this. "What does it mean?" Ryan's voice was tempered steel. "It could mean a lot of things. Maybe the biker boys got a stand-in and Petrocelli really was enjoying a porterhouse in New York last weekend. But if Petrocelli wasn't on that plane, it means one of 2 things. Either Bertrand was persuaded to make a career switch," Ryan took one last pull, "or Bertrand was murdered." Back in my room, I treated myself to a long, hot bubble bath, followed by a talcum powder chaser. I was staring at the phone when it rang. The voice was totally unexpected. Lark Tyrell asked how I was. He'd heard I was back in Bryson City. Could I meet with him the next day? 0900 at the Family Assistance Center? Good. Take care. I reached for the chain on the bedside lamp. Lying in a silence filled with crickets, I felt that my issues were at last being resolved. That was a mistake. The first thing I noticed on opening my eyes was a sheet of paper wedged against the braided rug. The clock said 7:20. Throwing back the covers, I retrieved the paper and scanned the contents. It was a fax. Shivering in panties and t-shirt, I checked the header information. Sender, Office of the Attorney General, State of Delaware. Recipient, Special Agent Byron McMahon. Subject, H&F LLP. It was the list of H&F officers. McMahon must have forgotten to mention it the night before and had slipped it under my door. I read the names: W.G. Davis, F.M. Payne, C.A. Birkby, F.L. Warren, P.H. Rollins, M.P. Vekoff. The only name that was remotely familiar was that of Vekoff. Pat Vekoff had served in the North Carolina Senate for 16 years. He had died suddenly the previous winter. I wondered if there was a link to the M.P. Vekoff on the list. Chilled through, I tucked the fax into the outer pocket of my computer case, ran on tiptoes into the bathroom, and hopped into the shower. Reaching for the shampoo, I suffered my first defeat of the day. Damn, I'd left my groceries in Luke Bowman's truck. Filling the empty shampoo container with water, I gave my hair a low-lather scrub. After blow-drying and applying makeup, I slipped on khakis and a white cotton blouse, then checked my image. Stylish, but professional. I hurried downstairs. 2/10 for breakfast, I threw down coffee, fed Boyd the dregs from the Alpo bag, had a nervous tinkle, and collected my purse. I'd just crossed the front door threshold when I stopped short. I had no wheels. Seconds later, Ryan appeared, blowing steam across the top of a mug. "What's up, Buttercup?" "I have a meeting with Tyrell in 20 minutes and just realized I have no car." He dug into a pocket and tossed me his keys. "Take mine. I'll ride with McMahon." "Are you sure?" "You're not on the rental contract. Don't get arrested." The Family Assistance Center for Air Trans South 228 was at a Sleep Inn in Bryson City. 10 rooms had been converted into offices. It was here that ante-mortem records had been collected, briefings had been held, and families had been informed of identifications. All that was finished now. With the exception of a single pair, the rooms had reverted to their original function. Security was also not what it had been. Pulling into the lot, I was surprised to see journalists chatting and drinking from styrofoam cups, obviously awaiting a breaking story. So intent was I on a timely arrival, it never crossed my mind that the story was me. Then a cameraman shouldered his minicam. "There she is!" Microphones shot out and shutters clicked. "Why did you move remains? Did you tamper with disaster victim packets? Dr. Brennan!" I kept my eyes straight, acknowledging no one. My heart hammered as I pushed forward, a swimmer struggling toward shore. Then I felt a strong hand on my arm, and I was in the lobby. A state trooper was locking the glass doors, glaring at the mob outside. "This way, please." I followed to a bank of elevators. On the second floor, the trooper walked to room 201, squared his shoulders to the wall beside the door. "It's not locked." He fixed his face on something that was not me. Drawing 2 steadying breaths, I turned the knob and entered. Seated behind a desk on the far side of the room was North Carolina's second-in-command. Parker Davenport's color had improved since I'd seen him on the day of the crash. To the lieutenant governor's left sat Dr. Lark Tyrell. To his right, Earl Bliss. The M.E. looked at me and nodded. The D-Mort commander's eyes wouldn't meet mine. The lieutenant governor gestured to an armchair directly in front of the desk. "Dr. Brennan, please have a seat." As I sat, Davenport leaned back and laced his fingers on his vest. "Would you like coffee?" "No, thank you." The lieutenant governor unlaced his fingers, then looked at me. Dr. Brennan, some very disturbing allegations have been brought to my attention. Davenport leaned into the desk and opened a folder. To its left lay a video cassette. Let's get right to the meat of this. Did you enter the site of the Air Trans-South crash on October 4th prior to the arrival of NTSB or medical examiner officials? Since I was in the area, Earl Bliss asked me to stop by. I looked at the DMORT commander. His eyes remained on the hands in his lap. Did you have official orders to go there? No, sir, but did you order Deputy Anthony Skinner to remove protective covering from a crash victim, knowing there was a risk of animal predation? I felt heat rise up my neck and into my face. That's standard protocol. I turned to Earl and Lark. Neither man was looking at me. It is alleged that you broke protocol by removing remains prior to documentation. That was a unique situation requiring immediate action. It was a judgment call which I explained to Dr. Tyrrell. Davenport leaned forward and his tone grew hard. Was stealing those remains also a judgment call? What? Davenport picked up the cassette, crossed to a TV VCR unit, and inserted it. When he hit play, a ghostly gray scene filled the screen, and I knew instantly I was viewing a surveillance tape. Within seconds, my car entered frame. A guard waved me away. Primrose appeared, spoke to the guard, tapped her way to the car, and handed me a bag. We exchanged a few words, then she patted my shoulder, and I drove off. Davenport hit stop and rewound the tape. Let me summarize. Early Sunday morning, a data entry technician named Primrose Hobbs removed fragmented human tissue bearing morgue number 387 from a refrigerated trailer containing cases in process. Later that morning, Miss Hobbs was seen transferring a package to you in the morgue parking lot. Davenport drilled me with a look. Those remains are now gone, Dr. Brennan, and we believe you have them. I would strongly suggest you speak with Miss Hobbs. My voice dripped icicles. That was, of course, our first endeavor. Unfortunately, Miss Hobbs has not reported to work this week. Where is she? That is unclear. Has she checked out of her motel? Dr. Brennan, I realize that you are a board-certified forensic anthropologist of international stature. I'm told that your credentials are unimpeachable. That makes your behavior in this matter all the more puzzling. Davenport turned to his companions as if enlisting support. For the first time, Earl spoke. Your intentions may be honorable, Tempe, but unauthorized removal of a victim shows very poor judgment. He dropped his eyes and flicked a non-existent particle from his pants. And is a felony, Davenport chimed in. He then sighed, indicating what a burden this was for all. Perhaps, as Mr. Bliss has suggested, your only offense has been one of misjudgment. But in tragedies of this nature, it is of utmost importance that those involved avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Davenport began gathering papers. Reports of suspected misconduct are being lodged with the National Disaster Medical System, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, and the Ethics Committee of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. The Chancellor of your university will also be informed. Cold fear shot through me. Am I suspected of committing a crime? We must consider every possibility painstakingly and impartially. Something snapped. I shot to my feet, fingers tightening into fists. There's nothing impartial about this meeting, Mr. Davenport, and you have no intention of treating me fairly. Something's wrong, very wrong, and I've been set up as some sort of scapegoat. Tears burned the backs of my lids. I drew a deep breath, then I impaled Davenport with a look. I perform my duties scrupulously, ethically, and out of concern for both the living and the dead, Lieutenant Governor Davenport. I don't know what's going on or why it's going on, but I will find out. I will find out. With that, I rose and walked from the room. The trooper trailed me down the corridor, into the elevator, and across the motel lobby. The parking lot was an encore of my arrival. At Ryan's car, the trooper restrained the onslaught with both arms while I unlocked and opened the door. Then he bullied the crowd back, and I broke free and shot onto the highway. I was driving robotically, seeing and responding to my surroundings, but registering nothing on a conscious level. I don't know how far I'd driven when a loud whoop sent my eyes back to the rearview mirror. A police cruiser rode my bumper, headlights flashing like a strobotron. I slowed and pulled onto the shoulder. The cruiser followed. I was staring in the rearview mirror when the cruiser's door opened and Lucy Crowe climbed out. My first reaction was relief. Then she put on her hat, squared it carefully, suggesting this was not a social call. Crowe walked to my car. I opened the door. "Morning," she said, giving her inverted nod. "New car?" She spread her feet and placed hands on her hips. "Borrowed. Mine took an unscheduled sabbatical." Crowe was not asking for a license or posing the usual questions, so I assumed this was not a traffic stop. I wondered if I was about to be arrested. "Got something you're probably not going to want to hear. Joseph Wanata turned up last night." I almost couldn't ask. "Alive?" She spoke loudly over the rush of traffic. "Very. Knocked on his daughter's door around 7, had dinner with the family, then went home to bed. Daughter called me this morning." "Where was he for 3 months?" "She didn't offer that." Joseph Wanata was not dead. I couldn't believe it. "Any developments on George Adair or Jeremiah Mitchell?" "Not a word." "Neither really fits the profile." My voice was tight. "Guess this doesn't help you much." "No." Though I'd never allowed myself to say it, I'd been counting on the foot belonging to Wanata. Now I was back to 0. She watched my fingers worrying the steering wheel. "I heard about the news report." She hooked an elbow over the top of the car door. "I'm going to talk with our DA, see if I can't inspire a push for that warrant." Something suddenly struck me. Though Lark Tyrell had cited trespass when he'd banished me from the investigation, the issue of the courtyard house hadn't been raised today. "Sheriff, I tracked down the owners." "I'm listening." "The properties belonged to an investment group called H&F since 1949. Before that, it was owned by Edward E. Arthur. Before that, Victor T. Livingstone." She shook her head. "You're talking way before my time." "I've got a list of the H&F officers in my room. I could bring it by your office after I check on my car." "I need to swing by Fontana Lake when I'm done with the DA. We've got Fox friggin' Mulder over there thinks he's found an alien." She looked at her watch. "I should be back by 3. I drove back to High Ridge House, feeling feverish with anxiety. Climbing the stairs to Magnolia, I turned on the phone. It rang in my hand. I answered with rigid fingers. Another journalist. I hung up and dialed Pete. A machine answered. Though I was anxious for an opinion on my legal situation, I knew it was useless to try his other numbers. Frustrated, I dug out McMahon's fax, stuffed it in my purse, and headed off to check on my car. Arriving at the garage, I learned that the problem with my car was minor, but a pump was required. The absent letter, either P or T, was in Asheville and would try to obtain the part. Assuming that mission went well, repairs could be finished the next afternoon. Could be. I checked the time. 2:30. Crowe wouldn't be back yet. Now what? I requested a phone directory and was handed a 1996 edition, dog-eared and reeking of petroleum products. While there was no entry for the Eternal Light Holiness Pentecostal House of God, I did find a listing for L. Bowman on Swaney Creek Road. P.T. knew the intersection. I thanked him and returned to Ryan's car. Following P.T.'s instructions, I headed out of town. Swaney Creek was a thin black tongue that dropped sharply after leaving the highway. Driving north, I passed few signs of habitation. Then the road curved east, and I spotted an opening in the trees, a rusty green mailbox to its right. Drawing close, I saw the name Bowman carved on a plaque hung below the box. I turned onto the dirt lane and crept forward. The Reverend lived in a weathered frame bungalow with a porch at one end and a shed at the other. I pulled next to Bowman's pickup, cut the engine, and turned on my phone. Before I could get out, the front door opened and the Reverend appeared on the stoop. Bowman didn't smile, but his face relaxed when he recognized me. I climbed out of the car and walked up the gravel path. I'm sorry to disturb you, Reverend Bowman. I left a shopping bag in your truck. You surely did. It's in the kitchen. He stepped back. Please, come inside. I'll get your things. He gestured into a small living room crammed with furniture. I sat on a brown velour sectional, the centerpiece of a three-piece grouping still covered in plastic. After several minutes, Bowman returned. Thank you. The plastic slipcover crackled as I rose. And thank you again for yesterday. I was glad to help. Reverend Bowman, you've lived here a long time, haven't you? All my life. Do you know anything about a lodge house with a courtyard near Running Goat Branch? I remember my daddy talking about a camp out that way, but never a lodge. I had a sudden thought. Shifting the bag onto my left hip, I dug out McMahon's fax and handed it to Bowman. Are any of these names familiar to you? He unfolded and read the paper. I watched closely but saw no change in his expression. Sorry. He handed back the fax, and I returned it to my purse. Have you ever heard of a man named Victor Livingstone? Bowman shook his head. Edward Arthur? I know Edward Arthur lives over near Silva. Used to be holiness, but left the movement years ago. Brother Arthur's got to be close to 90 by now. He's still alive? As God's holy word. He was one of my father's flock, as devoted a man as ever breathed God's air. Army changed him. Kept the faith for a few years after the war, then just stopped following the signs. When was that? Around 47 or 48. No, that's not right. He pointed a gnarled finger. The last service Brother Arthur attended was for Sister Edna Farrell's passing. I recall that because Papa had been praying for the renewal of the man's faith. About a week after the funeral, Papa paid Brother Arthur a visit and found himself preaching down the barrel of a gun. After that, he gave up. When did Edna Farrell die? 1949. Edward Arthur had sold his land to the H&F Investment Group on April 10th, 1949. I found Edward Arthur in a vegetable patch behind his log cabin. He wore a wool plaid shirt over denim coveralls, rubber boots, and a ragged straw hat that might once have belonged to a gondolier. He paused when he saw me, then went back to turning dirt. Mr. Arthur? I asked. The old man jabbed a pitchfork at the ground. He had so little strength the prongs barely penetrated, but he repeated the movement again and again. Edward Arthur? He didn't answer. Mr. Arthur, I can see that you're busy, but I'd like to ask you about a piece of property near Running Goat Branch. I believe you used to own acreage in that vicinity? For the first time, Arthur looked at me. His eyes were rheumy, the rims red, the irises so pale they were almost colorless. Why you coming to me? His breathing sounded wheezy, like air being sucked through a filter. I'm curious about who bought your land. Are you FBI? No. You one of them crash people? I was with the investigation, but I'm not any longer. Who sent you here? No one sent me, Mr. Arthur. I found you through Luke Bowman. Arthur pulled a parrot green kerchief from a pocket and ran it across his face. Then he hobbled toward me. Can't say much about the son, but Thaddeus Bowman was as pesky man as ever drew air. Ran a hallelujah house for 40 years. You were one of Thaddeus Bowman's followers? Till I learnt all that casting out of demons and speaking in tongues was a heap of horse shit. Arthur hawked up phlegm and spat into the dirt. Mr. Arthur, I'm here to ask about the property you bought from Victor Livingstone. Didn't buy no property from Victor Livingstone. Records indicate Livingstone transferred title to you in 1933. I was 19 in 1933. Got myself married. Sarah Masham. She died in birthing. His answers were so disjointed I wondered if he was senile. 17 acres was our wedding present. Sarah's daddy give it to us. Then she died. Victor Livingstone was your wife's father?
Sarah Masham Livingstone. That was my first wife. We was married 3 years when she passed. Wasn't but 18.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Arthur.
That's when I lit out of here.
What happened with the property?
City fella asked if he could run a little camp. Seemed like easy money.
Again he cleared his throat and spat. Was there a house? He shook his head.
They stayed with tents and campfires and all, till I built the lodge.
When did you build the lodge?
Before the war.
Did you build a stone wall and make a courtyard?
What the hell kind of question is that? I wasn't putting up no friggin' camel lot.
You sold the land in 1949?
Sounds right.
Would you mind telling me who bought the camp?
Would you mind telling me why you're wanting to know my business?
I decided to play it straight. I'm no longer involved in the crash investigation because I've been accused of acting improperly. The charges are false, but I believe there's something wrong in that lodge, and I want to know what. The information may help clear my name, but I think my efforts are being blocked.
You been there?
Not inside. He started to speak, but a gust of wind grabbed his hat and sent it reeling across the garden. Bolting, I overtook the hat and pinned it with a foot. Then I brushed it clean and carried it back to Arthur. Who bought your land, Mr. Arthur? He turned to face me. Arthur regarded me for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he stepped close and raised his face to mine.
Prentice Dashwood, the devil hisself.
When I phoned Crow's office, a deputy informed me that the sheriff was still in Fontana Lake. Taking Highway 19, I headed back toward Bryson City. 2 miles south of town, I spotted a small wooden sign and turned off onto a gravel road. The Riverbank Inn lay a 1/4 mile down the road on the banks of the Tuckasegee River. It was a 1-story yellow stucco affair built in the 1950s ranch design. Its 16 rooms stretched to the left and right of a central office, each with its own front entrance and porch and back. A plastic jack-o'-lantern grinned from every stoop, and an electrified skeleton hung from a tree outside the main entrance. Clearly, the inn's appeal lay in setting, and not in decorating or architectural style. I pulled up outside the office. As I passed the skeleton, it gave a warbly moan, followed by a high-pitched mechanical laugh. I wondered how often Primrose had to endure the display. The motel lobby had the same feel as High Ridge House. A strand of bells hanging on the door, chintz curtains, knotty pine. A plaque welcomed me and introduced the owners as Ralph and Brenda Stover. Another jack-o'-lantern smiled from the counter. A man in a Redskins jersey sat beside Jack, leafing through a copy of PC World. He looked up when I jingled in and smiled at me across the lobby. "May I help you?" He had thinning blonde hair, and his skin was pink and Simon-eyes shiny. "I'm Dr. Tempe Brennan," I said, extending a hand. "Ralph Stover." As we shook, his ID bracelet jangled like the bells on the door. "I'm a friend of Primrose Hobbs," I said. "Is she in?" "I can ring her room if you like." "Please." He dialed, listened, replaced the receiver. "Mrs. Hobbs is not answering. Would you like to leave a message?" "I take it she is not checked out?" "Mrs. Hobbs is still registered." "Mrs. Hobbs hasn't been to work since Sunday, and I'm concerned about her. Could you please tell me what room she's in?" "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." The smile widened. "Policy." "She could be ill." The maid would report a sick guest or anything amiss in the room. Ralph was as polite as a policeman on a traffic stop. "Okay, I can do polite." I placed a palm lightly on his wrist and looked into his eyes. "This is really important. Can we go together to check her room?" "No." "Will you go while I wait here?" "No, ma'am." Pulling back my hand, I tried another tack. "Would Mrs. Stover remember when she last saw Mrs. Hobbs?" Ralph laced his fingers and lay his hands on the magazine. "You are asking the same questions the others asked." Unless served with an official warrant, we will open no room and divulge no information about any guest." His voice was buttery smooth. "What others?" Ralph drew a long, patient breath. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" I honed my voice to scalpel sharp. "If Primrose Hobbs comes to any harm because of your policy, you'll wish you never sent away for that hotel-motel management course." I pulled a business card from my purse and jotted down my cell phone number. "If you have a change of heart, give me a call." I turned and strode toward the door. I heard the flip of a magazine page, the jangle of a bracelet. If I knew human nature, curiosity would drive Stover to Primrose's room, and he would go there immediately. Gunning the engine, I raced from the lot, sped up the highway, and pulled onto the shoulder 50 yards north. Hurriedly locking the car, I sprinted back to the riverbank turnoff and cut into the woods until I had a clear view of the motel. My intuition was right on. Ralph was just arriving at Unit 4. He checked to his left, then his right, unlocked the door, and slipped inside. Minutes passed. 5, 10. I waited. Lightning streaked from an eggplant cloud. Thunder rumbled. A storm was not far off. Finally, Ralph emerged, pulled the door shut, then hurried up the sidewalk. When he was safely inside the office, I began circling. The back of the inn stretched ahead of me on one side, the river on the other, trees between them. I moved through the trees to a point I estimated was opposite Unit 4. A row of wooden porches projected from the back of the motel, each with a black wrought iron numeral nailed to its railing. My instincts had been good again. Only 5 yards of grass separated me from Unit 4. I took a deep breath, darted across the gap, and double-stepped the 4 risers. Sliding between the screen and inner door, I leaned close and peered through the glass. Green and white gingham blocked my view. I tried the knob. No go. I eased the screen door closed, moved to the window. Noticing a gap where the lower border met the sill, I placed my palms on the window frame and pushed up. What I was doing was illegal. I knew that. But I needed to assure myself that Primrose was all right. I spread my feet and pulled. The window opened an inch. It was then that the storm broke. Lightning streaked, thunder cracked, and rain fell in torrents. I pressed my body to the wall, hoping for protection from the overhang. Within seconds, water soaked my hair and dripped from my ears and nose. Suddenly, my cell phone shrilled, the sound so unexpected I almost jumped from the porch. I clicked on. "No comment," I shrieked, expecting another reporter. Lightning shot straight to the treetops. Thunder snapped. "Where the hell are you?" It was Lucy Crowe. "The storm came up quickly." "You're outside?" "Sheriff, are you back in Bryson City?" "I'm still out at Fontana Lake. Afraid I've got more bad news for you." I heard voices in the background, then the crackle of a police radio. "Looks like we've found Primrose Hobbs." While I was meeting with our esteemed lieutenant governor and friends, the owners of a marina were finding a body. Following Crowe's directions, I found Fontana Lake, then the narrow dirt track leading to the marina. The rain had tapered off, though the leaves overhead were still dripping. A wrecker, an ambulance, and a pair of police cruisers bathed a parking area in oscillating red, blue, and yellow light. A deputy was interviewing a couple in jean shorts and windbreakers on the southernmost pier. Their bodies were tense, their faces the color of pale putty. Crowe stood on the office steps talking to Tommy Albright, a hospital pathologist who occasionally did autopsies for the medical examiner. Albright was wrinkled and scrawny, with sparse white hair combed straight across his crown. He watched me approach, then held out a hand. We shook. "Dr. Brennan, I understand you knew the victim." Albright tipped his head in the direction of the ambulance. The doors stood open, revealing a shiny white pouch lying on a collapsible gurney. "Are you willing to try a quick visual?" "Yes." I swallowed hard and thought, no, I didn't want to do this. Didn't want to identify Primrose Hobbs' lifeless body. We walked to the ambulance and climbed in back. Albright unzipped the bag, and the odor rolled over us, a nauseating cocktail of stagnant mud, seaweed, lake creatures, and putrefying tissue. I'd guess she was in the water 2 or 3 days. She's not scavenged too badly. Holding my breath, I looked into the bag. It was Primrose Hobbs, but it wasn't. Her face was bloated, her lips swollen like those of a tropical fish in an aquarium. Fish or eels had devoured her eyelids and nibbled her forehead, cheeks, and nose. Her wrists were wrapped with electrical tape, and I could see a thin wire embedded in her neck. I lunged from the ambulance. It's her. Hurrying to the far end of the unoccupied pier, I stood a moment, arms wrapped around my middle. My chest gave a series of heaves. What could Primrose have done, known, or seen that could have brought such violence down on her? Was she killed because of her involvement with me? Hearing doors slam, I turned. The attendants were climbing into the front of the ambulance. Seconds later, the engine revved, and the vehicle crawled up the dirt road. Goodbye, old friend. If I brought you to this, please, please forgive me. Vowing to find answers, I drew a deep breath and walked up the pier to rejoin Crow and Albright. You do know the victim was helping me with my investigation. Crow nodded. I want to talk to you about that. We stood silent in the gathering dusk. Behind us, the docks creaked and settled against the waves. I excused myself and walked toward Ryan's car. The ambulance and wrecker were gone, but the cruisers remained, pulsing blue light across the muddy lot. Primrose's last disaster scene. I turned the key and headed back toward Bryson City, tears coursing down my cheeks. When I checked my messages later that evening, I found one from Lucy Crow. I returned her call and told her everything I knew about Primrose Hobbs, ending with our Sunday morning rendezvous at the morgue. And that foot and all its paperwork are now missing? So I was told. Primrose was probably the last person to see the stuff. Parker Davenport told you she signed it out. Did she sign it back in? Good question. Assuming Hobbs returned it, where would that foot have been? At the end of the day, everything goes into reefer trucks marked unprocessed, in process, or identified. Cases are located with a computer tracking system. I heard distant conversation like voices drifting through a wormhole in space. Sheriff, I think Primrose Hobbs was murdered because of that foot. We're looking at every angle. Have you learned why no one reported her missing? Apparently, parts of the operation are shifting to Charlotte. When Hobbs failed to show at the morgue on Monday, her co-workers figured she'd gone there. Folks in Charlotte assumed she was still in Bryson City. She was in the habit of phoning her son on Saturdays, so he had no clue that anything was amiss. I imagined the son's face, blank at first, confused. Then, with comprehension, agony, grief, the pain of an open wound, I closed my eyes, sharing at that moment his crushing despair. I dropped in at the Riverbank Inn. Crow's voice brought me back. After the marina, I swung by for a chat with Ralph and Brenda. They admitted they hadn't seen Hobbs since Sunday, but didn't consider it odd. She'd left without explanation twice during her stay, so they assumed she'd gone off again. Gone off where? They figured she was visiting family. And her room suggested otherwise. All her toiletries were there. Her clothes were still in the dresser, suitcase empty under the bed. Looked like she may have left the room on her own, but she wasn't planning to be away overnight. Was there nothing in that room to suggest where she might have gone? An address, a map, a toll ticket? The line hummed. We found 2 numbers next to the phone. As she read the digits, my stomach tightened. The first rang at High Ridge House. The second rang the cellular on my belt. The next morning I woke early. A note was on the door to Magnolia. Ryan would be spending another day with McMahon and wouldn't need his car. When I turned on my phone, I had 5 messages, 4 journalists and P&T. I called the repair shop, dumped the rest. The job was taking longer than anticipated. The car should be ready by tomorrow. We'd gone from could to should. I was encouraged. But what now? An idea rose from deep in my past, the favorite refuge of a worried or restless little girl, and for a few hours at least I would be anonymous and inaccessible. Following Toast and Frosted Flakes, I drove to the Mariana Black Public Library, a one-story red brick box at the corner of Everett and Academy. A tall, spindly black man displaying several gold teeth occupied a counter at the main entrance. An older woman worked beside him. Both turned when I entered. "Good morning," I said. "Good morning." The man showed a mile of precious metal. His lilac-haired companion eyed me suspiciously. I smiled disarmingly. "I'd like to look at back issues of the local paper." "The Smoky Mountain Times?" asked Mrs. Librarian. "Yes." "How far back? Do you have material from the 30s and 40s? Her frown deepened. "The collection begins in 1895. The older publications are on microfilm, of course. You can't view the originals." "Microfilm will be fine." "The viewer is in the overflow room beside the genealogy section. You may only have one box at a time." Mrs. Librarian opened one of two metal cabinets behind the counter and withdrew a small gray box. "Thank you." Settling at the machine, I checked the box's label, 1931 through 1937. I inserted the film and wound it through the viewer. I flicked through spool after spool, making trip after trip to the front desk. By the late 1940s, Mrs. Librarian relented and allowed me a half-dozen boxes at a time. I read about charity events, car washes, church socials, and local dramas. Births, deaths, and weddings were announced, garage and barn sales advertised. The war had claimed a large number from Swain County. From 42 to 45, the pages were filled with their names and photos. Each death was a feature story. In December of 1943, the passing of Henry Arlen Preston was front-page news. Preston had been a lifelong resident of Swain County, an attorney, judge, and part-time journalist. His career was recounted in radiant detail, the highlight being a term in Raleigh as a state senator. The week following Preston's death, the Times reported the disappearance of Tucker Adams. 2 column inches on page 6. No photo. The obscure little notice touched something in me. Though I searched for a follow-up, nothing more on Adams' disappearance was reported. The rugged terrain had also claimed its victims. In 1939, a woman named Hilda Miner left home to deliver a strawberry pie to her granddaughter. She never arrived, and the pie tin was discovered beside the swollen Tuckasegee River. Hilda was presumed drowned, though her body was not located. A decade later, the same waters took Dr. Sheldon Brody, a biologist at Appalachian State University. A day after the professor's body washed up, Edna Farrell was thought to have fallen into the river. Like Miner, Farrell's remains were never found. I leaned back and rubbed my eyes. In 1959, the fauna claimed a 74-year-old Cherokee named Charlie Wayne Tramper. 3 weeks after his disappearance, Charlie Wayne's rifle turned up in a remote valley on the reservation. Bear tracks and spoors suggested the cause of death. The old man was buried with full tribal ceremony. The list of environmental hazards, courtesy of Mother Nature, went on. In 1972, a 4-year-old girl wandered from a campground in Maggie Valley. The little body was dragged from a lake the following day. The next winter, 2 cross-country skiers froze to death when caught in a sudden blizzard. In 1986, an apple farmer named Albert Odell went searching for morels and never returned. I found no reference to Prentice Dashwood, to the Arthur property, or to the officers of the H&F Investment Group. The closest I came was a 1959 spread on a fiery crash on Highway 19. 6 hurt, 4 killed. Pictures showed tangled wreckage. Dr. Anthony Allen Birkby, 68, from Cullowhee, died 3 days later of multiple injuries. I took note. Though the name was not uncommon, one C.A. Birkby was listed on McMahon's fax. My head pulsed as I cranked my zillionth spool through the viewer. Issues from recent years were not yet on microfilm, and by mid-afternoon I was able to switch to hard copy. But the headache had already escalated from a minor disturbance to major pain and pulsed at an epicenter behind my right eye. Final stretch. I was flipping through papers from the current year, scanning headlines and photographs, when a name caught my eye. George Adair. The coverage of Adair's disappearance was detailed, giving the exact time and place of the fatal fishing trip, a description of the victim, and an itemized account of what he was wearing, right down to his high school ring and St. Blaise medal. A childhood flashback. The blessing of throats on St. Blaise Day. What was the story? Blaise was reputed to have saved a child from choking on a fishbone. The medal made sense. Crow said Adair complained of throat problems. A grainy picture was printed beside the story, the pendant clearly visible around his neck. Who was Crow's other missing person? I searched my pounding brain. Jeremiah Mitchell, February. I moved back 5 months and began a more careful perusal. Jeremiah Mitchell's disappearance was reported in one short paragraph. On February 15th, a 72-year-old black male left the mighty high tap and walked into oblivion. Anyone having information, blah, blah, blah. A follow-up appeared in early March, again a single paragraph seeking information and citing the name of his maternal grandmother, Martha Rose Gist. I stared. How far back had I seen that name? I returned to the boxes, jumping the microfilm weeks at a turn. The obituary appeared on May 16, 1952, along with 6 inches in the arts column. Martha Rose Gist had been a potter of local fame. The article included a picture of a beautifully decorated ceramic bowl, but none of the artist. Damn. Checking to be sure the overflow room was empty, I clicked on my cell. Sheriff Crow. I didn't bother announcing myself. Are you familiar with Sequoia? I asked in a loud whisper. Yes. Sequoia invented an alphabet for the Cherokee language. What was his family name? Guess. This is important, I hissed. His name was Guess, or Gist, depending on the transliteration. Why? Jeremiah Mitchell's maternal grandmother was Martha Rose Gist. The potter? Yes. You know what that means. I didn't wait for her answer. Mitchell was part Cherokee. This is a library. The lilac-haired dragon's words scorched the side of my face. Hang up instantly. She spoke as loud as a human can without using the vocal cords. Gotta go. I disconnected and shut off the power. She stood with hands on hips, the Gestapo protectress of the printed word. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Shall I return the boxes? That will not be necessary. It took 3 stops to find what I needed. I hit pay dirt at the Museum of the Cherokee Indian. When I told them my request, I was taken to a second-floor office, issued cotton gloves, and allowed to graze through their photo and newspaper archives. Within an hour, I had confirmation. Martha Rose Standing Deer was born in 1889 on the Qualla boundary. She wed John Patrick Gist in 1908 and gave birth to a daughter, Willow Lynette, the following year. At the age of 17, Willow married Jonas Mitchell at the AME Zion Church in Greenville, South Carolina. Their wedding portrait shows a delicate girl in a cloche veil and empire gown. At her side stands a man with skin much darker than that of his bride. Willow Mitchell gave birth to Jeremiah in 1928, died of tuberculosis the following winter. I found no mention of Jonas or his son after that date. I sat back, processing what I'd learned. Jeremiah Mitchell was at least 1/2 Native American. He was 72 years old when he disappeared. The foot must surely be his. My deductive centers logged in immediately. The dates didn't correlate. Mitchell went missing in February. The VFA profile gives a postmortem interval of 6 to 7 weeks, placing the death in late August or early September. Maybe Mitchell survived the night of the mighty high tap. Maybe he ventured off, then returned and died of exposure 6 months later. Died of exposure in the summer? I sat, stumped and frustrated by a million facts I couldn't integrate. Hoping pictures would be more headache-friendly, I switched to the photo archives. I'd gone through 50 or 60 folders when an 8x10 black and white aroused my interest. Flower-draped casket, mourners, some in broad-shouldered baggy suits, others in traditional Cherokee dress. I flipped to the back. A yellowed label identified the event in faded ink. Charlie Wayne Tramper Funeral, May 17th, 1959. The old man who'd gone missing and been killed by a bear. My gaze roved over the faces, then froze on one of two young men standing apart from the crowd. I was so surprised I gasped. Though 40 years younger, there was no mistaking that face. He would have been in his late 20s in 1959, newly arrived from England, a professor of archaeology at Duke. Why was Simon Midkiff at Charlie Wayne Tramper's funeral? My eyes slid right, and this time the gasp was audible. Simon Midkiff was standing shoulder to shoulder with a man who would later rise to the office of Lieutenant Governor, Parker Davenport. Or was it? I stared at the features. Yes. I hesitated, looked around. No one had poked through this file for half a century. I wasn't stealing. I would return the print in a few days, no damage done. I slipped the photo into my purse, returned the folder to its drawer, and bolted. Leaving the museum, I drove to High Ridge House, walked Boyd for the night, and returned to my room, unaware that it would be my busiest telephone evening since junior high. I'd hardly hit the power switch when Pete called. "How's Big B?" "Enjoying the mountain food and fauna. Are you back in Charlotte?" "Hung up in the Hoosier State. Is he straining your patience?" Boyd has a unique take on life. "What's new?" I told him about Primrose, the meeting with Davenport, and the formerly and currently missing Joseph Wanata and Jeremiah Mitchell. "Should I get an attorney?" "You have one." "Thanks, Pete." Next it was Ryan. He and McMahon had finished late and would be returning to the reassembly site at dawn, so they were overnighting in Asheville. "Problems with your phone, Brennan?" "The media are scenting blood in the water, so I've had it turned off. Besides, I spent a lot of the day in the library. What goes with the investigation?" "The chemical guys are picking up weird traces." "Explosives?" "Not necessarily. I'll fill you in tomorrow." "Have Bertrand and Petricelli been found?" "No." Lucy Crowe beeped in at that point, and I clicked over. She had little to report, and no warrant. "The DA doesn't want to second-guess the magistrate without something more solid. She finds your argument contradictory." "Contradictory?" "The VFA profile says something died during the summer. Mitchell disappeared in February. Madam Prosecutor is convinced the stain is from an animal. Says you can't bust in on a citizen for aging meat in his backyard." "And the foot?" "Crash victim." "Anything on Primrose's murder?" "Turns out Ralph Stover's no hayseed. The gentleman owned a company in Ohio, holds patents on a number of microchips. In '86, Ralph underwent a metamorphosis following a cardiac event. He sold out for megabucks and bought the riverbank. Been a country motel owner ever since." "Any police record?" "2 DWIs back in the '70s. Otherwise, guy's clean." "Does it make sense to you?" "Maybe he watched too many Newhart reruns. Dreamt of being an innkeeper." The next to ring was my friend at Oak Ridge. Laszlo Sparks asked if I'd be available in the morning. We made a date for 9 o'clock. Good. Maybe he had some more results from the soil samples. Laszlo was devouring biscuits and gravy when I arrived at the Everett Street Diner. I ordered pecan pancakes, juice, and coffee. While we ate, he told me about the conference he was going to attend at UNC Asheville. I told him about Crowe's inability to obtain a search warrant. "So the good old boys are skeptical," he said, nodding to the waitress that he had finished. "And girls. The DA is a woman." "Then this may not help." He pulled a paper from his briefcase and handed it to me. I looked up when I'd finished. Basically, the report agrees with what you told me on Monday at your lab. Yes, except for the part about the caproic and heptanoic acid concentrations. The conclusion that they look unusually high. Laszlo, what does that mean? Elevated levels of the longer-chained VFAs usually mean the corpse has been exposed to cold or that it underwent a period of decreased insect and bacterial activity. Does that alter your estimate of time since death? I still think decomposition began in late summer. Then what's the significance? I'm not sure. Maybe this will be more helpful. He took a small plastic vial from the briefcase. I found this when filtering the rest of your soil sample. The container held a tiny white chip, no larger than a grain of rice. I unscrewed the cap, slid the object onto my palm, and studied it closely. It's a fragment of tooth root, I said. That's what I thought, so I didn't treat it with anything, just brushed off the dirt. Holy shit! Did you take a peek under the scope? Yep. How does the pulp chamber look? Chock full. Laszlo and I signed evidence transfer forms, and I packed the vial and report into my briefcase. Laszlo, could I ask you one last favor? Absolutely. If my car is ready, could you help me return the one I'm driving, then take me to the shop where mine's being fixed? No problem. When I called P&T, an automotive miracle had occurred. The repairs were complete. Laszlo followed me to High Ridge House to drop off Ryan's car, delivered me to P&T, then went on to his conference. After a brief discussion of pumps and hoses, I paid the bill and slid behind the wheel. Before leaving P&T, I turned on my phone, scrolled through my programmed numbers, and hit dial. Charlotte, Mecklenburg Police Department Crime Laboratory. I spoke. Ron Gilman, please. Who's calling? Tempe Brennan. He came on in seconds. The infamous Dr. Brennan. You've heard. Oh, yes. Will we be printing and booking you here? Very funny. I suppose it's not. I won't even ask if there's anything to it. Are you getting things cleared up? I'm trying. I may need a favor. Shoot. I have a tooth fragment I want profiled for DNA. Then I want that profile compared to one you've done on a bone sample from the Air Trans South crash. Can you do that? I don't see why not. Is this urgent? Very. I'll put it on a fast track. When can you get the new sample to me? I looked at my watch. 2 o'clock? I'll call over to the DNA section right now, smooth the way. See you at 2. I turned the key and swung into traffic. There were a couple more things I needed to do before leaving Bryson City. This time the lilac dragon was by herself. I beamed my most winning smile. Just need to check a couple of details on microfilm. It would be very, very helpful if I could take several reels at a time. You were so kind about that yesterday. Sighing loudly, she went to the cabinet, removed 6 boxes, and placed them on the counter. Crossing toward the overflow room, I heard a stool squeak and knew she was craning in my direction. Cell phones are strictly prohibited in the library. Unlike my prior visit, I whipped through the spools, taking notes on specific items. In less than an hour, I had what I needed. Tommy Albright was not in, but a drawly female voice promised to deliver my message. The pathologist rang back before I'd hit the outskirts of Bryson City. Tommy, in 1959, a Cherokee named Charlie Wayne Tramper died in a bear attack. Would a file that old still exist? Maybe, maybe not. That was before we centralized. What do you need to know? You remember the case? I couldn't believe it. Hell yes. I poked through what was left of that old boy. Which was? I've seen my share of bear bait, but Tramper was the worst. Those little bastards tore the bejesus out of him. Carried his head clean off. The skull was not recovered? No. How did you ID him? Wife recognized the rifle and clothing. I found the Reverend Luke Bowman gathering fallen branches in his shadowy front yard. Save for the substitution of a black windbreaker, he was dressed exactly as on our previous meetings. Bowman watched me pull next to his pickup and approached my car. Good morning, Miss Temperance. Good morning. Beautiful day for yard work. Yes, ma'am, it is. Fragments of bark and dry leaves clung to his jacket. "Could I ask you something, Reverend Bowman?" "Of course." "How old was Edna Farrell when she died?" "I believe Sister Farrell was just shy of 80. "Reverend, do you remember a man named Tucker Adams?" The eyes narrowed, and the tip of a tongue slid across his upper lip. "I surely do. I was 10 years old when that old fellow wandered off from his farm. I helped search for him. Brother Adams was blind and half deaf, so the whole community pitched in." "How did Adams die?" "Everyone assumed he just died in the woods. We never found him." "Thank you. You've been very helpful." I pulled into the sheriff's department lot directly behind Lucy Crowe. She parked her cruiser, then waited as I turned off the engine and retrieved my briefcase. Her face looked drawn and cheerless. We spoke as we walked. "Anything new on the Hobbs murder?" "One of my deputies was working security Sunday morning. He remembers seeing Hobbs enter the morgue around 8. Remembers you. The computer shows she checked the foot out at 9:15, back in at 2. I followed Crowe to her office. "Hobbs signed out of the morgue at 3:10. A guy from Bryson City PD was working the afternoon shift. He doesn't recall seeing her leave." Crowe unclipped a radio from her belt, placed it on a cabinet, and dropped into her chair. I took one opposite the desk. "Sheriff, I'm heading down to Charlotte, but I want to show you a couple of things before I go." I handed her the purloined photo of the Tramper funeral. "Recognize anyone?" "I'll be goddamned. Parker Davenport, our venerable lieutenant governor. The little twerp looks like he's 15. She returned the print. "What's the significance?" "I'm not sure." Next, I handed her Laszlo's report, waited while she read. "So the DA was right." "Or I was right. How about this scenario? Jeremiah Mitchell died after leaving the Mighty High Tap last February. His body was stored in a freezer or refrigerator, removed, then placed outside later. Why?" She tried to keep the skepticism out of her voice. I withdrew the notes I'd taken at the library, took a deep breath, and began. Henry Arlen Preston died here in 1943. 3 days later, a farmer named Tucker Adams disappeared. He was 72. Adams' body was never found. What does that have to do with? I held up a hand. In 1949, a biology professor named Sheldon Brody drowned in the Tuckasegee River. 6 days later, Edna Farrell disappeared. She was around 80. Her body was never found. Crowe picked up a pen and slid it end over end through her fingers. I continued. In 1959, Alan Birkby was killed in an automobile accident on Highway 19. 2 days after the wreck, Charlie Wayne Tramper disappeared. Tramper was 72. His body was recovered, but it was badly mangled, the head missing. The ID was strictly circumstantial. I looked up at her. What day did Jeremiah Mitchell disappear? Crowe dropped the pen, opened a drawer, and withdrew a file. February 15th. Martin Patrick Vekoff died in Charlotte on February 12th. Lots of people die in February. It's a lousy month. The name Vekoff is on the list of H&F officers. The investment group that owns that weird property near Running Goat Branch? I nodded. Birkby is on the list, too. She leaned back and rubbed the corner of one eye. I pulled out Laszlo's find and set it in front of her. Laszlo Sparks found this in the dirt we collected near the wall at the Running Goat house. It's a tooth fragment. I'm taking it to Charlotte for DNA testing to establish whether it goes with the foot. Sheriff, you need to get a reference sample for Mitchell. She hesitated a moment, then, I can look into it. Sheriff, the pair eyes met mine. This may be bigger than Jeremiah Mitchell. 3 hours later, Boyd and I were crossing Little Rock Road, heading north on I-85. The Charlotte skyline rose in the distance like a stand of saguaro in the Sonoran Desert. Exiting the expressway, I cut across downtown and pulled into the visitor's lot of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. I promised Boyd I'd be gone less than an hour, gave him my last emergency granola bar, cracked the windows, and left him. I found Ron Gilman in his corner office on the 4th floor. Ron was a tall, silver-haired man with a body that suggested basketball or tennis. The only blemish was a Lauren Hutton gap in his upper dentition. He listened without interrupting as I told him my theory about Mitchell and the foot. When I'd finished, he held out a hand. Let's see it. He slipped on horn-rimmed glasses and studied the fragment, rolling the vial from side to side. Then he picked up the phone and spoke to someone in the DNA section. He replaced the receiver. Things move faster if the request comes from here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. He leaned back and placed his hands behind his head. You really put your finger in someone's eye, Dr. Brennan. Guess I did. Any thoughts as to whose? I gave him a condensed version of what I knew so far. Davenport and Vekoff, the lieutenant governor and a state senator. That's heavy. So what's your explanation for all this? I don't have one. But you will. But I will. Can I help? There is something you can do for me. I found Boyd curled in granola crumbs, sound asleep. At the sound of the key, he shot to his feet and barked. Realizing this was not a sneak attack, he wagged his hips. I slid behind the wheel, and he began removing makeup from the side of my face. 40 minutes later, I pulled up at the address Gilman had found on Queens Road East. A lady in pearls, pumps, and a turquoise pantsuit was watering pansies along a walk bisecting the front lawn. Her skin was pale, her hair the color of ginger ale. With a warning to Boyd, I got out and locked the door. I shouted, but the woman seemed oblivious to my presence. Mrs. Vekoff? I repeated as I drew close. She spun, spraying my feet with her hose. Her hand jerked, and the water was redirected onto the grass. Oh, dear. Oh, my. I'm so sorry. It's no problem at all. I stepped back from the water, puddling the flagstone. Are you Mrs. Vekoff? Yes, dear. You're Carla's niece? No, ma'am, I'm Dr. Brennan. Her eyes went slightly out of focus, as if consulting a calendar somewhere over my shoulder. Did I forget an appointment? No, Mrs. Vekoff. I wondered if I might ask you a few questions about your husband. She recentered on me. Pat was a state senator for 16 years. Are you a reporter? No, I'm not. 4 terms is quite an achievement. Being in public office took him away from home too much, but he loved it. Where did he travel? Raleigh, mostly. Did he ever visit Bryson City? Where's that, dear? It's in the mountains. Oh, Pat loved the mountains. Went there whenever he could. Did you travel with your husband? Oh, no. I have the arthritis and... Her voice trailed off. And those trips were really Pat's time with the boys. Do you mind if I finish my watering? Please. I walked beside her as she moved along the pansy beds. Mr. Vekoff went to the mountains with your sons? Oh, no. Pat and I have a daughter. She's married now. He went with his chums. He went to the mountains with other men? Those boys were very close, being friends since their school days. They miss Pat terribly. Kendall, too. Yes, we're getting old. Again, her voice tapered into silence. Kendall? I asked. Kendall Rollins. He was a poet. Do you know his work? I shook my head, outwardly calm. Inside, my heart was thumping. The name Rollins was on the H&F list. Kendall died of leukemia when he was 55. That's very young. When was that, ma'am? 1986. Where did your husband and his friends stay in the mountains? Her face tensed. They had some kind of lodge. Why are you asking me about all this? A plane crashed recently near Bryson City, and I'm trying to learn what I can about a nearby property. Your husband might have been one of the owners. That terrible affair with all those students. Yes. Her head wagged. Why do young people have to die? A young man was killed flying to my husband's funeral. 43 years old. Who was that, ma'am? She looked away. He was the son of one of Pat's friends, lived in Alabama, so I never met him. Still, it broke my heart. Do you know his name? No. Her eyes would not meet mine. Mrs. Vekoff, do you know the names of the others who went to the lodge? She began fidgeting with the nozzle. Pat never talked about those trips. I left it to him. He needed privacy, being in the public eye so much. Have you ever heard of the H&F Investment Group? No. She remained focused on the hose, her back to me, but I could see tension in her shoulders. It's late. I have to go inside now. Twisting off the spray, she dropped the hose and hurried up the walk. Thanks for your time, ma'am. I'm sorry to have kept you so long. The door closed, and I heard a bolt slide into place. I dug a card from my purse, wrote my home address and number on it, and stuck it into the door jamb. It was past 8 when my first visitor arrived. After leaving Mrs. Vekoff, I'd bought a rotisserie chicken at the roasting company, then collected Bertie from my neighbor. The 3 of us had shared the fowl. I was scraping plates at the sink when I heard the knock. Pete stood on the back stoop, a bouquet of daisies in one hand. As I opened the door, he bowed at the waist and proffered the flowers. On behalf of my canine associate. Not necessary, but appreciated. I held open the door, and he went past me into the kitchen. Pete clapped and called Boyd's name. He went berserk, barking and racing in circles. Pete began a 2-handed ear scratch. When did you get back? Today. How did things go in Indiana? The local arson investigators were about as sophisticated as the Bobbsey twins. Will it go to court? Depends on what they offer. Any progress on your demort problems? Maybe. Pete looked at his watch. I want to hear all about it, but right now I'm bushed. I think I will mosey with my dog. I watched them leave, Boyd dancing around Pete's legs. Good riddance, is what I said. Miffed is what I felt. The damn dog hadn't looked back once. Bertie and I were watching The Big Sleep when the second knock sounded. I was in a t-shirt, panties, and my old flannel robe. He was in my lap. Ryan stood on the doorstep, face ashen in the porch light. I avoided repeating my usual opener. He'd tell me soon enough why he was in Charlotte. How did you know I'd be here? He ignored my question. Spending the evening by yourself? I tipped my head. Bacall and Bogart are in the study. I opened the door as I had for Pete, and he brushed past me into the kitchen. I smelled cigarette smoke and perspiration and assumed he'd driven straight from Swain County. Will they mind if I make it a foursome? Though his words were light, his face told me his heart was not. They're flexible. He followed me to the den, and we settled at opposite ends of the couch. I clicked off the TV. Bertrand's been ID'd. I waited. Mostly dental. His Adam's apple rose and fell. And some other fragments. Petrocelli? He shook his head, a short, tight gesture. They were seated at ground zero, so Petrocelli may be vapor. What they found of Bertrand was 2 valleys over from the main site. His voice was tight and shaky. Embedded in a tree. I wanted to wrap my arms around his neck, to press my cheek to his chest and stroke his hair. I didn't move. Has Tyrell released the body? This morning. I'm escorting it to Montreal on Sunday. The family wants a civil ceremony, so the SQ's organizing a funeral for Wednesday. I didn't hesitate. I'm going with you. That's not necessary. Jean was my friend, too. His eyes glistened. He blinked, leaned back, and ran both hands up and down his face. What about this pissing match with Tyrell? I told him about the tooth fragment, held back the rest. Profiling will take 4 or 5 days, so there's no reason I have to stay here. Would you like me to go? I have a feeling you will anyway. Sunday afternoon, Bertie went to Pete, and Ryan and I flew to Montreal. What remained of Jean Bertrand traveled below in a glossy metal casket. It was past 7 by the time we delivered Bertrand to an Urgell Bourgie in Saint-Lambert. Ryan and I parted ways, he to his condo at Habitat, I to mine in Centreville. Arriving, I threw my overnighter on the bed, turned on the heat, checked my answering machine, and then the refrigerator. It was empty. Digging a jacket and gloves from the hall closet, I walked to Le Faubourg for provisions. By the time I returned, the condo had warmed. I built a fire anyway, needing its comfort more than its heat. I was feeling as down as I had at Carroll Hall, haunted by the specter of Ryan's mysterious Danielle, saddened by the prospect of Bertrand's funeral. I had just finished eating when my cell phone rang. I sprinted across the room and dug it out, vowing to find a better storage location than my purse. It took a moment for the voice to register. It was my friend in Charlotte. Anne? Tempe, where are you? Montreal. Why the hell are you back in Canada? I told her about Bertrand. Is that why you sound so bummed? Partly. How was London? What does that mean, partly? You don't want to know. Of course I do. What's wrong? I unloaded. Anne listened. 20 minutes later, I took a breath, not weeping, but close. So, the Arthur property and unidentified foot issue is separate from the crash complaint issue? Sort of. I don't think the foot came from anyone on the flight. I have to prove that. And all you know about this property is that some guy named Livingstone gave it as a wedding gift to some guy named Arthur, who sold it to some guy named Dashwood. Silence hummed across 2 countries. We heard about some lord in England named Dashwood. A friend of Benjamin Franklin's, I think. Well, that should crack this wide open. How was London? Great, but too much of the ABC tour. ABC tour? Another bloody cathedral. When will you be back in Charlotte? Thursday. Let's have lunch. Tempe, things will get back to normal. You'll see. I fell asleep wondering if I had any chance at all of having a normal life again. Since Sergeant Detective Jean Bertrand had died while on duty, he was given full state honors. While I'd expected a large turnout, I was astounded by the mass of people that showed up. In addition to Bertrand's family and friends, his fellow Sûreté du Québec officers, members of the Communauté Urbaine de Montréal, and many of the medico-legal lab, it looked like every police department in Canada and many in the United States had sent representatives. French and English media sent reporters and TV crews. By noon, the bits of Bertrand that passed for his corpse lay in the ground at the Notre-Dame-des-Neiges cemetery, and Ryan and I were winding our way down the mountain toward Centreville. When do you fly out? He asked. 11:50 tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up at 10:30. If you're aspiring to a position as my chauffeur, the pay is lousy. I'm on the same flight. Last night, the Charlotte PD busted an Atlanta lowlife named Pecan Billy Holmes. Seems the Pecan had a lot to say about a certain telephone tip to the FBI. It was late afternoon when Ryan and I touched down in Charlotte. In our absence, fall had caught on, and a strong breeze flapped our jackets as we walked to the parking garage. We drove directly downtown to the FBI office at 2nd and Tryon. McMahon had just returned from interviewing Pecan Billy Holmes at the jail. Holmes was coked to the eyeballs when they hauled his butt to the bag last night, yelling and screaming, offering to roll over on everything back to a Little League game his team threw in the 4th grade. Who is this guy? Ryan asked. A 38-year-old 3-time loser. Hangs on the fringes of the Atlanta biker scene. Hell's Angels? McMahon nodded. Holmes says he was drinking and snorting blow with a couple of angels named Harvey Poteet and Neil Tannehill. The boys were talking about Pepper Petrocelli in the crash when Poteet decided it would be cool to diddle the FBI with a false lead. Why? I asked. Barstool brilliance. If Petrocelli was alive, it would scare him into silence. If he'd gone down with the plane, a message would go out. Talk, and the brothers erase you from the planet. A freebie. So the whole thing was a hoax, I said. McMahon moved the mug beyond the edge of the blotter. Appears so. Métro's backing off on his Petrocelli sighting, Ryan added. We're back to square one with a blown plane and no explanation. Back at the annex, my answering machine flashed 4 messages. Anne, Ron Gilman, 2 hang-ups. I dialed Gilman's pager. He phoned back before I'd filled Bertie's bowls. Kruger says you got a match on the DNA. My stomach and tonsils changed places. The tooth and foot come from the same person? Yes, go get your warrant. I dialed Lucy Crowe. The sheriff was out, but a deputy promised to find her. There was no answer in Ryan's room. Anne picked up on the first ring. Figure out who your bomber is? We figured out who it isn't. That's progress. How about dinner? I was so agitated I knew sitting at home would be sheer torture. Foster's in 30 minutes? I'll be there. Foster's Tavern is a subterranean hideaway with somber wood paneling and tufted black leather rising to mid-wall. A carved bar wraps around one end, battered tables fill the other. Anne had the Guinness stew and Chardonnay. I ordered corned beef and cabbage, a Perrier with lime. Normally I ask for lemon, but the green seemed more fitting. Over dinner, Anne described her trip to England. I listened. Did you see anything besides cathedrals and monuments? I asked when she paused for breath. Caves. Caves? Totally bizarre. This guy named Francis Dashwood had them dug sometime in the 18th century. He wanted a Gothic atmosphere, so he had this corny 3-sided stone structure built around the entrance. Create sort of courtyard. Gothic chic, complete with souvenir shop, cafe, and white plastic tables and chairs for the thirsty medieval tourist. She said this in a breathy voice. Anne was a real estate agent, sometimes describes things in realtorese. Where are they? She took a sip of wine. West Wickham, in Buckinghamshire. Someone told Ted about the place, so we had to stop off on our way to Oxford. She rolled her eyes. Tempe, these caves are mondo bizarro. Passengers meander all over the place with little rooms and crannies and side branches, and they're filled with all sorts of creepy carvings. Why did Dashwood dig the caves? She was mid-shrug when my cell phone rang. I clicked on quickly, apologizing with a grimace to the other patrons. While I find cell phones in restaurants the height of rudeness, I hadn't wanted to chance missing Lucy Crowe's call. It was the sheriff. I talked as I hurried outside. She listened without interrupting. She spoke when I finished. That's good enough for a warrant. What if this asshole still won't issue? I'm going to drop by Frank Battle's house right now. If he stonewalls, I'll think of something. When I returned to the table, Anne had ordered another glass of Chardonnay, and a stack of photos had appeared. It was almost 11 when I pulled in at Carroll Hall. As I swung around the annex, the headlights picked up a large brown envelope on my front stoop. I parked in back, sprinted to the door, and slipped inside, wishing Boyd was with me. Crossing to the living room, I put my ear to the front door, then stepped back and turned the knob. Bertie observed from the hall. No sign of any person. I took the package inside and locked the door behind me. My name was written on the envelope in a swirly, feminine hand. There was no return address. I tore a corner and peeked inside. A book. Ripping open the envelope, I withdrew a large leather-bound journal. A note was taped to the front cover, penned on delicate peach stationery. My eyes raced to the signature. Marion Louise Willoughby Vekoff. Dr. Brennan, I am a useless old woman, but I was a loyal and obedient wife all the years of my marriage. Martin Patrick Vekoff was a good provider, a loving father, an honest businessman. But as I sit, deafened by the silence of another sleepless night, questions burn inside my heart. Was there another side to the man I lived with for almost 6 decades? Were there things that weren't right? I'm sending you a diary that my husband kept under lock and key. Wives have a way, Dr. Brennan. Wives alone with time on their hands. I found the diary years ago, returned to it again and again, listened, followed the news, kept silent. The man killed on the way to Pat's funeral was Roger Lee Farley. His obituary gives the date. Read the journal. Read the clippings. I'm not sure what it all means, but your visit frightened me. I cannot endure one more night alone with the dread. I apologize for my rudeness on Friday last. Regretfully, Marion Louise Willoughby Beckhoff. Burning with curiosity, I double-checked the security system, made myself a cup of tea, and took everything to my study. After collecting notebook and pen, I opened the journal, removed and upended an envelope I found stuck between the pages. Neatly trimmed newspaper clippings fluttered to my desk. Most were obituaries. A few were feature stories. Each reported the death of a prominent man. The poet, Kendall Rollins, succumbed to leukemia on May 12, 1986. Among those surviving Rollins was his son, Paul Hardin Rollins. The small hairs on my neck reached for the ceiling. P. H. Rollins was on the list of H&F officers. I made note. Roger Lee Fairley died when his small plane went down in Alabama 8 months back. Okay, that's what Mrs. Beckhoff said. I jotted the name and date, February 13th. The oldest item described the 1959 highway accident that killed Alan A. Birkby. The other names meant nothing. I added them to my list, along with their dates of death, laid the clippings aside, and turned to the diary. The first entry was made on June 17, 1935, the last in November of this year. Flipping through the pages, I could see that the handwriting changed several times, suggesting multiple authors. The final 3 decades were chronicled in a taut, cramped script almost too small to read. Martin Patrick Beckhoff was tightly wrapped, indeed, I thought, returning to the first page. For the next 2 hours I plowed through faded script, now and then glancing at my watch, distracted by thoughts of Lucy Crowe. The journal contained not a single proper name. Codes or nicknames were used throughout. Omega, Elos, Khafre, Chak, Inti. I recognized an Egyptian pharaoh here, a Greek letter there. Some handles sounded vaguely familiar, others not at all. There were financial accounts, money in, money out. Repairs, purchases, awards, demerits. There were descriptions of events, a dinner, a business meeting, a literary discussion. Beginning in the 40s, another type of entry began to appear. Lists of code names followed by sets of strange symbols. I flipped through several. The same players reappeared year after year, then disappeared, never to be seen again. When one went out, a new one came in. I counted. There were never more than 18 names on any of these rosters. When I finally leaned back, my tea was cold, and my neck felt as though it had been hung from a line and allowed to dry in the wind. Bertie was asleep on the love seat. All right, let's go at it the other way round. The cat stretched, but didn't open an eye. Using the dates I'd taken from Mrs. Beckhoff's clippings, I fast-forwarded through the journal. A list of code names was entered 4 days after Birkby's car crash. Sinuhe appeared for the first time, but Omega was missing. I scanned subsequent lists. Omega was never mentioned again. Had Alan Birkby been Omega? Using this hypothesis, I flashed ahead to 1986. Within days of Kendall Rollins' death, a list appeared. Mani replaced Pianki. Heart beating slightly faster, I continued with the clipping dates. John Morgan died in 1972. 3 days later, a list. Irrigator checked in. Itzmana vanished. William Glenn Sherman died in 1979. 5 days later, Beckhoff recorded a list. Omateutel debuted. Roe was history. Matching clippings with journal entries, I correlated code names with real names for everyone dead since 1959. But what about the early years? I flipped to a clean page in my notebook. Every time an entry showed the replacement of one code name with another, I noted the date. It didn't take long. In 1943, Elos was replaced by Omega. Could that have been the year Birkby joined H&F? In 1949, Narmer took over for Khafre. Pharaoh in, Pharaoh out. Was it some sort of Masonic group? I moved forward, added the year for each list. 1959, 1972, 1979, 1986. I stared at the years. Then I flew to my briefcase, pulled out other notes, and checked. Son of a bitch. I looked at my watch. 3:20 a.m. Where the hell was Lucy Crowe? To say I rested poorly would be like saying Quasimodo had a bad back. When the phone rang, I was already up, sweeping the patio, snipping dead leaves, drinking cup after cup of coffee. "Did you get it?" I almost shrieked. Repeat the punchline? "I can't tie up the line, Pete." "You have call waiting." "Why are you phoning at 7 in the morning?" "I have to return to Indiana. I'm calling to tell you that Boyd will be furloughed to the Grand Bar Kennel." "What? The towels were too rough here?" He didn't want to impose. "There's no reason to lay out bucks when I'm still stuck with 5 pounds of Alpo." "I'll bring 'em by in an hour." I was spray cleaning the inside of the trash can when the phone rang again. Lucy Crowe's voice was taut with frustration. "It's still no go with the magistrate. I don't get it. Frank's usually reasonable, but he got so angry this morning I thought he was going to have a heart attack." I told her what I'd found in the Beckhoff diary. "Sheriff, can you check on missing persons from 72 and 79? "Yeah." A long silence rolled down from the Highlands. Finally, "I noticed a metal bar when we were out at that place, lying in the dirt by the front porch." "Oh?" "My burglary tool. If wreckage is discovered on property within reasonable proximity of an airplane crash, my office has jurisdiction during the period of active recovery to check for survivors who might have crawled off, for example. Maybe died under the house." "I see." "There's still 2 passengers unaccounted for. Tempe, did that bar look like wreckage to you?" "Could have been a piece from the cabin floor." "That was my impression. Guess I'd better take a look." "I can be at your office by 2. "I'll wait." By 3, I was in the back seat of a Jeep, Crow at the wheel, a deputy riding shotgun. 2 others were behind us in a second vehicle. Crow took the blacktop to its end, then the Forest Service road where I'd left my car almost 3 weeks earlier. Ignoring the cutoff to the crash site, she turned onto a different logging trail. Our backup followed closely. The Jeep bounced and pitched, branches scraping its top and sides. Then the trees stepped back, yielding to a narrow dirt track. 10 minutes later, Crow braked, alighted, and swung back what looked like an entire thicket. When we proceeded, I could see that what she'd moved was a gate entirely overgrown with kudzu and ivy. Moments later, the Arthur house came into view. "I'll be goddamned," said the deputy. "This place in the 911 book?" "Listed as abandoned," said Crow. "I never knew it was here." Crow pulled to the front of the house and honked twice. No one appeared. "There's a courtyard round to the side." Crow nodded in that direction. "Tell George and Bobby to cover that entrance. We'll enter in front." They got out, simultaneously releasing the safety clips on their guns. As the deputy walked back to the second Jeep, Crow turned to me. "You stay here until I call you." I wanted to argue, but her look told me no way. Crow sounded another long blast on the horn. The deputy rejoined her, a Winchester pump held diagonally across his chest. They crossed to the house and climbed the steps. Crow banged on the door. "Swain County Sheriff's Department Police, please respond." No one came forth. The sheriff walked back to the Jeep. She rummaged in back, returned to the porch with a crowbar. Wiggling the tip between 2 shutters, she applied the full force of her body weight, a more earnest rendition of my own jimmying act. The shutter flew back, hitting the wall with a loud crash. Crow laid down the bar, braced herself, then smashed a foot through the window. Glass shattered, sparkled in the sun as it showered the porch with jagged shards. Crow kicked again and again, enlarging the opening. She stood back and listened. Hearing no movement, the sheriff unholstered her gun and disappeared into the darkness. The deputy followed. Centuries later, the front door opened and Crow stepped onto the porch. She waved a "come on" gesture. I tried to read her face, but it was registering nothing. Clicking on a flashlight, I followed her inside. The air that hit me was not as musty as I expected. It smelled of smoke and mildew and something sweet. My olfactory lobe scanned its database. Church. The front door opened directly into a parlor that spanned the entire width of the house. Slowly, I swept my light from right to left. I could make out sofas, armchairs, and occasional tables. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves covered two sides. The parlor opened onto a narrow hallway, staircase on the right, dining room on the left, kitchen straight ahead. The dining room was furnished with nothing but a highly polished rectangular table and matching chairs. I counted. 18. The kitchen was in back, its door standing wide open. Porcelain sink, pump, stove, and refrigerator that had seen more birthdays than I had. I pointed to the appliances. Must be a generator. Upstairs, a hallway led straight down the middle of the house. 4 small bedrooms radiated from the central artery, each with 2 sets of homemade bunks. A small spiral staircase led from the end of the hall to a 3rd-floor attic. Tucked under the eaves were 2 more cots. It reminded me of the Heaven's Gate cult in San Diego. I held my tongue. We were circling back down when either George or Bobby appeared on the main staircase at the far end of the hall. The man was flushed and perspiring heavily. "Sheriff, you got to see the basement." "What is it, Bobby?" A bead of sweat broke from his hairline and rolled down the side of his face. "I'll be goddamned if I know." A set of wooden stairs shot straight from the kitchen down to an underground cellar. The sheriff ordered Deputy Nameless to remain topside while the rest of us went down. Bobby led, I followed, Crow brought up the rear. George waited at the bottom, flashlight darting like a Klieg on opening night. As we descended, the air went from cool to refrigerator cold, and murky dimness gave way to pitch black. We gathered at the bottom. We were in a large windowless room with plank ceiling and cement floor. 3 sides were plaster, the 4th formed by the escarpment at the back of the house. Centered in the cliffside wall was a heavy wooden door. I retrieved my flash, and Crow and I probed the room, spotlighted by George and Bobby. A full sweep produced nothing indigenous to a basement. No work table, no gardening equipment, no cobwebs. George angled his beam to where plaster met ceiling. "Look at this." A bear-like monster leered from the darkness, its body covered with gaping, bloody mouths. Below the animal was one word: "Bak bak quilnussuye." George moved his light to the next wall, and another monster stared down. Lion mane, bulging eyes, mouth wide to devour a headless infant gripped between its hands. Crow spoke. "That's a bad copy of one of Goya's black paintings. I've seen it in the Prado in Madrid." The more I got to know the Swain County Sheriff, the more she impressed me. We crossed to the rock wall. The door was held in place by black wrought iron hinges, drilled into the stone and cemented in place. A segment of chain connected a circular wrought iron handle to a vertical steel bar adjacent to the frame. The padlock looked shiny and new, and I could see fresh scars in the granite. Crow's gun exploded twice, and the smell of cordite filled the air. She stepped forward, yanked, and the door opened outward. Cold air rolled over us, smelling of dark hollows, sightless creatures, and eons of time underground. My flash revealed a cave-like tunnel with a series of alcoves to either side. The floor was dirt, the ceiling and walls solid rock. Height to the tunnel's arched top was approximately 6 feet. Width was about 4 feet. Length was impossible to tell. Beyond 5 yards, it was a black hole. My pulse had not slowed since I'd entered the house. It now went for a personal best. Slowly we crept forward, our beams probing the floor, the ceiling, the walls, the recesses. Crow illuminated a name, then another and another chiseled the length of the tunnel. She read them aloud as we progressed. Innocent III, Moctezuma, Dionysus. Weird bedfellows. A pope, an Aztec emperor, and the partymeister himself. We rounded a corner and inched forward, sweeping our beams from side to side. I could tell from the sound of the air that we had entered a large chamber of some sort. We were circling its perimeter wall. The names continued. Thyestes, Polyphemus, Christia the Clique, Cronus. I recognized no one from Beckhoff's diary. Like the tunnel, the chamber gave onto a number of alcoves, some with bars, others ungated. Directly opposite our entrance point, we found a wooden door similar to that at the head of the tunnel, and secured with the same chain and padlock arrangement. Crow dealt with it in the same way. As the door swung inward, cold, foul air slithered out. The odor of putrefaction can be altered by the mode of death, sweetened by some poisons, tinted with pear or almond or garlic by others. It can be retarded by chemicals, augmented by insect activity. But the essence is unmistakable. A heavy, fetid mix that heralds the presence of rotting flesh. Something dead lay in that alcove. We entered and circled left, keeping to the wall as we had in the outer chamber. 5 feet in, my beam caught an irregularity on the floor. Crow saw it at the same time. We focused our lights on a patch of coarse, dark soil. Wordlessly, I handed my mag light to Crow and pulled a collapsible spade from my backpack. I squatted and scraped at the ground with the side of the blade. The stain gave way easily, revealing a boundary between freshly turned earth and hard-packed floor. The smell of decay increased as I lifted soil and lay it to the side. Within minutes, I hit something soft and pale blue. Crow's eyes glistened. Looks like denim. I followed the faded fabric, lengthening the opening. Levi's, contoured around a scarecrow leg. I worked my way down to a shriveled brown foot, angled 90 degrees at the ankle. That's it. Crow's voice caused my hand to jump. What? This is no airplane passenger. I don't want a bad crime scene. We're shut down till I have a warrant. I didn't argue. The victim in that pit deserved to have his or her story told in court. I would do nothing to compromise a potential prosecution. I rose and tapped my spade against the wall, carefully removing adhering soil. Then I folded the blade, stuck it in my pack, and reached for my light. On the handoff, the beam shot across the alcove and glinted off something in the farthest recess. I squinted into the dark. What the hell's that? Let's go, Tempe. Sheriff, we should hit your magistrate with everything we can. I picked my way toward the point where I'd seen the flash. Crow hesitated a moment, followed. A long bundle lay tucked against the base of the wall. The bundle was wrapped in shower curtains and tied with several lengths of rope. Though blurred by layers of plastic, I could make out details in the clear upper half. Matted hair, a red plaid shirt, ghostly white hands bound at the wrists. I pulled gloves from my pack, snapped them on, and gently rolled the bundle. Crow's hand flew to her mouth. A face, purple and bloated, eyes milky and half-closed. Noticing an oval object at the base of the throat, I brought my light close. A pendant. I pulled out my knife and slit the plastic. The hiss of escaping gas was followed by an overpowering stench of putrefaction. Holding my breath, I teased back the plastic with the tip of the knife. A male silhouette was clearly visible on a small silver medal, arms crossed piously at the throat. St. Blaise. We had found the missing fisherman with the ailing throat, George Adair. This time I suggested a different route. Crow agreed. Leaving Bobby and George to secure the site, the sheriff and I drove to Bryson City and pulled Byron McMahon from a football game he was watching on the parlor TV at High Ridge House. Together we prepared an affidavit, which the special agent took directly to a federal magistrate judge in Asheville. In less than 2 hours, McMahon called Crow. Based on the probability of a hate crime and the close proximity of reservation and national parks, a search warrant had been issued. it fell to me to phone Lark Tyrell. I found the M.E. at home. Though Lark's words were cordial, I could tell my call unnerved him. I did not take time to assuage his anxiety or to apologize for the lateness of the hour. The M.E. listened while I explained the situation. Finally, I stopped. Silence stretched so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Lark? When he spoke again, his tone had changed. I want you to handle this, Tempe. What do you need? I told him. Do you want personnel? Who's still there? Maggie and Stan. Maggie Burrows and Stan Freiberg were death investigators with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Chapel Hill, deployed to Bryson City for the processing of AirTran South 228. Both were graduates of my body recovery workshop at the university, and both were excellent. Tell them to be ready at 7. Roger. There was another long pause. Tempe, he broke off. This has gone too goddamn far. I listened to a dial tone. What the hell did that mean? I had other things to worry about. I spent the next 4 days like a miner, descending to the basement at dawn, surfacing at noon for a sandwich and coffee, then descending again until after dark. A portable generator and lights were brought in to illuminate my underground world, so day and night became indistinguishable. My team dug and documented while Crow's deputies hauled and sifted dirt. We recovered 8 people in all, the last on Halloween. The following day, we learned who blew up AirTran South 228. A pipe, the kind that you put in your mouth and smoke. My voice registered my incredulity. In a checked bag. McMahon nodded. An airline employee remembers telling this guy arriving at the last moment that his duffel was too large for the overhead bin, and he'd have to check it. The guy was sweaty and distracted. Pulled off his sport jacket and stuffed it into the duffel before giving it to a baggage handler. They're saying he left a hot pipe in the pocket of the jacket. What about smoke detectors, fire detectors? Baggage compartments don't have them. Ryan, McMahon, and I were seated in folding chairs in a briefing room at NTSB Central. Magnus Jackson was making a statement, projecting visuals onto a screen behind him. 88 people were dead because one man was preoccupied about losing his seat. The whole thing was a tragic mistake. Feeling numb, I slipped from the room. I had victims waiting whose deaths were not due to simple carelessness. The reefer trucks were gone from the grounds of the Alarka fire station. The lot held only the company's displaced engines and the vehicles of those assisting me. A single deputy guarded the entrance. Crow was there when I arrived. Seeing me, she climbed from her cruiser, collected a small leather case, and waited. I joined her, and we entered what was now a different type of incident morgue. I greeted my team and hurried to the cubicle I was using as an office. As I exchanged my jacket for a lab coat, Crow took the chair opposite my desk, zipped open the case, and withdrew several folders. 1979 came up zilch. All MPs accounted for. There was one from 1972. She opened a folder. Mary Frances Rafferty, white female, age 81. Lived alone over in Dillsboro. Her daughter checked on her every Saturday. One week, Rafferty wasn't in her home. Never seen again. It was presumed she wandered off and died of exposure. Anything from Tommy Albright? The nod. George Adair's positive. Dental? Yes. Tempe, you know that first alcove burial was missing its left foot? Yes. Albright phoned me. We're getting blood from Jeremiah Mitchell's sister. Sheriff, did you check the other dates? Albert Odell's the only MP still out from 86. He's the apple farmer? Mm-hmm. His family provided the name of his dentist. I'm driving over to Lueda this afternoon to see what he has. What about the others? The others will be tough. It's been over 50 years for Adams and Farrell, over 40 for Tramper. She withdrew 3 more folders and laid everything on my desk. Here's what I've managed to dig up. She stood. I'll let you know what I get from the dentist. When she'd gone, I spent a few moments perusing the folders. That for Tucker Adams contained only the press items I'd already seen. Edna Farrell's record was a little better. There was a statement by Sandra Jane Farrell giving an account of Edna's last days and a detailed physical description. Edna had fallen from a horse as a young woman, and Sandra described her mother's face as lopsided. I snatched up a black and white snapshot with scalloped edges. Though the image was blurry, the facial asymmetry was obvious. There were photos of Charlie Wayne Tramper, and his disappearance and death were reported in several newspaper articles. Otherwise, there was little in the way of written information. The following days were like the first I'd spent at the Alarka fire station, living with the dead from dawn until dusk. In a way, it was like processing a crash where names are known from the passenger roster. Based on Vekoff's diary, I was convinced I had a limited population because the dates entered in his lists matched precisely the disappearance dates of seniors from Swain and adjoining counties. 1943, Tucker Adams. 1949, Edna Farrell. 1959, Charlie Wayne Tramper. 1986, Albert Odell. Believing them to be the earliest in time, we started with the 4 burials we found in the tunnel. While Stan and Maggie cleaned, sorted, numbered, photographed, and x-rayed, I studied bones. I found Edna Farrell early. Skeleton number 4 was that of an elderly female whose right cheek and jawbones deviated sharply from the midline due to fractures that had healed without proper intervention. Skeleton number 5 was incomplete, lacking portions of the rib cage, arms, and lower legs. Animal damage was extensive. A globular skull, flaring cheekbones, and shoveling on the front teeth suggested Native American ancestry. Charlie Wayne Tramper? Number 6. The most deteriorated of the skeletons was that of an elderly Caucasoid male who had been edentulous at the time of his death. Save for a height estimate of over 6 feet, I found no unique markers on the bones. Tucker Adams? Skeleton number 3 was that of an elderly male with healed fractures of the nose, maxilla, ribs, and right fibula. A long, narrow skull, Quonset hut nasal bridge, and anterior projection of the lower face suggested the man was black. So did the 4-disc 2.0 program. I suspected he was the 1979 victim. Next, I examined the skeletons found in the alcove with Mitchell and Adair. Skeleton number 2 was that of an elderly white male. Arthritic changes in the right shoulder and arm bones suggested repeated extension of the hand above the head. The apple farmer, Albert Odell? Skeleton number 1 was that of an elderly white female with advanced arthritis and only 7 teeth. Mary Frances Rafferty, the woman from Dillsborough whose daughter had found her mother's house empty in 1972? By late afternoon Saturday, I felt confident I had matched the bones with their proper names. Luke Bowman helped by remembering Tucker Adams's height, 6'3", and I had a pretty good idea as to manner of death. The hyoid is a small horseshoe-shaped bone embedded in the soft tissue of the neck, high up behind the lower jaw. In the elderly, whose bones are often brittle, the hyoid fractures when its wings are compressed. The most common source of compressive force is strangulation. Tommy Albright phoned as I was preparing to close up. Find any more hyoid fractures? 5 out of the 6. Timpy, who the hell would want to strangle old people? I did not answer. I'd seen other trauma on the skeletons. Trauma I found puzzling. Trauma I would not mention until I understood more. When he hung up, I went to burial 4, picked up the thigh bones, and brought them to the magnifier light. Yes, it was there. It was real. I collected the femora from every skeleton and took the bones to a dissecting scope. Tiny grooves circled each right proximal shaft. I cranked the magnification as high as it would go. When I focused, the grooves crystallized into sharp-edged crevices, V-shaped in cross-section. Cut marks. But why? And why only the right femora? Was it only the right femora? I was about to begin a re-examination of every bone when Andrew Ryan burst through the door. Maggie, Stan, and I looked up, startled. Ryan was flushed and perspiring, despite the coolness. Have you been listening to the news? We shook our heads. Parker Davenport was found dead about 3 hours ago. Dead? Emotions snapped inside me. Shock, pity, anger, wariness, relief. The pressure would lift from me. Guilt. A man is dead, and you think first of yourself. How? A single bullet to the brain. An aide found him at his home. A suicide? Or a setup? Did Davenport leave a note? None found. What's up here? He gestured toward the autopsy tables. Got some time? He spread his arms. The crash was due to carelessness and mechanical failure. I'm a free man. The wall clock said 7:45. I told Stan and Maggie to call it a day, then led Ryan to my cubicle and explained the Veckhoff diary. You're suggesting that random elderly persons were strangled following the deaths of prominent citizens? He tried, but failed to keep the skepticism from his voice. Yes. And the perps used the Arthur house to dispose of the bodies? Yes, but for more than just disposing. I think the victims were used in some sort of ritual. Why is that? Come with me. I walked him from table to table, making introductions and pointing out details. Finally, I took him to the dissecting scope and focused the lens on Edna Farrell's right femur. When he'd studied it, I inserted one of Tucker Adams' thigh bones. Rafferty, Odell. The pattern was unmistakable. Same nicks, same distribution. What are they? Cut marks. What do they mean? I don't know. Each bone made a soft thunk as I replaced it on the stainless steel. My heels clicked loudly as I crossed to the sink, then walked to my cubicle to remove my lab coat and put on my jacket. Ryan followed me out to the parking lot. As I was sliding behind the wheel, he shot off one more question. What kind of twisted mutant would snatch old people, choke them to death, and play with their bodies? The answer would come from an unexpected source. Back at High Ridge House, I made myself a ham salad sandwich, grabbed a bag of Sun Chips and a handful of chocolate chip cookies, and headed out to dine with Boyd. Though I apologized profusely for my negligence over the past week, the eyebrows barely moved. More guilt. After giving Boyd the sandwich, chips, and cookies, I filled his bowls with water and chow and promised him a long walk the following day. He was sniffing the Alpo as I slipped away. I reprovisioned myself and took the snack to my room. A note lay on the floor. Based on the mode of delivery, I suspected it had come from McMahon. It had. He asked that I stop by FBI headquarters the next day. I wolfed down my dinner, took a hot bath, and phoned a colleague at UNC Chapel Hill. Though it was past 11, I knew Jim's routine. Except when excavating, Jim was nocturnal. After greetings and a brief catch-up, I asked for his help. Doing some archaeology, Dr. Brennan? It's more fun than my usual work, I said non-committally. I described the strange nicks and striations without revealing the nature of the victims. How old is this stuff? Not that old. It's odd that the marks are restricted to a single bone, but the pattern you're describing sounds suspicious. I'm going to fax you 3 recent articles and a number of my own photos. I thanked him and gave him the morgue number. Jim's photos and articles lay on the fax machine when I arrived at the morgue the next morning. Nature, Science, and American Antiquity. I read each and studied his pictures. Then I re-examined every skull and long bone, taking Polaroids of anything that looked suspicious. Still, I could not believe it. Ancient times, ancient peoples, yes. These things didn't happen in modern America. A sudden synapse. One more phone call. Colorado. 20 minutes later, another fax. I stared at it, the paper trembling slightly in my hand. Dear God, it was undeniable. I found McMahon at his temporary headquarters in the Bryson City Fire Station. As with the incident morgue, the function of the FBI office had changed. McMahon and his colleagues had shifted their focus from crash to crime scene investigation, their paradigm from terrorism to homicide. Bulletin boards that had once featured the names of terrorist groups and militant radicals now held those of 8 murder victims. On the opposite end of the room, more boards displayed photos of the Arthur house. I recognized the attic cots, the dining room table, the great room fireplace. I was examining shots of the basement murals when McMahon joined me. He removed a thumbtack with his nail and handed me a list. Familiar with anyone on the playbill? The names from the tunnel walls? Yeah. Special Agent Rayner's working them. McMahon gestured toward a young man in shirt sleeves and tie working at the computer. We've nailed a few of the more obvious players, the Greek and Roman gods, for example. I noted comments following some names: Cronus, Dionysus, Polyphemus, and the Pope and the Aztec Emperor popped right up. But who the hell is Abd al-Latif, or Hamatsa? He ran a hand through his hair, and it did its rooster thing. I was staring at one name, my nerve cells tingling. Hamatsa. Is there somewhere we can talk in private? My voice sounded high and shaky. McMahon gave me an odd look, then led me into an adjacent cubicle. I took a moment to collect my thoughts. What I'm about to say is going to sound ludicrous, but I'd like you to hear me out. He leaned back and laced his fingers across his paunch. Among the Kwaikutl of the Pacific Northwest, the Hamatsa were a society of tribal elite. Young men who hoped to become Hamatsa went through a lengthy period of isolation. Like fraternity pledges. Yes. Shortly before the end of his exile, each initiate was brought a mummy that had been soaked in salt water, cleaned, and split open. The initiate was expected to smoke-cure the corpse for the final ritual. I swallowed. During that ritual, the aspirant and senior members of the Brotherhood devoured portions of the corpse. McMahon did not look at me. I went on. Are you familiar with the Aztecs? Yes. They appeased their gods through the ritual eating of human beings. McMahon's eyes finally met mine. Cannibalism? I nodded. On a grand scale. When Cortez and his men entered Moctezuma's capital, Tenochtitlan, they found mounds of human skulls in the city square, others impaled on spikes. Their estimate was over 100,000. Silence. Then, Saturn ate his children. I looked at McMahon. Polyphemus captured Ulysses and dined on his crew. Tempe, why the Pope? I'm not sure. McMahon disappeared, returned in a moment. Rayner's looking him up. I was about to show McMahon my own findings when Rayner appeared in the doorway. We listened as he read from scribbled notes. Pope Innocent III is best known for organizing the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 AD. He decreed that henceforth the words hoc est corporeum meum were to be taken literally. That's the idea that at Mass the bread and wine are changed into the body and blood of Christ. He looked up again to see if we were with him. Innocent decreed that the act isn't symbolic, it's real. From then on, if you doubted transubstantiation, you were guilty of heresy. Thanks, Roger. No problem. He withdrew. So what's the link? McMahon asked. You think we're dealing with some fringe group that gets high on cannibalism? I took a steadying breath. I think it's much worse than that. Worse than what? We both turned. Ryan stood in the doorway. McMahon gestured at a chair. I continued. Worse than drooling over myths and allegorical paintings. I'm glad you're here, Ryan. You can verify what I'm about to describe. I pulled Jim's photos from my briefcase and handed the first to McMahon. That is the reconstructed leg bone of a red deer. The gashes were made with a sharp instrument, probably a stone knife. Notice how they cluster around the tendon and ligament attachment points and at the joints. Next picture. Those are fragments of human bone. They were recovered from the same cave in southeastern France where the animal bones were found. Ryan reached for the photo. Looks like the same pattern. It is. Meaning? Butchery. The bones were stripped of flesh and cut or twisted apart at the joints. Brennan, how old is this stuff? 1 to 120,000 years. The site was occupied by Neanderthals. I gave them several more prints. Those are also human bones. They were recovered at a site near Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado. This site was occupied by a small group of Anasazi around 1130 to 1150 AD during a period of extreme drought. At least 35 adults and kids were butchered. Notice that the pattern is identical. I fed them another photo. Those are stone tools found in association with the human bones. Tests confirmed the presence of human blood. Ryan looked up. How can they be sure these marks aren't caused by abrasion, or by animals, or by some sort of burial ritual? Maybe they cut up the dead to prepare them for the afterlife. That could explain the bloody tools and pot. That was exactly the argument, until this was discovered. I passed them another photo. What the hell is that? McMahon gave it to Ryan. After 7 people were killed, cooked, and eaten in a small underground room at this site, one of the diners squatted over the cold hearth and defecated. Ryan looked at the picture. Holy shit. Exactly. Biochemical tests showed traces of digested human muscle protein in this particular beauty. McMahon spoke. That was great stuff, Tempe. But how is this relevant? You're showing me people who have been dead for centuries. I got up and spread my Polaroids across the desk. I took these at the morgue this morning. Like spectators at a tennis match, their eyes shifted among the Neanderthals, the Anasazi, and my Polaroids. For a very long time, no one spoke. McMahon broke the silence. Jesus, Mary and Joseph in a bloody pear tree. No one had anything to add to that. Who the hell are these lunatics? Ryan's question broke the silence. McMahon responded. The H&F investment group is buried under more layers than the Olduvai Gorge. Vekoff's dead, so he's not talking. Following up on your suggestion, Tempe, we tracked down Rollins and Birkby through their fathers. Rollins lives in Greenville, teaches English at a community college. Birkby owns a chain of discount furniture stores, has homes in Rock Hill and Hilton Head. Each gentleman tells the same story. Inherited his interest in H&F, knows nothing about the property, never visited there. I heard a door open, voices in the corridor. He continued. W.G. Davis is a retired investment banker living in Banner Elk. F.M. Payne is a philosophy professor at Wake Forest. Warren's an attorney in Fayetteville. We found the counselor on his way to the airport. Had to spoil his little getaway to Antigua. Lark Tyrell appeared in the doorway. Deep lines creased his forehead. McMahon greeted him, went in search of additional seating. Tyrell spoke to me. I'm glad you're here. I said nothing. McMahon returned with a folding metal chair. Tyrell sat, his spine so erect it made no contact with the backrest. McMahon spoke. What can I do for you, Doc? Tyrell removed a handkerchief, wiped his forehead, then refolded the linen in a perfect square. I'm sure you're all aware that Parker Davenport died of a gunshot wound yesterday. Equally disturbing are phone calls made by Davenport on the evening of his death. Tyrell handed McMahon a list. McMahon scanned the printout, then looked up. Son of a bitch. The lieutenant governor phoned the H&F officers just hours before blowing his brains out. What? I blurted. McMahon passed me the list. 6 numbers, 5 names. W.G. Davis, F.M. Payne, F.L. Warren, C.A. Birkby, P.H. Rollins. I looked up. Lark, what was the 6th call? The number traces to a rented cabin in Cherokee. Sheriff Crow's checking it out. McMahon reached for his phone. Tempe, show Dr. Tyrell what you just showed me. It's time to run these bastards to ground. Lark wanted to examine the marks firsthand, so we went straight to the morgue. Lark and I spent an hour going over the bones, the M.E. looking and listening closely, now and then asking a question. We'd just finished when my cell phone rang. Lucy Crow was in Waynesville, but had something she needed to discuss. Could we meet around 9 at High Ridge House? I agreed. As we were disconnecting, she asked a question.
Do you know an archaeologist named Simon Midkiff? Yes. He may be involved with this H&F bunch. His was the 6-number Davenport dial before his death. If he tries to contact you, agree to nothing.
As we talked, Lark photocopied the pictures and articles. He slid the photocopies into his briefcase, impaled me with exhausted eyes.
Is there anything I can say to you?
There are things you can say to my colleagues.
Letters will go to the AAFS, the ABFA, and the NDMS immediately.
He grabbed my wrist.
And I will phone the head of each organization first thing Monday to explain personally.
And the press? Though I knew he was suffering, I could force no warmth into my voice.
That will come. I must determine how best to handle it.
He released my arm, but the eyes held firm. Overnight, he'd come to look like a tired old man.
Tempe, I was trained as a military man. I believe in respecting the chain of command and carrying out the lawful orders of my superiors. That predisposition led me not to question things I should have questioned. It's time for this old dog to rouse and get off the porch.
I felt a deep sadness as I watched him leave. Lark and I had been friends for many years. I wondered if we could ever be friends again. As I made coffee, my thoughts shifted to Simon Midkiff. Of course, it all made sense. His intense interest in the crash site, the photo with Parker Davenport at Charlie Wayne Tramper's funeral. He was one of them. I was completing my report on Edna Farrell when my cell phone rang.
Sir Francis Dashwood was a prolific guy.
The statement came from a different galaxy than the one in which my mind was orbiting.
I'm sorry? It's Anne. I was organizing stuff from our London trip and came across a pamphlet Ted bought at the West Wickham Caves. Anne, this is not... Just for fun, I popped the name Prentice Dashwood into a genealogical site where I'm registered. I couldn't believe how many hits I got. One was particularly interesting.
I waited.
Prentice Elmore Dashwood, one of Sir Frank's many descendants, left England in 1921. He opened a haberdashery in Albany, New York, made bundles of money, and eventually retired.
That's it?
During his years in America, Dashwood wrote and self-published dozens of pamphlets, one of which recounted tales of his great-great-great-something Sir Francis Dashwood II.
I remembered Anne's tale of her visit to West Wickham, pictured the caves under the H&F house. Could this guy Anne was talking about be the Prentice Dashwood of Swain County, North Carolina?
What else did you find out about Prentice Dashwood? Not a thing. But I can tell you that old Uncle Francis hung with a wild crowd back in the 18th century. Called themselves the Monks of Medmenham. Every one was a member of Parliament or the House of Lords, or a poet or whatever.
What did these guys do?
Some accounts claim they engaged in satanic rites. According to the current Sir Francis, author of the booklet we picked up on our trip, they were just jolly fellows who got together to celebrate Venus and Bacchus. The current Sir Francis admits to his ancestors' sexual frolics, but denies the devil worship. He suggests the Satanism rumor came from the boys' somewhat irreverent attitude toward Christianity. They also referred to themselves as the Knights of St. Francis, for example.
I could hear her biting an apple, then chewing.
Everyone else called them the Hellfire Club.
The name hit me like a sledgehammer.
What did you say? The Hellfire Club. Big in Ireland in the 1730s and 1740s. Same deal. Overprivileged devos mocking religion and getting drunk and laid. When Dashwood gathered his little group of philanderers, the label Hellfire naturally transferred.
Hellfire. H and F. I swallowed.
How long is this booklet?
34 pages.
Can you fax me a copy?
Sure. I gave her the fax number and went back to my report, forcing myself to concentrate. Within minutes, the fax rang, screeched, and bonged, then began to spit out pages. I resisted the impulse to rush to it and gather Anne's pages. At 4, the guard came in to say that a deputy had fallen sick, Another was stranded with a malfunctioning cruiser. Crow sent her apologies, but needed him to control a domestic situation. I assured him I'd be fine. I worked on, the silence of the empty morgue wrapping around me like a living thing, except for the hum of a refrigerator. No car horns, no traffic noises, no living person for miles. More than once I wished for Boyd's company. By 7, I'd finished with reports on Farrell, Odell, Tramper, and Tucker. My eyes burned, my back ached, and a dull headache told me that my blood sugar was in the cellar. I copied my files to floppy, closed down my laptop, and went to collect Anne's fax. Though I was anxious to read about the 18th century Sir Francis, I was too tired, too hungry, and too edgy to be objective. I decided to return to High Ridge House, walk Boyd, talk with Crow, then read the pamphlet in the comfort and safety of my bed. I was gathering pages when I heard what sounded like gravel crunching. I froze, listening. Tires? Footsteps? 15 seconds. 30. Nothing. "Time to boogie," I said aloud. Tension made my movements jerky, and I dropped several papers from the basket. Gathering them from the floor, I noticed that one differed. The type was larger, the text arranged in columns. Could the odd page have arrived as a separate transmission? I looked, but found no return fax number. Taking everything to my office, I placed Anne's material in my briefcase and laid the mismatched sheet on my desk. As I read the contents, my adrenaline rocketed. The left column contained code names, the middle one real names. Dates appeared after some individuals, forming an incomplete third column. Elis, Henry Arlen Preston, 1943. Caffrey, Sheldon Brody, 1949. Omega, A. Birkby, 1959. Narmer, Martin Patrick Vekoff. Sinahay, C. A. Birkby. Itzamna, John Morgan, 1972. Irrigator, F. L. Warren. Rowe, William Glenn Sherman, 1979. Chalk, John Franklin Battle. Ometeudal, Parker Davenport. Only one name was unfamiliar. John Franklin Battle. Or was it? Think, Brennan. Think. John Battle. No. Franklin Battle. Blank. Frank Battle. The magistrate who'd stonewalled the search warrant. Had Battle been protecting the H&F property? Had he sent me the fax? Then a terrifying thought. Who knew I was here? Alone. Again I froze, listening for the faintest indicator of another presence. Picking up a scalpel, I slipped from my office to the main autopsy room. 6 skeletons stared upward. I checked the computer and X-ray sections, the staff kitchenette, the makeshift conference room. My heart beat so loudly it seemed to overpower the stillness. I was poking my head into the men's toilet when my cell phone sounded. I nearly screamed from the tension. A voice, smooth as a double latte. "You're dead." Then empty air. I called McMahon. No answer. Crow. Ditto. I left messages. 7:38. Leaving Alarka for High Ridge House. Call me. Picturing the empty lot, the deserted county road, I punched Ryan's number. Another image. Ryan face down on an icy drive. I'd asked for his help that other time in Quebec. It had gotten him shot. Ryan has no jurisdiction, Brennan, and no personal responsibility. Instead of send, I hit the delete button. Fuck it, I muttered. I'll take care of myself. Slinging purse and laptop over one shoulder, I rewrapped my fingers around the scalpel and readied my keys in the other hand. Then I cracked the door and peered out. My Mazda was alone with the exiled hook and ladder trucks. Deep breath. I bolted. Reaching the car, I threw myself behind the wheel, slammed down the locks, revved the motor, and raced from the lot. At High Ridge House, I cut the engine and peered down the road I'd just climbed. No headlights wound their way up the mountain. I wrapped the scalpel in a napkin and zipped it into my jacket pocket for return to the morgue. Then I gathered my belongings and dashed to the porch. The house was quiet as a church on Thursday. The parlor and kitchen were empty, and I passed no one on my way to the second floor. I'd barely removed my jacket when a soft knock made me jump. "Yes?" "It's Ruby." Her face was pale, her hair glossier than a page from Vogue. She brushed her skirt. "I'm off to church. Shall I bring dinner before I leave?" "Please." I heard the muffled sound of Boyd's barking. "Ruby, is anyone else here?" She shook her head. "I believe Mr. McMahon's gone off to Charlotte. Haven't seen Mr. Ryan all day. Everyone else has checked out." Again I heard barking. "Has Boyd been a nuisance?" "Dog's being ornery today. Needs exercising." Ruby's roast pork and yam pudding had a calming effect. As I ate, the panic that had sent me racing through the twilight gave way to a dismal loneliness. I wondered how I really felt about Ryan. I knew he was a bastard, but at least he was a winsome bastard, though I could do without his smoking. He was smart, he was funny, he was dizzyingly handsome, and he cared about people. Lots of people, like Danielle. My musings were interrupted by a sharp yip, followed by another. Poor Boyd. He was the only being on the planet whose loyalty never wavered, and I ignored him. I checked my watch. 8:20. Time for a quick run before Crow arrived. I threw on my jacket, grabbed the flashlight and leash, and headed downstairs. Night had taken full control, ushering in a zillion stars, but no moon. The porch lights did little to dispel the darkness. As I crossed the lawn, my limbic system began firing questions. What if someone is watching? What if the call was not a prank? Don't be melodramatic, I reasoned. What could happen in the company of a 70-pound chow? That 70-pound chow yipped again, and I sprinted the last few yards to his pen. Hearing footsteps, he placed 4 paws on the chain linking and raised himself to a bipedal stance. When he recognized me, Boyd went ballistic. Saying doggy things, I ruffled his ears and clipped on the leash. I leveled a finger at his nose. "We're only going to the end of the property." He cocked his head, twirled the brows, and yipped once. When I lifted the latch, he bounded out and raced in circles, nearly toppling me. "I envy your energy, Boyd." He lapped my face as I disentangled the leash from between his legs, then we started up the road. Light from the porch barely reached the edge of the lawn, and within 10 yards I clicked on my flash. Boyd stopped and growled. "It's a flashlight, boy." I reached down and patted his shoulder. His head dropped, his breathing changed, and a low rumble rose from his throat. He did not respond to my touch. "What is it, boy?" I reached out to stroke him and felt hackles. Not good. I tugged the leash. "Come on, boy, we're turning back." He would not move. The growl grew deeper, more savage. I aimed my light where Boyd was staring. The beam crawled over tree trunks and was sucked into dead zones of blackness between. I yanked the leash harder. Boyd whipped left and barked. I swept my light in that direction. "This isn't funny, dog." Then my eyes made out a form. Or had it been a trick of shadow? "Who's there?" Fear crimped my voice. Suddenly I heard movement behind me. Footfalls, the rustling of leaves. Boyd turned and snapped, lunging as far as the leash would allow. A silhouette emerged from the trees, denser than the surrounding night. Boyd snarled and tore at the leash. The dark shape moved toward us. "Who is it?" No answer. I thrust the flashlight and leash into one hand and reached for my cell phone with the other. Before I could auto-dial, it slipped from my shaking fingers. "Stay back!" I raised the light to shoulder level. As I was readjusting the leash for better control, about to reach for the phone, my grip loosened. Boyd broke free and charged, a fierce growl rumbling from his throat. In an instant, the silhouette altered shape. An arm uncurled. Boyd leaped. A flash, a deafening crack. The dog bounced off the silhouette, dropped to the ground, whimpered, and lay still. Boyd! Tears ran down my cheeks. The form moved swiftly toward me now. I turned to run. He hit me with his full weight, his shoulder beneath my armpit. The shock of the impact sent me falling sideways. The last thing I remembered was breath on my face, sprawling. Then the crack of my skull against igneous rock. The dream was frightening. An airless place. I couldn't move. I couldn't see. Then something stroked my cheek. I opened my eyes to a reality more hellish than any nightmare. My mouth was stuffed and wrapped with tape. I was blindfolded. My heart shrank in my chest. I can't breathe. I tried raising a hand to my face. My wrists were tied over my chest. I felt panic, began to shake. Move! I tried shifting, and a cocoon of fabric moved with me. I smelled dust and mildew and spoiled vegetation. Think! I was imprisoned in some sort of bag. My hands and feet were bound, but where was I? How had I gotten here? Disjointed memories, the morgue, the empty county road, Primrose Hobbs. Boyd! Oh, dear God, not Boyd. Had I killed the dog, too? Breathe through your nose. In, out. I rolled my head and felt a lump the size of a plum, a wave of nausea. In, out. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious, or how I'd arrived at my present location. Was I still in the woods at High Ridge House? Had I been taken elsewhere? Was my attacker just feet away? My heart rate slowed by a nanosecond, and cogent thought began to creep back. Think. Listen. Bare branches hissing in the wind. A chirp. Forest sounds. I peeled back a layer of sound. Water swirling around rocks. River sounds. Another layer. Far away and barely there, a loon-like wail followed by a strange giggle. Gooseflesh spread across my arms and up my throat. I knew where I was. The electric skeleton. I was not far from the riverbank inn. I pictured Primrose's bloated face, saw the gouges left by underwater feeders. I lay bound, gagged, and blindfolded in a sack beside the Tuckasegee River. I had to break free. My thoughts flew in 1,000 directions. Again I listened. Hearing no indicators of a human presence, I began manipulating my bindings, breathing steadily through my nose. Millennia passed. The tape loosened a millimeter. Tears of frustration welled behind my mashed lids. Then I remembered. The scalpel. Could I reach it? I drew my knees to my chest, scrunching the hem of my jacket as far up as possible. Blindly, I inched the pocket forward, gauging its progress by touch. Reading my clothing like a braille map, I located the nylon loop attached to the pull tab and grasped it between the fingertips of both hands. I tugged gently. The tab gave, and my bound wrists followed it down. With the zipper open, it was easy to slide the fingers of one hand into the pocket and withdraw the scalpel. Carefully cradling my prize, I wedged the instrument against my stomach. Then I peeled off the napkin by rolling the scalpel between my hands. Rotating the blade toward my body, I began sawing the tape that bound my wrists. Easy. Careful. Don't carve your wrist. In less than a minute, my hands were free. I reached up and ripped the bindings from my lips. Flames raced across my face. Don't scream. I yanked the rag from my mouth, Gagging on my own foul saliva, I sliced through the blindfold, circling my head, and ripped it from my eyes. Another burst of fire as skin and some eyebrows went with the tape. With shaking hands, I reached down and freed my ankles. I was slashing at the bag when a sound paralyzed my arm. The chunk of a car door. My arm flew, a piston driven by a will of its own. Feet rustled through leaves. My mind calibrated. 50 yards. The rustling grew louder. 30 yards. I thrust my boots into the opening, thrashed out with all my strength. The tearing sounded like a shriek in the stillness. The rustling paused, resumed, faster, more reckless. 20 yards. 15. Hold it right there. I pictured the gun, felt bullets slam into my flesh. It didn't matter. I'd either be dead now or dead later. Better to make a fight of it while there was still the chance to resist. I lunged headfirst through the opening, tumbled face down, rolled onto my feet, and stood on rubber legs, trying to focus. Madam, you are dead. I bolted away from the sound of the voice. Keeping the gurgling of the river to my left, I ran through darkness dense as an endless tunnel, one arm in front of my face. Obstacles leaped at me without warning, forcing my feet on a zigzag path. Behind me, footfalls, thrashing like some giant woodland beast. My pursuer stayed with me, neither closing in nor falling back. My lungs burned, unable to take in enough air. Still, the blind urge to run. 1 minute, 3, an eternity. Then the muscles of my right thigh cramped. I slowed to a limping lope. My legs and arms were going dead. I saw the outline of a dark shape in front of my face. My outstretched hand slammed something solid. My elbow folded and my cheek hit hard. Pain shot through my wrist. Blood moistened my palm and cheek. With my good hand, I reached out and explored. Solid rock. I'd run up against a cliff wall. Water to my left, dense trees to my right. I had nowhere to go. Don't panic. I pulled out the scalpel and held it behind me. Then I turned back to the wall and faced my attacker. He spoke before I saw him. Bad routing. He was breathing hard, and I could smell the rancid odor of sweat and rage. Crunching, then a black cutout appeared in the darkness. Don't take one step closer, I hissed. You're in an odd position to give orders. The proverbial rock and hard place, I'd call it. I knew that voice. The caller at the morgue, but I'd also heard it in person. Where? More crunching. The cutout resolved itself into a man, broad shoulders, thick arms. It was not Simon Midkiff. Who are you? Surely you know that by now. I heard the click of a safety uncatching. Your meddling destroyed a holy thing. Who are you? Kulkul Khan. Kulkul Khan. It was one I knew. The Mayan deity. Where's the rest of your society of sickos? If it wasn't for that miserable crash, you'd never have stumbled onto us. Your busybody intrusiveness uncovered things you had no right to know. It has fallen to Kulkul Khan to exact vengeance. The melodious voice was now tinged with fury. It was my time to enter the ranks of the holy. I found my offering. I honored the ritual that you have profaned. Jeremiah Mitchell or George Adair? Irrelevant. Their names don't matter. I was chosen. I was ready. I followed the way. Keep him talking, my mind reasoned. Someone knows where you are. Someone is doing something. Kulkul Khan is a creator god. You destroy life. The body is a material envelope of no lasting value. We discard it in the end. But wisdom, strength, the essence of the soul, these are the forces that prevail. I let him rant on. Those passing from this earth must yield their mana to those who remain, add to the strength and wisdom of the chosen. How? Through blood, heart, muscle, and bone. Dear God, it was true. I thought of the Neanderthal bones, the victims in the Kiva near Mesa Verde, the skeletons in my morgue. Anger welled, overrode fear. I began inching along the wall, holding the scalpel behind me with my right hand, feeling with my left. I'd taken a half-dozen steps when a powerful beam shot out of the dark. Going somewhere, Miss Brennan? In the back glow, I could see his lower face, lips drawn back in murderous rage. I pivoted to run, tripped, and fell. As I scrabbled to right myself, the shadow sprang, closed the gap, and a hand reached out and grabbed my ankle. The scalpel flew into darkness. You goddamn treacherous cow! The golden voice was now sizzling with fury. His fingers were like steel clamping through my jeans. Suddenly his full weight was on me. A knee pinned my back, and a hand pressed my face into the ground. I thrashed wildly, kicking and clawing to get out from under him. He dropped his flash, and it lay on the ground, lighting us like some writhing, two-headed beast. My hand touched something jagged and hard, and my fingers closed around it. I twisted my torso and struck out blindly. I heard the soft thunk of rock against bone, then the metallic clink of steel on granite. Bitch! He slammed his fist into my right ear. Lightning exploded in my head. He released his grasp, fumbled to retrieve the gun. I pushed with all my strength, and his knee slipped off my back. In less than a second, I scrambled to my knees and crawled toward the flashlight. Clicking off the beam, I lunged toward the trees and crouched behind a pine. I didn't move, I didn't blink. Dead calm, broken only by his panting. Seconds passed, or maybe it was hours. Where was he? A voice from near the ground. I have found the gun, Miss Brennan. A single shot exploded in the stillness. I'm going to make you pay for this. Really pay. I heard him rise. Out of the corner of my eye, a glimmer. I turned. 3 slivers of light were bobbing toward me. Or was I hallucinating? Freeze! A gravelly female voice. Drop it. Male. Stop! A different male voice. A muzzle flashed in the darkness in front of me. Return fire from the direction of the voices. A thud, an expulsion of air, the sound of a body sliding down the rock wall. Running feet, hands on my throat, my wrist. Pulse is strong. Faces above me. Ryan, Crow, Deputy Nameless. I struggled to sit. I have to see him. One circle of light slid to the cliff where my assailant sat motionless, legs stretched in front, back against rock. Slowly the light illuminated feet, legs, torso, face. Ralph Stover, the not-so-happy innkeeper, stared sightlessly into the night, chin forward, brain slowly oozing onto a stain on the rock behind his head. I left Charlotte at dawn on Friday and drove west. Leaving Highway 74 at Bryson City, I drove up Veterans Boulevard, turned right on Main, and parked opposite the old courthouse, now a senior citizens center. I took my time walking to the fire station. I'd spent a month in Bryson City, had come to know it well. I was leaving now, my work completed, but a few questions remained. When I arrived, McMahon was packing the contents of his cubicle into cardboard boxes. Breaking camp? I asked from the doorway. Hey, girl, you're back in town. He cleared a chair, gestured me into it. How are you feeling? Bruised and scraped, but fully functional. Amazingly, I'd sustained no serious injury during my romp in the woods with Ralph Stover. A slight concussion had sent me to the hospital for a couple of days. Then Ryan had driven me to Charlotte. Assured I was fine, he'd flown back to Montreal, and I'd spent the rest of the week on the couch with Bertie. Mind if I keep working? Please. Has someone regaled you with the whole strange tale? There's still gaps. Take it from the top. H&F was some kind of hybrid between Mensa and the Billionaire Boys Club. It didn't start out that way. It was originally just a bunch of businessmen, doctors, and professors coming to the mountains to hunt and fish. Back in the 30s. Right. They'd camp on Edward Arthur's land, hunt during the day, drink and party all night, applaud themselves on their extraordinary intelligence. The group got to be very close over the years, eventually formed a secret society. McMahon taped a carton, slid it across the floor, and placed another on his desk. We've netted all but one of the H&F members, and we're accumulating the story bit by bit, but it's slow. Needless to say, no one's enthused about talking to us, and everyone is lawyered to the gills. Each of the 6 officers will be charged with multiple counts of homicide, but it's unclear what the culpability is for the rest of the pack. Midkiff claims only the leaders participated in murder and cannibalism. Has Midkiff been given immunity? I asked. He nodded. Most of our info is coming from him. He sent the codename fax? Yes. He'd reconstructed what he remembered. Midkiff left the group in the early 70s, claims he was never involved in any killing. He says he reached a point last week where he couldn't live with himself anymore. McMahon began transferring papers from a file cabinet to the box. And he was afraid for you. Me? You, darling. I took a moment to absorb that. Where is he now? The judge didn't think he was a flight risk or in personal danger, so he's out. He's still living in a rental cabin in Cherokee. I looked at him. Why did Davenport call Midkiff before shooting himself? To warn him that the lid was about to blow. Apparently the two remained friends after Midkiff withdrew from H&F. It was largely because of the lieutenant governor that Midkiff remained unmolested all these years. Davenport kept the club convinced that Midkiff posed no threat. In return, Midkiff kept his mouth shut. Until now. Until now. What has he told you? H&F had 18 members at any given time. Of those, 6 lucky boys made up the inner circle, very exclusive. Only when a member of that inner circle died was a replacement chosen from the group at large. The initiation banquet was black tie, dessert provided by the inductee. Human flesh. Yes. Remember the hamatza you told me about? I nodded, too revolted to reply. Same deal. Only our gentlemen cannibals restricted themselves to sharing the flesh of one thigh from each victim. It was like a blood brotherhood pact. Though the whole club met regularly at the Arthur house, Midkiff swears that only members of the inner circle knew what really went on at these initiations. I thought of Ralph Stover's words to me. I found my offering. Tucker Adams was killed in 1943 when Henry Arlen Preston died and Alan Birkby joined the elite. When Sheldon Brody drowned in 1949, Martin Patrick Vekoff's victim was Edna Farrell. Alan Birkby perished in a car wreck a decade later. His son was given the nod, and Charlie Wayne Tramper ended up on the communion table. Wasn't Tramper killed by a bear? Young Birkby may have cheated a bit. The Tramper funeral was where Parker Davenport met Simon Midkiff, by the way. Midkiff knew Tramper through his research on the Cherokee. How did Midkiff get hooked up with H&F? In 1959, the young professor was newly arrived from England and had been told to look up Prentice Dashwood, an old family friend. Dashwood recruited Midkiff to H&F. He never made it to the inner circle. No, but Davenport did. McMahon nodded. Following the Tramper funeral, Midkiff gradually introduced Davenport to the brothers. What happened with Jeremiah Mitchell and George Adair? Major fuck-up. When Martin Patrick Vekoff checked out last February, Roger Lee Fairley was slated for coronation. He was informed of the requirements, and Mitchell was grabbed and killed. Fairley's sudden death on the way to the Vekoff funeral created a problem, and Mitchell was put on ice while the succession issue was resolved. By whom? Ralph Stover was told that it would soon be his turn to move from the outer to the inner circle, was advised of the conditions, and was asked to perform a few extra duties. He stored Mitchell's body in a freezer at the Riverbank Inn. I suppressed a shudder. That's why the volatile fatty acid readings were off.
Exactly. In early September, Stover was officially proposed to succeed Bekoff, and Mitchell's body was taken back and placed in the courtyard in preparation for an induction ceremony. That's when things began to unravel. Some within the inner circle opposed Stover's promotion, seeing him as too zealous, too unstable. The dispute dragged on, decomposition began, and the body had to be buried in the cave. But not before a coyote visitation. Bless them. McMahon upended another drawer, taped the box, and labeled it with a felt-tip pen. Anyway, after weeks of wrangling, the Stover faction prevailed. George Adair was abducted on October 1st. The crash occurred on October 4th. I retrieved the foot on October 5th. He stacked the box with the earlier ones and opened a file drawer. As you know, Stover also killed Primrose Hobbs. Crow found a length of wire that matches the garrote from Hobbs' neck. He probably stole her key and password to remove the foot from the morgue and alter the file.
Has the foot been found?
Never will be, I suspect. Hang on.
McMahon disappeared into the hall, returned with 2 more empty boxes. I'm curious how Crow found me.
She and Ryan hit High Ridge House minutes apart Saturday night. Finding your car in the lot, but no sign of you in the house, they went looking. When they found the dog...
He glanced up. I kept my face neutral.
Apparently your chow got hold of Stover's wrist before he was shot. Ryan found a medical bracelet with Stover's name on it lying next to the dog's snout.
The rest is history.
The rest is history.
He looked at me.
Ryan headed back to Quebec?
Yes. Again, I kept my face neutral.
I don't know the monsieur that well, but his partner's death really turfed him.
Yes.
Throw in the niece, and I'm amazed the guy held it together.
Yes. The niece?
Danielle the Demon, he called her. Said we'd probably read about the kid in the papers one day.
I felt a smile tug the corners of my mouth. At times, neutrality is difficult. The turnout for Edna Farrell's funeral was larger than I expected, given that she'd been dead more than half a century. I hung back during the graveside service. When the mourners dispersed, I approached and laid a small bouquet on Edna's grave. Hearing footsteps behind me, I turned. Lucy Crow was walking in my direction.
Surprised to see you back so soon.
It's my hard Irish head, impossible to crack. She smiled.
How's your situation with Lark Tyrrell?
I laughed. 2 days ago, I received a letter of commendation from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, assuming full responsibility for the misunderstanding, exonerating me of any wrongdoing, and thanking me for my invaluable contribution to the Air Trans-South recovery. Copies were sent to everyone but the Duchess of York. We left the cemetery and walked up the blacktop to our cars. I was inserting my key when she asked another question.
Did you identify the names in the tunnel?
I nodded. Literary and historic references to cannibalism.
Mr. B?
Bakbakwil Nuswie, a Kwaikutal tribal spirit, a bear-like monster whose body was covered with gaping, blood-stained mouths.
Patron saint of the Hamatsa.
That's him.
And the code names?
Pharaohs, gods, archaeological discoveries, characters in ancient tales. Listen to this. Parker Davenport chose the Aztec god Ometeotl, the lord of duality. Do you suppose he was aware of the irony?
Ever take a close look at the seal of the state of North Carolina?
I admitted that I hadn't.
The motto's taken from Cicero's essay on friendship.
The Coke bottle eyes held mine.
To be, rather than to seem.
Winding down Schoolhouse Hill, I couldn't help but notice a bumper sticker on the car ahead. Where will you spend eternity? Though placed in a broader time frame than I'd been considering, the decal posed the same question that was on my mind. Where would I spend the time ahead? More pointedly, with whom? During my convalescence, Pete had been caring and helpful, bringing flowers, feeding Bertie, heating soup in the microwave. We'd watched old movies, engaged in long conversations. I had resolved one thing. We made much better friends than spouses, and henceforth I would keep us that way. I'd also considered Andrew Ryan. Ryan the colleague, Ryan the cop, Ryan the uncle. I considered Ryan the man. Because of the wound Pete had inflicted, I'd been hovering on the edge of a relationship with Ryan, wanting to get close but keeping my distance. Attracted but afraid. Did I need a man in my life? No. Did I want one? Yes. I decided to give Ryan a try and see how it went. I had one more stop in Bryson City, a stop I couldn't wait to make. I parked outside a red brick building at the corner of Slope and the Bryson Walk. When I entered the glass door, a woman in surgical scrubs looked up and smiled. Is he ready? Very. Have a seat. She disappeared, and I settled into a plastic chair in the waiting area. 5 minutes later, she led Boyd out. His chest was taped, and one foreleg had been shaved. Seeing me, he gave a little hop, then limped over and placed his head on my lap. Is he in pain? I asked the vet. Only when he laughs. Boyd rolled his eyes upward at me, and the purple tongue dropped out. I nuzzled his ears and touched my forehead to his. Boyd sighed. I straightened and looked at him. Are you ready to go home? He yipped, and the eyebrows danced. Let's do it. I could hear a laugh in his bark.
Fatal Voyage was written by Kathy Reichs and read by Catherine Borowitz. It was abridged for audio by Sloan Seaman. The recording engineers were Paul Fowley, Erica Weintraub, and Michael Jones, with editing and post-production by Stephen Strassman. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. The associate producer was Sally Hurst. Fatal Voyage was produced and directed by Elisa Shokoff. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Kathy Reichs' Deadly Decisions, read by Catherine Borowitz. Fatal Voyage is available in hardcover from Scribner.